Chapter 1272. 1272 Chapter 1272 Killing the Emperor. Almost at the same time the two people made their move. Two auras bloomed in the divine ruins, core terrifying to the extreme. The master of the Mu family was a genuine Level 3 martial royal realm expert. He was stronger than Xiaowan, who had not recovered, or De. He formed a big hand and grabbed at Lu Ming. As for the burly man from the Heaven God sect, his aura was even more unfathomable and completely unpredictable. He could only feel that he was much stronger than the master of the Mu family. With a wave of his hand, a giant bird formed. It opened its mouth and bit at Lu Ming and Xianxia. Although Lu Ming and Xianxia's gazes froze, their expressions remained calm as they stood still at the hall's entrance. Those who trespass the time and space spiritual palace will be killed without mercy. Suddenly, a cold and emotionless voice came from within the palace. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two rays of spear light shot out from the palace. The black spear light, with a terrifying radiance, collided with the attacks of the Mu family master and the middle-aged man from the Divine God sect. With two loud bangs, their attacks were penetrated by the spear radiance. However, the two spear radiance also disappeared. Roar! A dragon's roar shook the world. Bang! 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 Then a huge creature slowly walked out of the palace. The ground shook with every step it took. When the Mu family's master, young Master Lin, and the middle-aged man from the Heaven God sect saw the huge object that walked out of the palace, their pupils suddenly shrank and they revealed a shocked expression. The huge being that walked out of the palace was naturally the headless true dragon rider. Previously, Bubbles had brought Lu Ming and the rest to open a space-time tunnel and directly rushed into the core of the divine ruins, arriving here. Since Lu Ming had the token of origin, the headless true dragon knight treated him as one of its own. However, the Mu family's master and the rest did not have the token of origin. Since they attacked the palace, they were naturally attacked by the headless true dragon knight. The headless true dragon rider was formed after the death of a super expert and was not a living being. Therefore, the master of the Mu family and the middle-aged man from the Heavenly God sect could not sense it. Kill without mercy. The headless true dragon rider's voice came out of nowhere, and then a shocking dragon roar resounded. The headless true dragon extended a dragon claw and clawed at the Mu family's master. As the dragon claw struck out, it rapidly grew in size until it covered the sky and the sun, shrouding a part of the world. Under the dragon claw, the space crumbled into a mess. Aeon blue sky. The master of the Mu family felt a fatal threat. He raised his head and let out a long roar. He punched out, and a towering ancient tree like the legendary divine tree of the world, collided with the dragon claw. This move was the Mu family's master's strongest move. It combined the power of his territory and his spirit body. It was extremely powerful. An ordinary second-level martial royal realm martial artist would be severely injured or even killed by this move. However, in the next moment, the pupils of the Mu family's master rapidly contracted. That was because when the dragon claw descended, the towering ancient tree he had struck out could not even withstand a single breath before it disintegrated and dissipated into energy. The dragon claw did not stop and continued to claw at the Mu family's master. This claw had sealed off the void, and the Mu family's master couldn't escape even if he wanted to. Save me! The Mu family's master was scared. He let out a loud roar and his spiritual body glowed. The power of his domain spread out and his fists struck out wildly. However, under the dragon's claws, everything was useless and in vain. The Mu family head's attack and defense were like tofu under the dragon's claws, unable to withstand a single blow. On the side, the burly man from the Heavenly God sect wanted to save him. He launched an attack on the dragon claw, but he could not move the dragon claw at all. No! The Mu family's head howled in despair. In the next moment, the dragon claw covered his body and began to shrink, grabbing the Mu family's head in its claws. No, spare my life, spare my life. The Mu family's master roared in fear. Kill! The headless true dragon rider's voice was completely emotionless. As it spoke, it clenched its dragon claw, and with a bang the Mu family's master's body directly exploded, his body and spirit destroyed. Hoo hoo. The knight on the true dragon's neck actually emitted a powerful suction force, completely absorbing the blood essence and energy of the Mu family's master. Lu Ming felt that it was a pity. If he were to refine the blood essence of an emperor, he would definitely be able to advance the prison-suppressing steel bloodline to divine level 9. At the same time, Lu Ming was secretly shocked. The headless true dragon knight was too powerful. That headless true dragon was definitely a pure-blooded true dragon. He did not know what realm it had reached when it was alive. It was definitely an invincible existence. Even after death, it could still maintain such powerful combat strength. One could imagine how powerful it was when it was alive. Damn it, let's go. The middle-aged man from the Heaven God sect was extremely frightened. The headless true dragon rider's power had far exceeded his expectations. Although his cultivation base was much stronger than the master of the Mu family, he was still scared when he faced the headless true dragon rider. He felt that a great disaster was imminent. After the Mu family head was killed, he didn't hesitate to tear open space and escape with young Master Lin. Kill! The headless true dragon rider shouted coldly and clawed out again. A black dragon claw covered the sky and clawed at the middle-aged man and young Master Lin. The terrifying power not only made the middle-aged man's face change but also almost scared young Master Lin to death. Run, run. Young Master Lin shouted like he had gone crazy. As the dragon claw descended, it sealed off the space in all directions. The middle-aged man from the Heavenly God sect was unable to break open the space, just like the Mu family's master. The dragon claw didn't stop and continued to claw down. Buzz. At this moment, the middle-aged man from the Heaven God sect threw young Master Lin towards the dragon's claw. He took out a jade card and his face was filled with pain. The vital essence in his body poured into the jade card. No, don't. You'll die a terrible death. Young Master Lin was thrown out and he peed his pants. He was so terrified that he started to scream. He struggled with all his might, but with his cultivation he was as small as an ant under the dragon's claws. No help. Lu Ming, I beg you to let me go. Young Master Lin shouted incoherently. At this moment his heart was filled with regret. All of this was because he had fallen for Xianxia and had a conflict with Lu Ming. Later on he was defeated by Lu Ming in public and harbored even more hatred in his heart. He bribed the middle-aged man from the Heavenly God sect with great benefits and incited him to deal with Lu Ming. If it wasn't for all of this, he wouldn't have ended up in his current state. He screamed, but in the end, the dragon claw pressed down and young Master Lin's body exploded. Under the terrifying energy he turned into dust. The dragon claw continued to claw at the middle-aged man from the Heavenly God sect. At this moment the jade card in the hand of the burly man from the Heavenly God sect emitted a brilliant light. Then a light-shaped combat sword emerged and brought the burly man from the Heavenly God sect to break open the space and escape at an extreme speed. Bang! As the dragon claw came down, one of its sharp fingers swept across the burly man of the Heavenly God sect. The burly man's body trembled as if he had been struck by lightning. His body almost cracked and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. However, he couldn't care less about his injuries and ran for his life. Chapter 1273. 1273 Peak 9th Level Spiritual God Realm. The burly man from the Heaven God sect was hit by the headless true dragon rider's finger force. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and was severely injured. The burly man from the Xianxia sect was terrified. Even with his cultivation he couldn't stop them at all. At this moment he was extremely frightened. He used his secret treasure jade talisman to break the void and fled for his life, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Although the headless true dragon rider didn't have a head, it seemed to be able to see everything. The dragon spear in his hand stabbed into the void, and a brilliant spear radiance pierced through the space and disappeared into the vast void. Ah! From an unknown distance, a miserable cry came. It was the voice of the burly man from the Heavenly God sect. Then the voice fell silent and disappeared completely. Again, kill without mercy. The headless true dragon knight said coldly and emotionlessly. Then it turned around and left, disappearing from the palace. Outside the divine ruins, the void suddenly split open, and the burly man from the Heavenly God sect stepped out. At this moment he was in an extremely sorry state. He was covered in blood and his face was pale. Blood was still flowing out of his mouth. A bloody hole had appeared in his abdomen, and a terrifying power was eroding his body. Even with his cultivation he couldn't heal it immediately. He's too strong. The burly man from the heavenly god sect muttered as he looked into the depths of the divine ruins, his eyes revealing a look of fear. His cultivation was far above level 3 martial royal realm, but he still couldn't resist the headless true dragon knight. If he didn't have a life-saving secret treasure on him and wanted to escape, he would have been trapped in the divine ruins forever. Even so, he was still seriously injured and would take a few months to recover. A mere divine ruins continent actually has such a vicious place. Damn it. Also, it's all that little bastard Lu Ming's fault. If it weren't for him, how could I have suffered such heavy injuries? I'm going to send an order to the South Deity Palace and ask them to send people to keep an eye on the divine ruins. Once that little bastard Lu Ming appears, kill him without mercy. The burly man from the heavenly god sect had a ruthless glint in his eyes. After thinking for a while he turned around and left the place. The core of the divine ruins. Lu Ming looked in the direction where the burly man from the heavenly god sect had left and frowned. That guy is too powerful. He's not dead yet, so I'm afraid he won't let this matter rest. The divine ruins isn't a place for us to stay for long. We'll leave from the other direction immediately. All right. Xianxia nodded without hesitation. Since the burly man from the heavenly god sect was not dead, he would most likely think of a way to surround them outside the divine ruins. They had to leave the divine ruins before the other party could surround them. Immediately, Lu Ming and Xianxia passed through the palace and went out from the other direction of the divine ruins, in the opposite direction of the South God Palace. The inside of the divine ruins did not pose much of a threat to Lu Ming. Very soon, Lu Ming passed through the core of the divine ruins and rushed out of the divine ruins from another direction. As soon as they rushed out of the divine ruins, Lu Ming and Xianxia did not stop at all. They flew towards the south at top speed. It flew for tens of millions of miles before it stopped. It was obviously not feasible to return to the South Deity Palace by taking the cross-sea spaceship. Once he returned, he might be assassinated by the burly man from the Tianxin sect. It was too dangerous. Lu Ming planned to cross the sea and return to the divine wilderness continent. With Lu Ming's cultivation before he came to the divine ruins, it would be too difficult to cross the vast ocean and return to the divine wilderness continent. He would have to spend a long time. But now Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the 8th level of the spiritual god realm, and his combat strength could even suppress supremes. It was enough for him to return to the divine wilderness continent with his own strength. Little Qing, you should stay in the mountain and river diagram for the time being. Lu Ming said to Xianxia. Be careful, Xianxia said. Xianxia also knew that Lu Ming could only travel at full speed if she stayed in the mountain and river diagram. Don't worry. Lu Ming smiled. Then a beam of white light shot out from between his eyebrows and enveloped Xianxia. The next moment, Xianxia's figure disappeared and he was kept into the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming's figure swayed. He turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Not long after, Lu Ming had flown for hundreds of millions of miles and found a hidden place. He entered the mountain and river diagram. Xianxia sat cross-legged under the path understanding ancient tree, cultivating with all his heart. Lu Ming went to another mountain peak. With a wave of his hand, piles of raw gemstones appeared in front of Lu Ming. Yes, Lu Ming was going to break through. Out of Lu Ming's 5 types of intents, 4 of them were at the perfected 4th level. Only the earth intent was at the peak of the 4th level greater mastery. With his current intent cultivation he could completely raise his cultivation to the peak of the 9th level spiritual god realm. Lu Ming planned to spend some time devouring the refined origin stone and raise his cultivation to the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual god realm. This way he would be able to travel much faster. Roar. The 9 dragons appeared and opened their mouths to swallow a large pile of raw stones. There were a few million of them. He swallowed a few million raw gemstones in one gulp and began to refine them quickly. A large number of raw gemstones were constantly refined and converted into essential core. Lu Ming had almost no bottlenecks and his cultivation level was improving rapidly. After refining a few million raw gemstones, he would swallow another few million. Lu Ming's cultivation started to skyrocket. 8th level spiritual god early stage, 8th level spiritual god middle stage, 8th level spiritual god late stage. 7 days later, Lu Ming relied on a huge number of raw gemstones and broke through the barrier in one fell swoop, reaching the 9th level of the spiritual god realm. After reaching the 9th level of the spiritual god realm, Lu Ming did not stop. He continued to devour refined raw gemstones and continued to improve. Early 9th level spiritual god realm, middle 9th level spiritual god realm, late 9th level spiritual god realm. Another 7 days passed, and Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level spiritual god realm. In just half a month, Lu Ming's cultivation had rushed from the early 8th level spiritual god realm to the peak 9th level spiritual god realm. The span of the leap was so great that it was shocking to hear. Of course, this was also because Lu Ming's intent realm had long met the requirements. Otherwise, the intent realm would become a bottleneck and hinder Lu Ming's breakthrough. As long as Lu Ming's intent realm had a breakthrough, he would not have any bottlenecks. However, the number of raw gemstones he spent was also terrifying. In just half a month, Lu Ming had devoured and refined a total of 50 million raw gemstones. What kind of shocking number was this? Hoo. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that the essential core in his body was about to overflow. It was unimaginably rich. He exhaled, forming a storm that swept across the distance. Lu Ming stood up and took a step forward. He rushed out of the mountain and river diagram and appeared in the sky above a mountain range. Boom! Vital essence boiled on Lu Ming's body, forming a pillar of air that shot into the sky, creating a huge hole. So strong. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. He felt that there was an endless amount of energy in his body. The vital essence of a peak 9th level spiritual god was too powerful. It was much stronger than the vital essence of an early 8th level spiritual god. Now Lu Ming was confident that he would be able to crush and even kill an ordinary supreme being without the help of the lightning cauldron. Of course, it was a different story for those supremes who had awakened a 9th level divine bloodline. Scope. We will return to the divine wilderness continent now. Lu Ming circulated his essential core and stretched out his hands. He grabbed at the void and tore it apart. The space was like a piece of paper as Lu Ming tore it apart, revealing a pitch-black spatial rift. Chapter 1274. 1274 Chapter 1274 Pure Spirit. With Lu Ming's current cultivation base, he could tear open space and travel like a supreme being. Lu Ming tore open the space and stepped into it, disappearing. Hoo. The spatial cracks were filled with chaotic spatial storms. They were like countless terrifying sharp blades that kept slashing at Lu Ming. Lu Ming circulated his quintessential essence and covered his body to resist the spatial storms. Buzz. The spatial storms slashed at Lu Ming's protective Zhenyuan with a clanging sound. However, Lu Ming's Zhenyuan contained the 5-colored will and the spatial storm could not break through his protective Zhenyuan. If an ancient martial art practitioner below the spiritual god realm were to enter this place, they would be crushed into pieces by the spatial storm in just a few moments. Even an ancient martial art practitioner above the spiritual god realm would not be able to hold on for long. Only a supreme martial artist would be able to walk smoothly in the spatial storm. Lu Ming stepped out and walked through the space storm, moving forward quickly. They were in an alternate dimension and their speed was extremely fast. With a single step, who knew how much distance they had traveled in the outside world? A moment later, the space trembled and Lu Ming reappeared in the outside world. He was in the air above a lake. In just a short while, Lu Ming had crossed at least 100 million kilometers. However, the Divine Ruins continent was really too vast and its range was too wide. 100 million miles was nothing at all. Lu Ming continued to tear open the space and travel. Half a day had passed. He had no idea how far he had covered. When he appeared in the outside world again, he could smell the sea breeze. It seems like we've reached the seaside. Let's rest and recover before we set off. Lu Ming pondered in his heart and found a place. He took out the rough stone and devoured it to recover. A few hours later, Lu Ming's essential core had fully recovered. He then flew forward. There was a large city in front of them. From afar it looked very majestic. Lu Ming planned to buy a sea map of the Divine Ruins continents in the big city. After all, the continents in the Divine Ruins were very far away from each other. The area of the ocean was much larger than the land. Furthermore, the weather in the ocean was ever-changing and unpredictable. It was very easy to get lost. He needed to identify the sea map to find the Divine Wilderness continent. The population of this city is really large. Moreover, the number of experts is shockingly high. After flying into the city, Lu Ming realized that the city was bustling with people. On the streets, experts could be seen passing by from time to time. Some of them had extremely deep auras, and their powerful auras were released without restraint. There was another person who looked like an ordinary person without any aura. However, with Lu Ming's current cultivation he could still sense it. Supreme Martial Artist. A few of them were actually Supreme Martial Artists. On the street, Lu Ming actually ran into a few Supreme Martial Artists, which made him extremely shocked. Even in the Divine Ruins continent, Supremes were high and mighty experts and they were rarely seen. Now they had actually encountered a few Supremes while walking around the streets, which was somewhat unbelievable. Something was wrong. Lu Ming felt that something was amiss. It was impossible for a Supreme being to appear so casually. Something must have happened here. Not long after, Lu Ming entered a restaurant. In a restaurant one could often get a lot of information. Indeed, Lu Ming heard an important piece of news not long after. Some time ago, a piece of shocking news spread near the southern coast of the Divine Ruins continent. It was said that on the south coast, a heaven-defying secret technique, pure spirit body, would be born. If a warrior wanted to break through to the martial royal realm, he had to form a spirit body. Every warrior had a different bloodline. The spirit body formed would be different and its power would be different. A spirit body had already transcended the mortal body. There was a world of difference between a spirit body and a mortal body. There was no way to compare. Not only did a spirit body contain terrifying power, but it could also greatly increase one's combat power. Moreover, the strength, defense, and recovery of a spirit body had reached an unbelievable level. It was not something that a normal body could compare with. Even if an emperor's limbs were cut off, they could grow back quickly. It was said that even if a small piece of flesh was left of an existence at the peak of the emperor realm, they could recover it. They were simply immortal. However, it was too difficult to form a spirit body. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Many supreme beings had comprehended the embryonic form of their domains. They no longer had any problems with their domains. However, the reason why they were stuck and could not break through for the rest of their lives was because they could not form a spirit body. If he could not form a spirit body, he would not be a martial emperor and would never be able to break through to the martial royal realm. Furthermore, when condensing a spirit body, one would also face heavenly tribulations, and the difficulty would only increase with each tribulation. It was said that this secret technique, pure spirit body, was not a true spirit body. This was because the spirit body was transformed from the bloodline and had some attributes and functions of the bloodline. However, the pure spirit body only had the strength of the body and no attributes. It only allowed the martial artist's body to have part of the power of the spirit body. For example, strength, defense, recovery, and so on. Furthermore, a pure spirit body did not have any attributes. It would not hinder the cultivation of a true spirit body in the future. Successfully cultivating a pure spirit body was equivalent to having a solid foundation. In the future, the difficulty of cultivating a true spirit body would be greatly reduced. This kind of secret skill was too amazing. For martial artists below the emperor realm, the temptation was beyond imagination. Therefore, when this news was spread, it caused a huge commotion, and countless experts rushed to the southern coast of the continent of the Divine Ruins. Even many supreme martial artists were tempted and rushed over. This was also the reason why Lu Ming could see so many experts in this city. A secret skill like pure spirit body was too shocking. As long as he could successfully cultivate it, the difficulty of breaking through to the emperor realm would be greatly reduced. The success rate would also be greatly increased. Even Lu Ming's eyes shone with a fiery glow after hearing it. There is actually such a mysterious secret technique in this world. If I succeed in cultivating it, I will have another powerful method to deal with DE when I return to the Divine Wilderness continent. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Once he returned to the Divine Wilderness continent, he would definitely have to face De. Although Lu Ming's combat strength had greatly improved, it was still difficult for him to fight against an emperor, not to mention a strong person like De. He had to continue to improve his combat strength so that he would be more confident. As for the pure spirit body, it was undoubtedly a powerful secret skill that could close the distance between him and an emperor. If Lu Ming successfully cultivated it, he would not be too far away from an emperor. I don't know if it's true or not, but I don't care. I'm not in a hurry to go back, so I'll just stay here and observe. After making up his mind, Lu Ming found an inn nearby to stay and gather information. The next day a piece of news was spread. There might be news about the pure spirit body in the Red Devil Mountains thousands of miles away. As soon as the news spread, countless people rushed to the Red Fiend Mountain. Lu Ming followed the crowd and rushed to the Red Fiend Mountain. The Red Devil Mountain was thousands of miles wide and boundless. It was filled with a red demonic chi, so it was called the Red Devil Mountain. The huge crowd rushed into Red Fiend Mountain like sand scattered in the sea, not causing a single wave. Lu Ming began to follow the crowd and made a big circle around the Red Devil Mountain. But after half a day Lu Ming stopped. Chapter 1275. 1275 Chapter 1275 Map. Wandering around aimlessly like this wasn't a solution at all. There was no way to find the pure spirit body. I'd better wait outside for news. It's a waste of time to wander around like this. At the thought of this, Lu Ming did not stay any longer and flew out of the Red Fiend Mountain. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When he passed by a large canyon, a few figures rushed out from the canyon and surrounded Lu Ming. Lu Ming frowned slightly. Each of them had a violent aura and demonic chi all over their bodies. They stared at Lu Ming with unfriendly eyes. Ah, another fat sheep. This is already the third one. One of the burly men laughed. Those people really think that there's news about pure spirit bodies here, so they ran here with all their might. It's a good thing for us brothers. If we kill a few more, we can live a few more years of leisure. A skinny old man also sneered. No need to talk nonsense with him. Kid, it's your bad luck to meet us. One of the burly men looked at Lu Ming coldly and walked toward him step by step. It seems that you're not only going to rob but also kill, Lu Ming said. His voice was calm without a trace of panic. He had already seen through their cultivation. The strongest among them, the burly man, was only at the great circle of the spiritual god realm. Lu Ming did not take him seriously at all. That's right. We won't kill you. If you spread the news, not only will we not be able to continue, but we will also be surrounded. So you must die. The burly man grinned hideously. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Lu Ming. A pitch-black saber appeared in his hand. It exuded a cold killing intent as he slashed at Lu Ming. However, the next moment the burly man was stunned and so were the others. This was because Lu Ming had only stretched out a palm and gently squeezed the saber. No matter how the burly man tried to unleash his power, he could not pull out the saber. The saber was firmly held by Lu Ming as if it was a rock. How is that possible? The burly man roared with disbelief. Boom. The essential core in Lu Ming's body exploded. A terrifying force blasted out from his fingers and into the opponent's saber. Buzz. The saber trembled violently, and the violent power poured into the burly man's body through the saber. The burly man's body trembled violently and he could no longer hold the saber. His body retreated madly and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Kill. Kill. Lu Ming suddenly shouted. A terrifying killing intent burst out like a tide. As he took a step forward, his palm was like a knife, slashing at the burly man. The terrifying power made the burly man's heart tremble. Block it. The burly man roared madly and used his blood meridian fusion to unleash his full strength, hoping to block Lu Ming's move. Bang! The moment they exchanged blows, the burly man's bloodline and his body were torn into pieces. Even his spiritual god could not escape and was killed by Lu Ming in one move. In front of Lu Ming, ordinary martial artists in the great circle of the spiritual god stage were as weak as babies and could not withstand a single blow. How did this happen? Quickly run. The remaining people's eyes almost popped out when they saw this scene. Then they screamed in horror and fled in all directions. It's too late to escape now. Lu Ming sneered and his figure flashed at high speed. Not long after, a series of screams rang out in the forest. The remaining people were all killed by Lu Ming, and all their storage rings fell into his hands. Lu Ming moved and left the place. Not long after, Lu Ming left the Red Devil Mountain and sat cross-legged on a not-so-high mountain peak, waiting for news. Those guys have been killing people for goods. I wonder if they have any good things. Since he had nothing to do, Lu Ming took out the storage rings of the few people he killed and casually counted them. These guys were indeed very rich. The raw stones added up to almost 50 million, and there were all kinds of spirit weapons and spirit herbs. It was obvious that these few guys had robbed quite a number of people during this period of time and were extremely rich. What? All of a sudden, a metal box caught Lu Ming's attention. He opened the metal box and saw a rolled-up drawing inside. He did not know what the drawing was made of. It felt light and the texture was very soft. Lu Ming opened it and his eyes narrowed. Seemed to be a map. However, the drawing was very complicated. The lines crisscrossed. For a moment, Lu Ming's eyes were a little blurry. A map? Could it be related to the pure spirit body? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Then he smiled and shook his head. It could not be such a coincidence that he would get the map of the pure spirit body after killing a gang of bandits. Let's take some time to study it. Lu Ming smiled faintly and kept the map. He then meditated and adjusted his breathing, waiting quietly. 3 days passed and many people came out of Red Devil Mountain. In the past few days, many experts had almost turned Red Devil Mountain upside down, but there was no news about the pure spirit body. I'm cursing. I've probably been played. If this old man finds out who played me, I'll cut him into 8 pieces. Damn it, there's nothing here. What a waste of time. Some experts cursed and left the Red Devil Mountain. Lu Ming also left the Red Fiend Mountain and returned to the city. When everyone returned to the city, they heard an important piece of news. It was said that someone had obtained a map to find a pure spirit body. Through the map, one could find the location of a pure spirit body. There were already many experts chasing after the person who had the map. And the direction was all the way south towards the ocean. As soon as the news came out, it caused a commotion. Many experts hurriedly left the city and flew towards the south. A map. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He could not help but think of the map that he had obtained from the gang of bandits. There can't be 2 maps, right? Lu Ming shook his head. He left the city and headed south. Everyone was as fast as lightning. After a long journey, they finally stopped in a swamp. There were many people surrounding the swamp. The one who obtained the map was a supreme martial artist. Someone spread the news, causing most people's faces to change. If a supreme martial artist obtained the map, who could snatch it from him? Any martial artist below the supreme being level would be courting death if they went there. It was no wonder that so many people were surrounding the perimeter of the swamp, not daring to enter. I know which supreme being it is. It should be the 100 Poisons Supreme. He obtained the map and escaped into the boundless swamp. There are already supreme beings who have entered. I heard that the son of the Sea Guarding Commander-in-Chief of the South Deity Palace led many supreme martial artists and charged in. It's definitely going to be a huge battle. Many people were discussing. This news made most of the martial artists stop in their tracks, not daring to enter. It was obvious that the boundless swamp would become the battlefield of the supreme martial artists. If others entered, they would have no hope of obtaining the map. They might even lose their lives. Buzz. Suddenly, a figure rushed into the swamp and disappeared. Who is that? You actually dare to enter? Nonsense, that's a supreme martial artist. Heavens, another supreme being has appeared. Chapter 1276. 1276 Chapter 1276 Many Supreme Martial Artists. The appearance of a supreme martial artist from time to time shocked everyone, but at the same time, it also made them excited. This time it was unknown how many supreme martial artists would be attracted. Look, who's that? You actually dare to enter? Suddenly someone shouted. Everyone looked over and saw a young man walking in the air, heading toward the swamp. This young man was Lu Ming. It's true. This kid really doesn't want to live. He actually dares to rush in. Such great courage. In my opinion, it's not that he's gutsy, but that he's overestimating his own abilities. He's blinded by greed. When paragons fight, it's incredibly dangerous. If he gets caught in the middle of it, he'll definitely die. This kid should have died long ago. That's right, he's too overconfident. How old does he look? How strong can his cultivation be? Lu Ming walked towards the swamp, causing a commotion. Lu Ming could hear all these discussions clearly, but he could not be bothered with them. He flew forward and disappeared in the blink of an eye. But then again, it's rare to see so many supreme martial artists fighting. It'd be a pity to miss it. You're right. Do you want to go in and watch? That's too dangerous. We'll hide in the distance and watch. If the situation doesn't look right, we'll retreat immediately. There shouldn't be a problem. Someone said, showing an expression of interest. It was rare to see a battle between sovereigns, especially between many sovereigns. For some 9th-level spiritual god realm martial artists, especially those in the great circle of the spiritual god realm, it would have a great boosting effect. Seeing how a supreme being used the embryonic form of a domain might inspire some great circle spiritual god martial artists, allowing them to comprehend the embryonic form of a domain and step into the supreme being realm. Many people were moved by his words. Scope. We'll watch from a distance. There shouldn't be any problems. That kid just now probably had the same idea. Someone said, then flew into the swamp. After the first one, the second one followed. Then many people flew into the swamp. Some of the 8th, 9th and perfected spiritual god realm experts rushed into the swamp. Of course, no matter how low one's cultivation was, they really didn't dare to enter. If the difference was too great, if a battle broke out, they wouldn't even be able to escape. Lu Ming continued to move forward. He was surrounded by endless swamps. However, along the way he could see traces of a big battle from time to time. Lu Ming followed these traces and continued his pursuit. An hour later, a few figures appeared in the air. There were 3 of them, an old man and a middle-aged man. All of them had strong auras and were supreme being experts. However, these 3 people were standing around a young man, protecting him in the middle. It was obvious that this young man was their leader. Only at the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. With a sweep of his spiritual senses, Lu Ming discovered that the youth was only at the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. It could be said that his cultivation was very low and Lu Ming did not take him seriously at all. However, the other party's identity was obviously not ordinary. He had a few supreme beings protecting him. The other party also saw Lu Ming. The young man cast a cold glance at Lu Ming. You overestimate yourself. You actually dared to chase me here. You're really looking for death. The young man snorted, a disdainful sneer on his face. Buzz. At this moment, a figure flew over from the distance. It was a white-haired elder who was also a supreme being expert. The white-haired old man came to the young man's side and bowed. Young master, we found out that the 100 Poisons master is hiding in the dark swamp in front of us. He's using the poisonous gas in the dark swamp to set up a poisonous gas array. Does the 100 Poisons paragon think that he can stop us with mere poisonous gas? How naive. Let's go, let's attack together and break the poison array, then kill the 100 Poisons master. Let's go. The young man ordered as he led the supreme martial artists forward. They did not even look at Lu Ming and completely ignored him. In their eyes, Lu Ming was just a curious person who came to watch the show. He was not a threat to them and could be completely ignored. Not long after, a dull roar came from the front. It was obvious that someone had made a move. Lu Ming squinted his eyes. He took a step forward and flew toward the source of the sound. At this moment, a large group of people appeared behind Lu Ming. They were all experts at the 8th, 9th and even the great circle of the spiritual god realm. They had also come here. There are fluctuations of a great battle ahead. It must be a supreme martial artist. Let's advance carefully and hide in the distance to watch the battle. Someone suggested. Everyone nodded and headed towards the source of the voice. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at his destination. In front of them was a pitch-black swamp. On the swamp, there was a thick black poisonous gas floating. It looked extremely terrifying. In the black poisonous gas there were runes shining. Poisonous gas of various colors spread out and combined with the black poisonous gas to exert even more power. The young man was standing in the void with 2 supreme martial artists guarding him. In front of him were 3 paragons who were constantly bombarding the black mist. The terrifying power caused the black mist to roil continuously, but it couldn't be broken through at the moment. The poison array of the Master of 100 Poisons is quite powerful. The 2 of you attack together and break the array. The young man instructed the 2 supreme martial artists beside him. Young master, we can't do that. It's too dangerous here. If we leave and something happens to you, we won't be able to explain it to the marshal. One of the supreme martial artists shook his head. The Divine Ruins continent was too vast. The southern deity palace ruled over a large area of the southern region of the Divine Ruins continent, but it was also difficult to completely control it. Therefore, the southern deity palace would mobilize a few commanders and lead the army to guard all sides. This young man's father was the commander of the South God Palace's coastal area. He held a high position and power, and his cultivation base was unfathomable. This time, for the sake of the pure spirit bodies, he had brought a total of 5 supreme martial artists. Could be said to be a big deal. In this coastal area, who would dare to touch this young master? You don't have to worry. Go and help break the poison array of the 100 Poisons Master. The young man instructed. His tone was filled with confidence. But the 2 supreme martial artists were still hesitant. Buzz. Buzz. Right at this moment, there was a ripple in space and 2 figures appeared not far away. The auras of the 2 figures were extremely dense. They were clearly supremes. I'm the son of the sea suppressing Marshal Haitian. The Master of 100 Poisons is hiding in this poison formation. If you help me break the formation, I'll reward you handsomely. The young man was delighted. The son of the sea suppressing Marshal. The 2 supreme martial artists' expressions changed slightly. They revealed a trace of fear, but it was only a trace. We can attack together, one of them said. If there's really a map for pure spirit bodies later, we'll fight for it with our own abilities. You're negotiating with me? Haitian's face turned cold. Of course. Although you are the son of the sea-suppressing marshal, we are also from the South God Palace. The sea-suppressing marshal can't suppress us. One of the supreme martial artists sneered. They were all supreme martial artists with extraordinary backgrounds. Although they were slightly afraid of Haitian, they were not afraid. Haitian's expression turned ugly. Chapter 1277. 1277 Chapter 1277 Chaotic battle between supreme martial artists. In this coastal area, his father was the overlord and not many people dared to not give him face. But this time the pure spirit body had attracted many experts. Some of them were from the other big families and forces of the South God Palace. They were not afraid of the sea-suppressing marshal. Haitian rolled his eyes and pondered for a moment. He said, "All right, you can all attack together. After breaking the poison gas formation, the pure spirit bodies can fight for the map with their own abilities." He had brought 5 supreme martial artists with him and was confident in his ability to suppress the crowd. Count me in. Add me. At this moment, a few more voices could be heard as a few figures appeared. Each of them had a terrifying aura and they were all supreme martial artists. Lu Ming was standing not far away. 1,000 miles behind him, the martial artists of the perfected spiritual god realm, 9th level spiritual god realm, and 8th level spiritual god realm were watching from afar. So many supreme martial artists. I really don't know how many supreme martial artists have been attracted this time. There are more than 10 people in front. There are definitely more. With so many supreme martial artists, the 100 Poisons Supreme won't be able to keep his map. Some of them were discussing among themselves as they stared ahead in excitement. Boom, boom, boom. The supreme martial artists who came later all exploded one by one. Their terrifying auras soared into the sky, stirring up huge holes in the sky. It was extremely terrifying. A bright light flashed and all kinds of terrifying attacks burst out, blasting towards the poison gas formation. Boom, boom, boom. The sky was shattered like tofu under the attack of the supreme martial artist. All kinds of attacks accompanied by spatial storms fell on the poison gas array. With so many supreme martial artists taking action, they were going to use powerful means to break the poison gas formation. The poisonous gas of the poisonous gas formation was also extremely terrifying. When it came into contact with those attacks, it gave off a sizzling sound as if it was corroding those attacks. However, although the poison gas formation was powerful, there were a total of 8 supreme martial artists attacking. The power of the 8 supreme martial artists' attack was too astonishing. It could destroy the heavens and earth. Although the poison formation was strong, it couldn't withstand such a powerful attack. Hoo-hoo. The poisonous gas rolled and was annihilated by the terrifying attack, turning into nothing. The multicolored poisonous gas in front of him slowly faded and was slowly annihilated. Then some of the inscriptions crumbled one by one under the terrifying power. The inscriptions collapsed and the formation collapsed even faster. The poisonous gas dissipated even faster. The poison gas formation was about to be broken. Whoosh. Suddenly, a figure wrapped in black poisonous gas broke through the air and flew into the distance. 100 Poisons Paragon. It's 100 Poisons Paragon. Stop him. Hai Tian shouted. Buzz. Buzz. Whoosh. With a flash, the 8 supreme martial artists executed extremely fast movement techniques and chased after the 100 Poisons Supreme. All kinds of attacks were launched at the 100 Poisons Supreme. 100 Poisons Supreme was helpless and could only try his best to dodge. As a result, his speed was greatly reduced, and he was surrounded by the 8 supreme martial artists. Baidu, hand over the map of the pure spirit body. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape death. Hai Tian shouted as he rushed over with the 2 supreme martial artists beside him. Ah, what a joke. Why should I give it to you? I paid a huge price to get the map for the pure spirit body. Why should I give it to you? 100 Poisons Master laughed crazily. If you don't give it to me today, you'll die. Hai Tian sneered. You're just a piece of trash. If you didn't have a powerful father, I could kill you with a single breath. 100 Poisons Master looked at Hai Tian with disdain. You're looking for death. Attack and kill this person. Hai Tian's face was flushed red as he roared. Hai Tian's talent was very ordinary. He had only awakened an 8th-rank divine bloodline, which was far inferior to the top geniuses. He was not even qualified to participate in the disciple selection of the Heavenly God sect. This was a sore point in his heart. He was proud and arrogant, and he hated it the most when people said that his talent was inferior to others. If they said anything about him, they would die. 100 Poisons Master dared to call him trash, which was a big taboo for him. The 3 supreme martial artists who took orders from Hai Tian immediately attacked 100 Poisons Supreme. 3 terrifying attacks enveloped 100 Poisons Supreme. A hint of ruthlessness appeared on 100 Poisons Supreme's face as he cut off one of his arms. As soon as the arm fell, it turned into a 7-colored poisonous gas and spread on the spot. Not good. The faces of those supreme martial artists turned green as soon as they were hit by the poisonous gas. The other supreme martial artists also retreated. 100 Poisons Master wanted to take this opportunity to break out of the siege. Attack! Don't let him escape. Hai Tian roared. The supreme martial artists who were under Hai Tian's command did not care about the poisonous gas and attacked with all their might to stop 100 Poisons Supreme. The other supreme martial artists also reacted and attacked. Boom! 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 A violent boom rang out between heaven and earth. The supreme beings were exchanging blows with astonishing power. However, the 100 Poisons Paragon was only one person after all, and there was no way he could escape. After a few moves, he was severely injured and spat out mouthfuls of blood. The map of the pure spirit bodies. Here you go. In the end, 100 Poisons Supreme had no choice but to take off the storage ring on his finger and throw it to one of the supreme martial artists. This supreme martial artist was not Hai Tian's subordinate. When he saw the storage ring, he was overjoyed. He grabbed it in his hand and retreated. Hand it over. You're looking for death. The other paragons roared as they cast aside Paragon 100 Poisons and charged toward the paragon. The 100 Poisons Paragon retreated far away, his body seething with poisonous gas as he tried his best to recuperate. However, he didn't leave just like that. It was obvious that he was unwilling to hand over the map and was waiting for an opportunity. You dare to snatch from me? I'll kill whoever snatches from me. Kill them. Tian roared. The 8 supreme beings were engaged in a chaotic battle. The battle was extremely intense and the terrifying energy swept in all directions. The 100 Poisons Paragon's storage ring could be taken by one person or another, and no one could keep it for themselves. Whoever got it would be surrounded. I'd like to see what this map looks like. Lu Ming muttered as he stepped forward, heading towards the battlefield of the supreme martial artists. That kid, what does he want to do? He actually walked forward. He's really looking for death. Does he also want to fight for the map? What a joke. He's overestimating himself. In the distance, the martial artists who were watching the battle were stunned at first, but then they sneered. Tian was also slightly stunned. Then he revealed a ferocious expression and said, "Brat, you're looking for death. Kill him." At the edge of the sea and sky, a supreme being nodded and waved his palm. A saber light slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming cast a nonchalant glance at Tian. He suddenly sped up to avoid the saber light and rushed toward the supreme martial artist battlefield. Die. On the battlefield, a supreme martial artist who took orders from Tian threw a punch at Lu Ming. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted coldly and threw a punch at his opponent. Haha, this brat actually dares to exchange blows with a supreme martial artist. Someone sneered, but before he could finish his sentence he was stunned. At the scene, the others were also stunned and tongue-tied. Chapter 1278. 1278. Lu Ming takes action. Boom. The 2 fists collided. Lu Ming's punch contained 9 streams of dragon energy, which contained 5 concepts. When he used the prison-suppressing heaven technique, the power was terrifying. The 2 fists collided and the space exploded. The surrounding space spread in all directions like a spider web. A terrifying force shot out. Then a figure trembled and stepped on the void with loud bangs. He retreated madly, causing the space to tremble. To everyone's surprise, the figure was not Lu Ming, but the supreme being, a burly supreme being. Lu Ming's figure did not move an inch. Everyone was stunned and dumbfounded. They found it hard to believe. Even the supreme martial artists who were in the midst of a chaotic battle were stunned and stopped fighting. A young man who didn't even look 30 years old had actually forced a supreme martial artist to retreat with a single punch. How was this possible? Who was this person? Damn it, kill. The supreme being who had been pushed back finally reacted and let out an angry roar. He was a dignified supreme being, yet he was forced back by a young man's punch. He felt that he had lost a lot of face. At this time he could no longer care about snatching the map. He wanted to kill Lu Ming and restore his reputation. 2 pairs of gloves appeared on his head. This was his bloodline, a 6th level divine level bloodline. He put on the gloves and punched continuously. The power of his fist technique increased several times. The fist force that was as heavy as a mountain drowned Lu Ming. Kill. His essential core boiled and the 9 dragon energies caused Lu Ming's strength to skyrocket. He punched out with both fists continuously and exchanged blows with his opponent. Bang, bang, bang. After exchanging more than 10 punches, Lu Ming had the upper hand and suppressed his opponent. In the distance, the martial artists who were watching the battle were dumbfounded. They were completely speechless. Previously, they had thought that Lu Ming had overestimated himself and dared to enter the place. They had thought that he was courting death or that Lu Ming was just like them and wanted to watch from a distance. However, Lu Ming actually charged into the battlefield. They thought that Lu Ming was courting death and was dead for sure. But the result was far beyond their expectations. Lu Ming's combat ability almost blinded them. Lu Ming was actually able to fight against a supreme being and even suppress one. This was simply like a fantasy. It's time to end this. Lu Ming muttered. The 3rd bloodline appeared above his head. A surge of energy gushed out from the 3rd bloodline and surged into Lu Ming's body. After borrowing the power of the 3rd bloodline, Lu Ming's strength increased greatly. Boom. Lu Ming threw a punch and forced the other party to retreat. With another punch, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The other party's fist had been broken by Lu Ming's punch. Whoosh. The 3rd bloodline turned into a combat sword, cutting through the void and slashing at the other party. The other party screamed as one of his arms was cut off by the blood sword. The other party retreated frantically, his face filled with fear. The other supreme martial artists, including Hai Tian, were all shocked. A supreme martial artist was injured just like that. What kind of battle prowess was this? Give me the map. Lu Ming fixed his eyes on one of the supreme martial artists and charged toward him. The storage ring of 100 poisons supreme was in the hands of that supreme martial artist. The supreme being's expression changed drastically when he saw Lu Ming charging toward him. He retreated at top speed. You can't escape. Lu Ming took a step forward and charged at the other party. Boom. Lu Ming struck out with his palm and a ferocious spatial crack appeared in the void. A chaotic spatial storm surged towards the other party. The supreme being tried his best to resist, but he was still forced to retreat. Lu Ming's current strength was too powerful. He had already far surpassed the average supreme being. Let's attack together. This person is too strong. The supreme martial artist roared. That's right, let's attack together. All of you attack together. Kill this person first and then get the map of the pure spirit body. Hai Tian also shouted. He looked at Lu Ming with a gaze filled with jealousy and hatred. He was envious of Lu Ming's talent. He looked younger than him, but his cultivation and combat strength were so terrifying. He hated it. He was so jealous that he wanted to go crazy. He wanted to destroy Lu Ming and make such a genius disappear from the world. Young master. On the horizon, the two supreme martial artists were still hesitating. Attack. I order you all to attack and kill this man together. Hai Tian roared in anger. The two supreme beings had no choice but to charge at Lu Ming. The other supreme beings also attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming's combat strength was too strong. They felt threatened. If Lu Ming got the pure spirit body map, it would be difficult for them to take it. Therefore they decided to get rid of Lu Ming first. The 10 supreme beings attacked Lu Ming at the same time. Their power was extremely terrifying. Roar. A dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens and the 9 dragon bloodlines emerged. Lu Ming performed the fusion of the bloodlines and transformed into 9 dragons. The devouring power burst out and enveloped all the supreme beings. Then the dragon claw stepped out continuously. Bang! Bang! 2 supreme martial artists were struck by the dragon claw and retreated while coughing up blood. Buzz! The divine dragon wagged its tail, and one of Hai Tian's supreme martial artists was sent flying while vomiting blood. Clang! Above the heads of the 9 dragons, the lightning cauldron appeared. Thousands of lightning bolts filled the air and enveloped the remaining supreme martial artists. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang out as all the supreme beings' attacks were blocked. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In the distance, gasps of cold air could be heard. The large mouthfuls of cold air almost caused their lungs to explode. This was too shocking. 10 supreme beings had joined forces to besiege a young man. In the end, not only had this young man blocked all of them, but a few of them had even been injured. How was this possible? He is Lu Ming, the Divine Wilderness Continent's Lu Ming, the #1 prodigy of the Divine Ruins Continent. Suddenly, one of the supreme martial artists shouted. This supreme being had also gone to watch the selection of the major sects in the Yuan continent and recognized Lu Ming. What? He's Lu Ming? The strongest heaven's favorite among the younger generation in the Divine Ruins Continent? Didn't he return to the Divine Ruins Continent? Why are you still here? My God, it's actually him. No wonder he's so terrifying. The scene was in an uproar. By now, Lu Ming's name had already spread to every corner of the Divine Ruins. Most people knew that during the selection of disciples by the major sects in the Yuanlu continent, the Divine Wilderness Continent had emerged as a new force. The most terrifying person was still a youth called Lu Ming. He had suppressed all the heroes and obtained first place. No one in the younger generation could match him. Even if he's the #1 expert of the younger generation, his combat strength is terrifying enough. Someone sighed. It was truly astonishing that he could remain unscathed under the joint attack of 10 great supremes. Damn it, it's actually him. Hai Tian gritted his teeth in hatred. Leave it to me. Kill. the 9 dragons said indifferently as they turned and charged toward the supreme being who had the storage ring of the 100 poisons supreme. The man wanted to resist, but after being beaten up by Lu Ming until he vomited a large mouthful of blood, he did not dare to resist anymore. He threw the storage ring to Lu Ming, who grabbed it. Lu Ming grabbed the storage ring. With a thought, a rolled-up map appeared in his hands. What? As soon as he held the map, Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. Chapter 1279. 1279 Chapter 1279 Two maps. This was because the feeling that this map gave him was almost exactly the same as the map he had obtained from the bandit. The material, texture and weight were all the same. Lu Ming opened the map and he was a little dumbfounded. The contents of the map were exactly the same as what he had obtained. There were no changes. There are 2 maps, strange. Lu Ming frowned. Generally speaking, there would only be one such precious map. How could there be 2? Could it be fake? Lu Ming guessed in his heart. Lu Ming, I'm the son of the sea suppressing marshal. I advise you to hand over the map so that you don't get into trouble, he said. Not far away, Hai Tian said, staring at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. So what if Lu Ming was talented? He was just a young man from the Divine Wilderness continent. In the coastal regions of the Divine Ruins, he had to listen to him obediently. Otherwise he could have easily killed Lu Ming with just one emperor. No matter how strong one's talent was, if one didn't grow up, one would still be just an ordinary martial artist. The 5 supreme beings under Hai Tian surrounded Lu Ming and glared at him like tigers eyeing their prey. The other supreme beings were also staring at the map in Lu Ming's hands with burning eyes. They could not wait to take it for themselves. There was really a map. It seemed like the matter of the pure spirit body was true. The temptation of a pure spirit body to them was too strong. Most of them would be stuck at the supreme being realm for the rest of their lives. It was too difficult for them to take another step and break through to the emperor realm. But with a pure spirit body there was hope. As long as they could cultivate a pure spirit body, they would be able to form a true spirit body and step into the emperor realm. The temptation of becoming an emperor who could live for 10 to 20,000 years and dominate the world was too strong. They would not give up easily even though they knew that Lu Ming was very powerful. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into an inexplicable smile. He looked at Hai Tian and said, "You want the map? Sure, I'll give it to you." Lu Ming flung the map to another supreme being, who was not the one who took orders from Hai Tian. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect Lu Ming to hand over the map so easily. It seems that Lu Ming is still afraid of Hai Tian. Everyone had the same thought. Hai Tian's lips curled into a cold smile. He also thought that Lu Ming was afraid of him. So what if he's talented? Without any backing, you still have to listen to me, don't you? Hai Tian sneered. Although he knew that Lu Ming had been accepted as a disciple by the Dragon God Valley, a major sect in the Yuanlu continent, he was not afraid at all since Lu Ming had not officially joined the Dragon God Valley. He didn't even give me the map. When my big brother arrives, I'll definitely teach him a good lesson. Hai Tian thought to himself. Lu Ming threw out the map and it led to another chaotic battle. On the other hand, Lu Ming transformed into his human form. He took a step forward and suddenly appeared beside Hai Tian. Hai Tian's expression changed slightly as he chided, "Lu Ming, what are you doing?" "Nothing much. It's just that your face makes me very unhappy. Moreover, you have the intention to kill me. You wanted to kill me before. I'm a person who holds grudges." Lu Ming smiled faintly. You dare?" Hai Tian's expression changed. "Pa." Lu Ming swung his hand and slapped Hai Tian's face, causing him to spin dozens of times. One side of his face was swollen and he was completely stunned. Lu Ming actually dared to hit him. Didn't Lu Ming hand over the map just now because he was afraid of him? How dare she hit him now? Hai Tian felt that his brain couldn't process this. "Young master." Hai Tian's supreme being subordinates roared and pounced on Lu Ming. "Don't worry, I won't kill you." Lu Ming smiled and took a step forward. His figure disappeared and he was nowhere to be seen in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming did not kill Hai Tian not because he was afraid of the forces behind him, but because he wanted to use them to crack the map and find the pure spirit body. The map was very complicated, and the more people there were, the higher the chance of cracking it. After Lu Ming left, Hai Tian came to his senses. He covered one side of his face and shouted madly. He screamed hysterically, but Lu Ming could no longer hear him. He walked out of the swamp, and soon he was out of the endless swamp. That guy is out. As soon as Lu Ming came out of the swamp, many eyes turned to him. I was certain that he was going to come out. He must have seen the shocking battle between supreme martial artists inside. He must have been scared and ran out. That's right, that's definitely the case. He's just a clown, why bother with him? A series of voices rang out, some of which were filled with disdain. Lu Ming could not be bothered. He left the place and returned to the city. Not long after Lu Ming left, a group of people came out. It was the group of people who were watching the battle. How is it? How's the battle inside? Did a great battle break out between the supreme martial artists? Is there any news about the pure spirit bodies? Many people began to ask. The map with the pure spirit body has appeared. The battle between the supreme martial artists. A great circle spirit god expert explained. When he mentioned that the young man was Lu Ming and that Lu Ming had displayed his might and fought against the 10 great masters, the entire place fell silent. You mean, that young man was Lu Ming, the most powerful youth? He even fought with the 10 great supremes, seized the map and finally handed it over on his own accord? Someone asked in disbelief. Not bad. The person from before nodded. The people outside the swamp were dumbfounded. Some of their faces were flushed red from shame. Just now they had laughed at Lu Ming and said that he was afraid. However, the fact was that Lu Ming could fight against 10 great supremes alone and snatch the map from them. His combat strength was beyond their imagination. Lu Ming ignored them just now because he did not care about them at all. They were the real clowns in Lu Ming's eyes. When they thought of this, their faces turned red. Not long after, Hai Tian and the others also appeared. In the end, Hai Tian's side was stronger in this battle. He had brought 5 supreme martial artists with him, and one of them had even awakened a 7th-level divine bloodline, which made him stronger than ordinary supreme martial artists. The 5 of them joined forces and seized the map. After Hai Tian seized the map, he disappeared with the experts. Many people guessed that they were studying the map. Many experts had secretly sent people to keep an eye on Hai Tian and the others' movements. As long as Hai Tian and the others discovered something, they would be able to find some clues by following them. Lu Ming was also studying the map. Of course, he asked Dan Dan to come along. Dan Dan was an old antique and was proficient in all kinds of inscriptions. It was most appropriate to ask her to study this kind of map. The 2 of them studied the map for 2 days. All the lines on this map actually lead to some places when they come together. It's a pity that I'm not familiar with the nearby geographical locations. Otherwise, I would definitely be able to find the destination by matching the geographical locations. Dandan said slowly as she walked around the map with her claws behind her back. Oh, then I'll go and buy a few maps of the continent of the divine ruins. Lu Ming said. Sai, even if we compare it to the map, it won't be that easy to find it. After all, the map won't be so detailed. Dandan sighed. Chapter 1280. 1280 Chapter 1280 Route. Even so, Lu Ming still went to buy a few maps, including the map of the Divine Ruins continent and the ocean, to study them together. Just as Lu Ming and the rest were studying it, a black-robed elder was sitting cross-legged in a secret room in the city. The black-robed old man's face was full of wrinkles, and his expression was ferocious. No, there are too few maps. They won't be able to figure it out in a short time. I don't have time to wait anymore. I might as well release a large number of maps. There are so many people, someone must be able to find it. I must find the cultivation method of the pure spirit body. This is my only hope. The black-robed elder said in a cold voice. Then a bunch of maps appeared in his hands. He took one out and opened it. It was exactly the same as the one Lu Ming had. It was a map of pure spirit bodies. There were not just 1 or 2 pieces of the map. There were many pieces, and they were all copied by the black-robed elder. A day later, another pure spirit body map appeared, which led to an intense fight. In the end, it was taken by a supreme martial artist. But after that, there were more and more maps regarding pure spirit bodies. In the beginning, the competition was still very intense, and whenever a supreme martial artist appeared, he would take action. But later, it seemed that all the supreme martial artists had appeared, and the map appeared, but only the spiritual god realm masters took action. Later on, there were more and more maps. By a rough estimate, there were hundreds of maps. Could the map be fake? Such a situation made many people speculate. Perhaps it was true. Someone had obtained the map first but couldn't figure it out, so he threw out so many copies of the map. He wanted to use the power of others to find the cultivation method of a pure spirit body. After that, such remarks were thrown out, causing many people to be skeptical. However, no one would give up easily. After all, a pure spirit body was too tempting. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, no one would give up. Many people were holding the map and studying it carefully. Later on, some people even joined together and started to study it. A few days later, someone had indeed made some progress and flew out of the sea. The location indicated on the map should be overseas. Dandan also came to a conclusion. In an instant, countless people gathered together and flew toward the ocean. Hoo-hoo! The sea breeze whistled and blew against their faces. When they arrived at the seaside, they could see the boundless ocean. Buzz, buzz, buzz. One figure after another rode the wind and broke through the waves, flying toward the ocean. Some of them had extremely powerful auras and were extremely terrifying. They were all Supreme Being experts. Look, that's Hai Tian. The sea-suppressing marshal has sent more experts. Some people looked at the sky. Everyone saw that there were a total of 9 people on the edge of the sea and sky. All of them had terrifying and powerful auras, and they were all Supreme Beings. However, this time Hai Tian was not the leader. He followed behind a man in his 40s with a respectful expression. That's Hai Tian's big brother Haiyu. He's a terrifying existence. It's said that he has awakened a 9th-level divine-level bloodline. He's already in his 40s and can enter the martial emperor realm at any time. His combat strength is terrifying. Haiyu has also come out. With his combat strength, he can easily kill ordinary Supreme Beings. Some people were discussing with fear when they mentioned Haiyu. A Supreme Being with a 9th-level divine bloodline. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. A 9th-level divine bloodline was absolutely terrifying. Such a person would definitely become an emperor, and their battle prowess could not be measured with common sense. Haiyu, if he was not over 30 years old, he could participate in the selection of disciples of the Tianxin sect. It was easy to imagine how powerful a chosen like him would be once he reached the paragon level. Even Lu Ming might not be confident if he were to face them now. Haiyu, Hai Tian, and the others flew toward the ocean. Then more and more people followed. Lu Ming mixed in with the crowd and flew together. After flying for an entire day, they had no idea how far they had traveled before a small island appeared in front of them. Could it be on this island? Many people's eyes lit up. No, this island is only the first location. It's a point of reference. Someone said. They had completely understood the map and the positions of the stars in the sky, and they were looking for the answer. This island was not the final destination. It pointed to the next location. Some of them took out the map and studied it together. In the end, they found the right path and continued to fly overseas. A day later, they found the second island. Unfortunately, after some research, it was still not the final destination but a guiding place. By eliminating this island, he could find the next location. Everyone studied and calculated together before continuing to fly. Another day passed and they arrived at the third island. This island was still not the final destination. However, at this point, everyone encountered some difficulties. They found a ruin on the island, all of which were abandoned stone pillars. Some people guessed that this was a key point in studying the map, but it seemed to be missing something and they couldn't figure out the final route. There's really something missing. The ruins should give us a hint. Dandan frowned and pondered seriously. Everyone studied it for an entire day but they found nothing. These ruins are similar to the stone plate that was passed down in my family. At this moment, an old man walked into the ruins and took out a stone plate. Buzz. The stone plate trembled and emitted light. At the same time, the ruins also trembled and emitted light. The ruins and the stone plate resonated with each other. There's a reaction. Someone exclaimed. Look, there are some routes. Everyone could see that the stone plate and the ruins were reacting to each other. As the light shone, some patterns were formed. These patterns seemed to be some kind of route. Everyone hurriedly combined the route with the map and began to deduce. I got it, I found the route. Someone shouted in excitement. In the end, everyone worked together to find the next route and continued to fly toward the ocean. As expected, my choice was correct. I could only reach this far by myself. In the crowd, an old man in a black robe had an excited expression on his face. The old man was the one who had given him the map. He had obtained the map a long time ago, but after decades of research he could only find the third island. He had no idea what to do next. Therefore he had made a large number of copies of the map, hoping to find the method of the pure spirit body with the help of others. Sure enough, this method worked. It had only been a few days, but the gains were greater than what he had gained from decades of research. Then they found the fourth island and then the fifth island. 10 days later the group found a total of 9 islands. The 9 islands seemed to have a mysterious connection. They had to find one before they could find the next. However, the 9th island seemed to be the end. Everyone studied it and discovered that the 9th island was the last island. The next step would be to find the location of the pure spirit body cultivation technique. Everyone was excited. Chapter 1281. 1281 The Monster at the Bottom of the Sea. Everyone studied it carefully and finally found that the final destination was at the bottom of the sea. In the depths of a secret ocean. Plop, plop. Many experts jumped into the sea and headed in the direction of the pure spirit bodies according to the map. Lu Ming followed suit and jumped into the sea. They were already in the open sea. The water was very deep. They kept diving 100 meters, 1,000 meters, and finally they were more than 100,000 meters deep. At this depth, the pressure of the sea water had reached a terrifying level. Even a high-level spirit weapon would be crushed into a ball under such water pressure. The terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. He circulated his essential core to protect his body, and at the same time he circulated the concept of water. A wonderful aura circulated around his body, and the sea water automatically separated itself from him. Lu Ming looked very relaxed, but the others were not so relaxed. A first-level spiritual god realm martial artist's body trembled, and his face turned pale. In the end he spat out a mouthful of blood and no longer dared to continue down. Instead he swam up rapidly. At this point, it was already very difficult for an ordinary low-rank spiritual god ancient martial art practitioner to resist. They would be crushed to death by the huge pressure. No matter how unwilling he was, he had no choice but to leave. This place was not the bottom yet. He still had to continue down, and he didn't know how deep it would be. It was pitch black all around, but those who could reach this place were all experts with strong eyesight. They could still see tens of thousands of meters around them. Whoosh. The group continued to dive, occasionally checking the map. Soon they had reached a depth of more than 200,000 meters. The water pressure here was even more terrifying, and many people's protective Xianyuan started to creak as if it would collapse at any time. At this point, Lu Ming discovered the underground mountain range. However, the rocks here were shockingly hard due to the terrifying water pressure all year round. They were harder than many strange metals outside, 100 times harder than ordinary steel. It's under that valley. Dandan stood on Lu Ming's shoulder and pointed at an underwater valley below. From a distance, it was pitch black as if it led to the abyss of hell. Lu Ming nodded and walked toward the valley. Obviously, the others had also noticed it and were swimming towards the valley. The number of people who could make it here was much less than before, but there were still about 1,000 people. The 1,000 people were like 1,000 tiny fish, swimming towards the dark valley. Whoosh! Suddenly the sea water churned. From a pitch-black cave on the edge of the valley, a huge creature suddenly pounced out. It opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow the powerhouses. The berserk aura was shocking. You're looking for death. Someone bellowed, and a beam of sword chi slashed out, slashing towards the behemoth. The person who attacked was an expert in the great circle of the spiritual god realm. However, they were in the deep sea and his strength was greatly suppressed. The sword chi slashed out at the bloody mouth, but it was immediately bitten by the mouth. The sharp teeth bit off the sword chi and a scarlet tongue rolled out, wrapping around the expert in the great circle of the spiritual god realm and pulling him into its mouth. Damn it! The great circle spirit god realm expert unleashed all sorts of terrifying attacks. However, he was more than 200,000 meters deep in the ocean, and his strength was greatly suppressed. The aura of the monster that had suddenly pounced out was only equivalent to that of a great circle spiritual god. However, the strength that the monster displayed here was far above that of an ordinary great circle spiritual god. The human great circle of the spiritual god realm was no match for it. The scarlet tongue pulled it into its mouth, and with a crack, it was bitten in two. Ah! The perfected spirit god realm expert let out a blood-curdling screech. However, in the next moment his screeching came to an abrupt end. He had been bitten into pieces by the monster and swallowed into its stomach. What kind of monster is this? Only then did everyone see the monster's appearance clearly. Its body was like a python and it looked like an eel at the same time. It was very long and its tail was in a cave in the valley. Only the upper part of its body could be seen. Its body was covered in scales and its eyes were blood red. It looked extremely ferocious. Its mouth moved as if it was eating with great relish. Its blood-red eyes stared at someone else, flashing with greed. Whoosh! The next moment he pounced again, opening his bloody mouth and biting at the human masters. You're looking for death. At this moment, a supreme being shouted coldly and stepped out. With a wave of his hand, a prototype domain spread out and enveloped the monster. Titi. The monster's scales started to sizzle as it was enveloped by the domain. Die. The Grand Master took a step forward and appeared on top of the monster's head. He punched the monster's head. Bang! With a boom, the monster roared and retreated. A part of its head caved in and blood flowed, but it was not killed. So strong. Many people's hearts trembled. This monster was too powerful. From his aura, he was only at the great circle of the spiritual god stage. If it was outside, a supreme being's attack would be enough to kill a perfect stage spiritual god. However, here the monster was only injured and not killed. Clearly, this monster lived at the bottom of the sea all year round. Here, the monster could display its strength, while the human warrior's strength was suppressed. The human sovereign's face darkened as he failed to kill the monster with a single strike. A snow-white saber appeared in his hand and he slashed out. An astonishing saber light split the seawater apart and slashed at the monster's neck. Poochie! Blood dyed the seawater red and the monster's head was cut off. However, the monster didn't die immediately after its head was cut off. Its lower body retreated frantically, trying to retreat back into the cave. However, when it was only halfway back, its life force was extinguished and it became limp and motionless. There's actually a sea monster in such a deep sea. We have to be careful. Someone muttered and increased their vigilance. Once a living being appeared in such a deep part of the ocean, it would definitely not be simple and would be very dangerous. Everyone continued to dive. The valley was really too deep. They dove another 10,000 meters, but they still didn't reach the bottom. Whoosh! Voila! Suddenly, the sea water churned and there was a roar around the valley. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At the same time there was a screech. The sound was terrifying and made one's hair stand on end. Then, to everyone's horror, they saw dozens of huge creatures on the walls of the valley pouncing at them. Monster, it's that kind of monster. Someone shouted in fear. This giant creature that suddenly pounced was exactly the same as the one that had appeared before. Its body was like a python, slender and long. Its eyes were blood red, its mouth was like a basin and its body was covered in scales. It was ferocious and terrifying. There were dozens of them here and each one of them had a terrifying aura. Ah! Ah! Caught off guard, more than a dozen human masters were bitten by the monster without being able to fight back. The monster's sharp teeth chewed them into pieces and they died on the spot. An exceptionally huge monster pounced at Hai Tian and the others. You're looking for death. At the edge of the sea, a supreme martial artist roared in anger. A long spear appeared in his hand. The long spear broke through the water and fought with the monster. After 3 moves, the monster was nailed to the bottom of the sea. Although the monster was strong, there was still a gap between it and a supreme being. Chapter 1282. 1282 Demonic Beasts in the Ocean. Voila! One of the monsters had its eyes on Lu Ming and was trying to bite his head. The dragon power in Lu Ming's body burst forth. He used his left hand to exert the devouring power and enveloped the monster. The fingers on his right hand grew longer and became like dragon claws. He clawed out. Puchi. Lu Ming grabbed the monster's head with his right hand and tore it apart with all his might. The monster's head was directly torn off and blood gushed out wildly, but it was all devoured by Lu Ming's devouring power. What dense blood essence power! The demonic power in it is even more shocking. After devouring the monster's blood essence and demonic energy, Lu Ming was secretly shocked. This monster was also a type of demonic beast. However, the demonic power in its body was astonishing. The power of its blood essence was also extremely dense, far exceeding that of ordinary human warriors. However, Lu Ming's current cultivation had already reached a bottleneck. Devouring and refining would not be of much help to him. Kill. A brutal fight was taking place in the depths of the ocean. Although the dozens of underwater monsters were powerful, the supreme being of the human race was still able to kill them easily. In the end, dozens of humans died, but the dozens of monsters were all killed one by one. Then everyone continued to dive, but they were more careful. As expected, they were attacked again not long after. It was a strange fish. It wasn't big and looked exactly like a rock. Even its aura was the same as a rock, as if it had no life. However, when Lu Ming and the rest approached, the stone-like fish suddenly launched an attack. This type of fish wasn't particularly strong, but there were many of them and they were extremely poisonous. If a great circle spirit god expert was bitten by this fish, they would be poisoned and paralyzed, unable to fight back. In this battle, another dozen powerhouses died. In the end, he had to rely on the strength of a supreme martial artist to kill the group of fish that were as hard as rocks. However, no one retreated. The temptation of a pure spirit body was too great. Since they had already come this far, no one wanted to return empty-handed. Everyone continued to dive. In total, they had already reached a depth of 300,000 meters. The water pressure here was simply unimaginable. Moreover, it was pitch black. With Lu Ming's vision, he could only see a radius of 1,000 meters. The others might be able to see even closer. "We've reached the bottom," someone said. Everyone was relieved. They had finally reached the end. Was the pure spirit body cultivation method here? "Guys, look. There's a crack," someone suddenly shouted. Everyone quickly gathered over and found a crack. Seemed to be a space tunnel. This is a space channel. The cultivation method of a pure spirit body must be hidden inside. The same thought appeared in everyone's mind and their eyes couldn't help but light up. Just as someone was about to rush in the distance, the sea water churned and an angry roar came. "How dare you invade my ancestral land? All of you must die." The roar was like a dragon's roar, passing through the rolling sea and rumbling. Then everyone saw a large group of black behemoths charging toward them. Demonic beasts, they were all demonic beasts and they were all ocean demonic beasts. Lu Ming saw huge octopuses, ferocious-looking sharks and slender eels. The one in the lead was covered in black scales. It had dragon horns and 4 claws under its belly. It was a flood dragon. It was a black water dragon. Moreover, the flood dragon's body had a strong true dragon's pressure. It obviously contained a strong true dragon's bloodline. Its terrifying aura could make people feel frightened even from far away. Supreme, this flood dragon is a supreme being expert. It contains 90% of the true dragon's bloodline. Lu Ming's pupils shrank slightly. A supreme flood dragon with 90% of the true dragon's bloodline would definitely have terrifying combat strength. Behind the flood dragon sovereign, the auras of many ocean demonic beasts were extremely astonishing. Many of them were at the supreme being level. Not good. Retreat. Charge into the spatial tunnel. Many of the human experts cried out in shock as they turned around and charged into the spatial tunnel. "You're looking for death." With a loud roar, the flood dragon sovereign extended his black dragon claw, which rapidly expanded in size as it clawed towards the humans. In an instant, more than a dozen high-level spiritual gods were crushed by the dragon's claws, their bodies and souls destroyed. Buzz. The dragon claw didn't stop as it clawed at one of the supreme martial artists. The Supreme Being's expression changed and a snow-white saber appeared in his hand. The saber radiance was astonishing, and it broke through the sea water to grab the dragon claw. With a bang, the blade light collapsed. The body of the human race's Supreme Being trembled violently. His face turned pale and he spat out a large mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. The gap was too great. They were both Supremes, but the human race's Supremes were no match for him. This was the bottom of the ocean, which was an advantage for flood dragons. Furthermore, the flood dragon Supreme contained 90% of the true dragon's bloodline, which was similar to the human race awakening a 9th-level divine bloodline. He was a genius among geniuses and was extremely powerful. At that moment, some of the human powerhouses had already rushed into the space tunnel and disappeared. Kill them all. Seeing this, the flood dragon sovereign became even more furious. He roared again and again and struck out with his dragon claws. Selah. The space was torn apart and the seawater gushed into the space crack and disappeared. A dragon claw swiped at Hai Tian and the others. Protect the young master. On the edge of the sea and sky, a few supreme martial artists roared and attacked the black dragon claw together. Boom. 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 The terrifying explosion instantly evaporated over 10,000 tons of seawater, creating a vacuum. A few supreme martial artists joined forces and blocked the black dragon claw. So many experts die. Hai Tian's group attracted the black water dragon's attention. Its eyes were cold as it stared at Hai Tian and the others. It let out a dragon roar and pounced toward them. At the same time, a few Supreme Being marine demonic beasts followed the flood dragon and pounced toward Hai Tian and the others. Under the sea, the ocean demonic beasts already had the advantage. At this moment, the supreme martial artists joined forces and their might was astonishing. Hai Tian's expression changed greatly, and he was incomparably frightened. Boom. Boom. Even the joint forces of a few Supreme Beings could not stop the Flood Dragon Supreme Being and were sent flying. Big brother, save me. Hai Tian shouted in fear. Selah. Hai Yu stepped forward and appeared beside Hai Tian. He activated his domain and a huge battle axe appeared in his hand. He swung the axe. Clang. The axe and the black flood dragon's claws collided, creating a shocking force that formed a storm. Some of the weaker Supreme Beings couldn't even stand still. Hai Yu was also in existence who had awakened a 9th-level divine rank bloodline. His combat strength was extremely shocking and was not any weaker than the Flood Dragon Sovereign. Even if he was at the bottom of the sea, he would not be much weaker. As the two of them collided, the bodies of the Flood Dragon Sovereign and Hai Yu swayed slightly, and they were forced to take a few steps back. There's actually an expert like you. But this is the bottom of the sea. Stay here. The Blackwater Dragon roared and attacked Hai Yu again. Bring Hai Tian into the spatial tunnel. I'll stop them. Hai Yu ordered the other Supremes before he used his bloodline fusion to fight with the Flood Dragon. Walala. The sea water churned, and the terrifying force stirred up the sea water within a radius of tens of thousands of meters. Chapter 1283. 1283 The Killing Intent of the Underwater Ancient City. This place was over 300,000 meters deep. An ordinary spiritual god would be crushed to death by the seawater, let alone stir it. However, the battle between Hai Yu and the Flood Dragon Sovereign was actually able to stir up the seawater within a radius of tens of thousands of meters. It was clear how terrifying the two's combat strength was. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 10 moves. So this is a Supreme Being with a 9th-ranked Divine Bloodline and a 90% Divine Beast Bloodline? His strength is indeed astonishing. Lu Ming mixed in with the crowd and casually fought with the demonic beast, but his eyes were fixed on the battle between Hai Yu and the Supreme Flood Dragon. The combat strength of the two people made Lu Ming feel rather solemn. Lu Ming felt that even if he were to use all his strength now, he would not be a match for Hai Yu or the Supreme Flood Dragon. The main reason was that his cultivation base was too far away from his opponents. If his cultivation had broken through to the great circle of the spiritual god stage, he was confident that he would be able to fight with the other party and even suppress him. But now he was still lacking a little. From the 9th level of the spiritual god realm to the great circle of the spiritual god realm, and from the great circle of the spiritual god realm to the supreme realm, The gap between each level was getting bigger and bigger. It was too difficult to cross over. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, it was more than enough to deal with or even suppress those supreme martial artists who had awakened a 6th-level divine-level bloodline. However, this was only the most ordinary supreme martial artist. The higher the grade of the bloodline, the stronger the combat power, and the more difficult it would be to deal with. Let's go. After watching for a while, Lu Ming had a rough understanding of Hai Yu and the Supreme Flood Dragon's abilities. Then he killed a sea demon at the Great Circle of the Spiritual God stage and followed the crowd into the space channel. The space spun. In the next moment, Lu Ming felt the pressure around him lighten. The essential core in his body started to circulate rapidly. There's no seawater here and there's no pressure from seawater. This was Lu Ming's first reaction. Immediately, Lu Ming scanned his surroundings. At this moment he was standing in the void and could clearly see that he was surrounded by seawater. However, it was isolated by a transparent layer, keeping the seawater outside. It was the same in all directions as if there was a restriction that isolated the sea. There was a spatial rift in the sky. It was the spatial passageway. Lu Ming and the rest had come in through the spatial passageway. That is, an ancient city. Then Lu Ming sized up the front. This area was completely occupied by a vast ancient city. In front of them, an ancient city stood tall. It was filled with the aura of the vicissitudes of time, as if it had crossed over from ancient times. The ancient city was vast. At a glance, it stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles. It was amazing that such an ancient city was hidden more than 300,000 meters under the sea. At this moment, some people were already flying toward the ancient city. Obviously, this ancient city was most likely their ultimate goal. The pure spirit body technique was most likely hidden in this ancient city. However, Lu Ming saw a strange scene. When some people flew above the ancient city, it was as if they could not fly suddenly or they were subjected to a great gravitational force. They could not stand in the void. Instead, they quickly descended and landed in the ancient city. It seems like we can't fly in this ancient city. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Buzz. All of a sudden, the space around Lu Ming trembled and many figures appeared. Hai Yu. One of them was Hai Yu. The rest were mostly sea demonic beasts such as the Flood Dragon Sovereign. Kill. As soon as the Flood Dragon Supreme appeared, he was about to attack Hai Yu. However, Hai Yu was not in the mood to fight. He took a step forward and flew toward the ancient city. Lu Ming did not hesitate. He used his movement technique and flew toward the ancient city. Kill all these humans. Let's go. Sovereign Wyvern ordered, leading the sea demons in pursuit of the ancient city. When Lu Ming arrived above the ancient city, he felt a strong gravitational force. Even with Lu Ming's cultivation, he found it difficult to keep flying and could not help but fall. Lu Ming landed on a street in the ancient city. Hai Yu and the others landed on another street. What? Lu Ming's expression changed slightly as soon as he landed on the street. At this moment he felt the prison-suppressing steel bloodline trembling slightly. Lu Ming realized that he could merge with the ground with the help of the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. At this moment he felt that the Earth Essence realm seemed to be restless, as if it could break through at any time. This ancient city is 300,000 meters below the ocean, which means it's close to the Earth's core. When I step on the ground here, I resonate with the Earth, allowing me to better understand and touch the Earth intent realm. Lu Ming pondered in his heart and deduced the general reason. Perhaps this is an opportunity for me to break through to the complete stage of level 4 Earth concept. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. If his Earth concept broke through to the perfected 4th level, Lu Ming would be able to continue devouring refined origin stones and break through to the perfected spiritual god realm. Then, the next step would be to comprehend the embryonic form of the territory and break through to the supreme level. Boom. Boom. Not far away there was a roar. It was obvious that there was a battle going on. Scope. Even if there's a cultivation method for a pure spirit body, it must be in the depths of the ancient city. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He strode forward and rushed toward the depths of the ancient city. Ah! Suddenly, a shrill scream came from in front of Lu Ming. Could it be that there are people killing each other? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and continued to move forward. Ah! After a while, another shrill scream was heard. The scream was filled with despair and fear, which made people feel cold all over. It doesn't sound like a scream from a fight. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he could not help but be careful. He slowed down his pace. Hoo. All of a sudden, Lu Ming felt a gust of chilly wind blowing on his body, causing his hair to stand on end. Be careful. Dandan suddenly reminded. At the same time, Lu Ming felt a cold aura approaching him from behind. He turned around abruptly and threw a punch. Boom. The fist force pierced through the space and a pitch-black space passageway appeared. However, there was nothing. Lu Ming did not see anything or any living creature. However, at this moment Lu Ming felt a cold aura on his neck. It was approaching him. Buzz. Lu Ming's palm was like a knife, slashing out horizontally and sweeping in all directions. However, when his palm swept over, it was still empty. There was nothing. What the hell is this? Dandan, did you notice? Lu Ming frowned and looked around carefully, but he still did not find anything. I didn't notice it either. Lu Ming, this place is very strange. It should be the mansion of a powerful existence. Dandan said. I don't need you to say that. Lu Ming pursed his lips. To be able to bring an ancient city to a depth of 300,000 meters under the sea, even an ordinary emperor couldn't do it. It was definitely a terrifying existence. How could the residence of such an expert be ordinary? Ah. At this time, another scream sounded in front of them. It was extremely mournful. Who cares what he is? Since he doesn't dare to appear, I'll continue moving forward. Lu Ming's eyes were bright as the dragon power in his body burst out. He was ready for a big battle at any time as he stepped forward. From time to time, screams could be heard from the ancient city. What the hell is this? Get out here. Someone shouted. He was incomparably frightened and his face was deathly pale. He crazily attacked in all directions. Chapter 1284. 1284 Chapter 1284 Resentment. But there was nothing. Some of the weaker cultivators were trembling in fear and felt like they were going crazy. Hoo. Gusts of cold wind sounded in the ancient city. Humph, you're just pretending. Let's go. A few Supreme Being experts shouted coldly as true energy covered their bodies. They strode forward and passed through the many streets. Lu Ming strode forward as well. However, the strange thing was that he did not see any corpses along the way. Screams could be heard from time to time, but there was no corpse. Lu Ming could not help but look at the mansions and halls on both sides of the street. The doors of these palaces were tightly shut, and they were filled with a sense of mystery. Buzz. Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed up the high wall of a hall, looking inside. At a glance, Lu Ming's brows suddenly raised. There was a small courtyard inside the palace, and the small courtyard was filled with skeletons. There was also a corpse lying in the courtyard. Its eyes were wide open and there was still fear in its eyes, but it had long since lost its vitality. As expected, there's a problem with these palaces. Lu Ming looked at the door in front of the courtyard. The door was open. It was dark inside and he could not see what was going on. It seemed that a terrifying demon was lurking. Prison suppressing heaven art. All of a sudden, Lu Ming growled in a low voice and blasted his palm at the air in front of him. This was because at this moment, Lu Ming sensed a dangerous aura descending. Boom. In Lu Ming's palm, the illusionary image of the prison-suppressing steel appeared, as if it could suppress everything. The space trembled and a black phantom appeared in front of Lu Ming. It seemed to be suppressed by the power of the prison-suppressing steel and was twisting rapidly. What is this? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with surprise. It was a black shadow that seemed to have no physical body. It was just a phantom with a ferocious face. Under the power of the prison-defending monument, it twisted crazily and even squeaked. The black shadow twisted and screamed as if it wanted to pounce on Lu Ming. Resentment. This is resentment. Dandan spoke, her brows furrowed tightly. What is resentment? Lu Ming asked. According to my guess, the owner of this ancient city must have died very unwillingly and had a very strong cultivation. Before he died, he developed a terrifying resentment. Later, some people who came here later were killed by this resentment, which created even more resentment. This resentment is extremely terrifying and invisible, making it very difficult to kill. Dandan explained. There's actually such a strange thing in this world. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. The power of the prison-suppressing heavenly art was strengthened, and the prison-suppressing steel shook. The black shadow twisted and then collapsed. It's not that strong. Lu Ming pursed his lips. Lu Ming, don't be so smug. It's because you have the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel and a fragment of it. The prison-suppressing steel can suppress everything, especially some evil things. It has a strong restraining power, which is why you can suppress and kill them. If you use other means, it'll be very difficult to kill a wisp of resentment. Dandan cast a disdainful glance at Lu Ming. I see. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Lu Ming, you have to be careful. That wisp of resentment just now was generated by someone who came after you. If you encounter the resentment generated by the owner of this place, it won't be so easy to deal with. Dandan reminded. Lu Ming nodded. He did not stop there and continued to walk deeper into the ancient city. From time to time one could hear screams. Such a strange thing had scared many people. Many experts had gathered together to help each other and join forces. This way the situation was much better and the screams were much less. The group continued forward and soon arrived at the center of the ancient city. In the center of the ancient city, there was a large group of palaces. It was like an imperial palace, and it was unknown how many palaces there were. Buzz. At this moment, a beam of light shot out from the depths of the palace. Everyone saw a jade talisman in the light. Could that be the cultivation method of a pure spirit body? Many people's eyes lit up. It must be. The cultivation method of the pure spirit body is mine. Get lost, it's mine. Many people's eyes burned with a fiery light as they charged toward the group of halls. Haha, a pure spirit body is ultimately mine. A black-robed old man's eyes were filled with greed. He had been waiting for this day for far too long. He was the one who had distributed all the maps. His goal was to find the cultivation method for the pure spirit body. Buzz. His body moved and he scuttled out like a ghost. The cultivation method of the pure spirit body belongs to our sea-suppressing marshal's mansion. Hai Tian, Hai Yu and the others also rushed toward the group of palaces. The treasures of the ancestral land belong to our sea demon race. Let's go. Sovereign Wyvern roared as he led the experts of the sea demon race into the depths of the palace. Lu Ming did not rush in immediately. Lu Ming, you have to be careful. The resentment in this group of palaces is very strong. It's extremely terrifying. Dandan said. Lu Ming nodded. He followed behind the crowd and rushed in slowly. As expected, many people let out shrill screams as soon as they rushed into the palace. What the hell is this? Kill. Kill. The palace complex was in a mess. The embryonic stage of the domain is useful to him. Use the embryonic stage of the domain to kill him. A supreme martial artist shouted. Lu Ming saw that a supreme being had cast a prototype domain and covered the area. In the prototype domain, the black shadow formed by the resentment appeared and was eventually destroyed by the prototype domain. After discovering this secret, the supreme martial artists all used their domains to cover the area and erase the resentment. In an instant the situation reversed. Many supreme beings rushed toward the place where the jade token was. Lu Ming followed behind. He did not act rashly. It's mine. A black-robed elder was the fastest among the palaces and he was the first to approach the jade token. He stepped on one of the palaces and flew up to the sky to grab the jade token. You dare? You're looking for death. Hai Yu shouted. Get lost. Kill. Sovereign Flood Dragon roared. The other supreme beings also rushed over at top speed. The map was given out by me. The cultivation method of the pure spirit body belongs to me. The black-robed old man laughed and a terrifying aura emanated from his body. Without a doubt the black-robed elder was a supreme being and not an ordinary one at that. The bloodline he had awakened was definitely not low. The black-robed old man's claw was about to grab the jade token. At this moment the black-robed old man's eyes suddenly widened in shock. He finally let out an angry roar. Get out. Get lost. Then the black-robed elder let out a shrill roar and his power exploded. Some of the palaces in the ancient city were destroyed by this power and turned into dust. What's going on? Many people were shocked and stopped in their tracks, not daring to move forward. Even the flood dragon sovereign Hai Yu and the others frowned. Chapter 1285. 1285 Chapter 1285 Fleeing madly. It was obvious that the black-robed old man had suffered a terrifying attack. Judging from the black-robed old man's strength, it was absolutely shocking. It was close to Hai Yu's and the flood dragon sovereign's strength. However, even with such a combat strength, he was still in a miserable state. The black-robed old man was shouting, rolling in the air and attacking randomly. Then, to everyone's horror, the black-robed elder's body was shriveling, as if his life force was slowly disappearing. At the same time, a black shadow appeared around the black-robed old man's body. It was twisted and ferocious. It was that kind of resentment. It's that damn thing again. Why is this Dao so strong? What is this? Someone's voice trembled. Squeak. The black shadow let out an ear-piercing scream and suddenly drilled into the black-robed elder's body. The black-robed elder let out a shrill scream and then stopped struggling. His life force had completely disappeared. His eyes were wide open with shock, disbelief, and unwillingness. He had tried his best and spent decades, but he still couldn't find the cultivation method of the pure spirit body. In the end, he made up his mind and made hundreds of copies of the map, hoping to find the cultivation method of the pure spirit body with the help of others. He was about to reach the last step. The cultivation method of the pure spirit body was about to fall into his hands. His decades-long wish was about to be fulfilled. How could he be willing to die here? Buzz. After the black-robed old man died, the distorted black shadow reappeared and looked at Hai Yu, Supreme Flood Dragon, and the others with a ferocious expression, causing everyone to feel a chill in their hearts. This kind of thing is afraid of the early stage of the domain. I suggest that we work together to destroy this damn thing first, and then we will fight for the jade card with our own abilities. What do you think? Hai Yu suggested as he looked at the Flood Dragon Sovereign. The only thing he was afraid of here was the Flood Dragon Sovereign. Alright, I'll join hands with you guys first, said Paragon Flood Dragon. That resentment was something that even the Flood Dragon Sovereign was afraid of. What about you guys? Hai Yu looked at the other supreme beings. I'm willing. I'm naturally willing. The supreme martial artists all nodded. Alright, then let's join forces and cast the embryonic form of our domain to seal and destroy this damn thing. Let's do it. Hai Yu shouted. He struck out with his palm, and the embryonic form of his domain spread out at a speed visible to the naked eye, spreading toward the black shadow. Squeak. The black shadow seemed to be afraid of the domain. It squeaked and its body kept shaking, trying to dodge. Attack. Attack. The other supreme beings, including the supreme being of the Sea Demon clan, also made their moves. One after another, embryonic domains spread out toward the black shadow. There were more than 30 supreme beings present. They attacked together and formed their domains, sealing off the entire area. The black figure couldn't avoid it and was enveloped by the layers of domains. Squeak. The black shadow screamed as if it had fallen into a quagmire and could not move. Obliterate. Exterminate. More than 30 supreme beings roared and controlled their domains. They exploded with destructive power, trying to destroy the black shadow. The black shadow kept on twisting and screaming as it struggled with all its might. However, it was useless. It was trapped by layers of domains. Under the destructive power, its body slowly shrank and was slowly destroyed. As time passed, the black shadow became smaller and smaller. After a long time, there was a sudden bang and the black shadow collapsed, turning into nothing. The black shadow was finally destroyed by the joint efforts of dozens of supreme martial artists. This time, many greedy eyes were fixed on the jade plate. The black shadow was destroyed and everyone's eyes naturally gathered on the jade token. Squeak. Just as everyone was about to make a move, another ear-piercing sound rang out. Moreover, this time it was not just one or two streaks but an entire stretch. The screeches gathered together and came from all directions. Then, to everyone's horror, black shadows flew out from the surrounding halls. They were exactly the same as the one before. At the same time, black shadows flew out of the palaces they passed behind them. Countless black shadows shrieked and twisted, looking ferocious and terrifying. Like a black storm, they swept towards the crowd. At this moment, the faces of Hai Yu, Supreme Flood Dragon, and the others turned deathly pale. "Help, big brother, help!" Hai Tian in particular shrieked in fear. His entire body trembled and a foul smell came from his pants. It turned out that he had peed himself. "Charge, charge out!" Hai Yu let out a roar, pulled the sea in the sky and launched a crazy attack. "Charge!" The others also rushed out. At this moment, no one was thinking about the cultivation method of the pure spirit body. They only had one thing in their minds, and that was to rush out and save their lives. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone unleashed all sorts of attacks, but it was useless. Ordinary attacks were completely useless against those black shadows. Only a sovereign's domain could be effective. Screams rang out. Many high-level spiritual god experts were entangled by the black shadow and suffered terrible attacks. Some people screamed and were killed by the black shadow. The sovereigns used their domains to protect their bodies and kept charging out. Many smart spiritual god experts followed closely behind the sovereigns and charged with all their might. Countless black shadows charged towards the crowd. Now! At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly turned around and dashed toward the jade card. He activated the prison-suppressing heavenly art and struck out with his palm. The shadow of the prison-suppressing steel appeared in his palm, and the unique suppressing power of the prison-suppressing steel burst out. Squeak! Under Lu Ming's palm and under the cover of the prison-suppressing heaven technique, a few black shadows screamed and twisted continuously as if they were in great pain. Lu Ming threw a few more punches and the few shadows retreated far away. Lu Ming strode toward the jade token. As he charged, he continuously used the prison-suppressing heaven technique. The prison-suppressing heavenly art seemed to be the nemesis of those black shadows. Wherever the prison-suppressing heavenly art enveloped, those black shadows would retreat at an extreme speed. What's going on? Some people widened their eyes in shock when they saw this. It's him. It's Lu Ming. He can counter those shadows. Someone shouted as he recognized Lu Ming. Damn it, brother, it's him. It's that Lu Ming. Hai Tian also saw this scene and cried out in jealousy. Let's leave this place first. Even if he can get the jade plate, he can't leave this place. Hai Yu snorted coldly. With the help of the other supreme martial artists in the sea-suppressing marshal's mansion, he led Hai Tian and charged out quickly. Of course, it was also because Lu Ming had attracted a large number of black shadows when he rushed toward the jade token that Hai Yu and the others were under less pressure. Otherwise, they might not have been able to rush out. Just like that, Hai Yu and the others broke out of the encirclement and disappeared into the ancient city. Chapter 1286. 1286 Chapter 1286 Obtaining the Technique. As for Lu Ming, he was getting closer and closer to the jade token. The closer they got to the jade token, the more agitated the black shadows seemed to be. They screamed with all their might. Ear-piercing sounds rang out as they rushed toward Lu Ming with no regard for their lives. In particular, some of the black shadows were extremely powerful and could pose a fatal threat to supreme beings. Lu Ming's prison-suppressing heavenly art could not force them back for a while. Prison-suppressing steel. Lu Ming's spine glowed. As the blood-red light spread, the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline emerged. Lu Ming performed the blood fusion and transformed into the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline. The word on the steel glowed with a brilliant light and its suppression power was greatly enhanced. Boom! The prison-suppressing steel's bloodline enlarged to the size of a mountain and pressed down on a black shadow. Thick! With a shrill scream, the black shadows twisted rapidly under the cover of the prison-guarding steel, then collapsed and disappeared into black smoke. Even the black shadows that could pose a threat to supreme beings were the same. Under the suppression of the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline, they could not resist for long and also turned into black smoke and dissipated. Buzz! The prison-suppressing steel's bloodline trembled, and its power of suppression burst forth. A large number of black shadows were turned into ashes. Lu Ming was not hindered at all and he flew toward the jade card. In a few breaths, Lu Ming was close to the jade card. The prison-suppressing steel shrunk and turned back into Lu Ming's appearance. He reached out his palm and grabbed the jade card. Bang! At this moment, the jade token exploded and turned into green smoke. What's going on? Lu Ming's expression changed and he looked gloomy. Could it be that everything was fake? The cultivation method of the pure spirit body was all fake? It's all a scam? Tricking them into coming here and getting nothing. At the thought of this, Lu Ming's expression turned uglier. It was wrong. Lu Ming suddenly looked at a hall below. There, in the courtyard of a palace, there was a figure sitting cross-legged. It was a middle-aged man who looked like a living person. However, with a sweep of his spiritual sense, Lu Ming knew that this person was dead. He had been dead for many years. However, this person's cultivation level was too high, and his body was so strong that even after so many years, his body still did not rot. This person might be the master of this place. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he made a guess. At the thought of this, Lu Ming descended and landed in the courtyard. However, he did not dare to let his guard down and was on his guard. At the same time, he summoned the bubble and squatted on his shoulder. If anything went wrong, he could use the space-time power of the bubble to escape quickly. However, after careful observation, there was nothing unusual. Moreover, when Lu Ming landed in the courtyard, the black shadows above him all stopped and did not continue to pursue him. There's no storage ring. Nothing was left behind. Lu Ming looked around and was disappointed. Clearly, even the storage ring of this expert had been taken away after his death. Nothing was left behind. Lu Ming initially thought that he could obtain the cultivation method for the pure spirit body. It seemed that it was impossible. What? At this moment, Lu Ming was stunned. The middle-aged man's glabella began to glow. Then a jade card emerged from the middle-aged man's glabella and floated above his head. When the jade token appeared, the middle-aged man's body exploded with a bang and turned into a pile of ashes. The ashes scattered with the wind and disappeared from the world. There was only a jade tablet floating in the courtyard. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He condensed his essential core and formed a large hand. He grabbed the jade token and held it in his hand. Is it the cultivation method for a pure spirit body? Lu Ming's heart started to beat wildly. He scanned the jade token with his spiritual sense and was pleasantly surprised. That's right, there was a secret technique recorded in the jade token. It was the cultivation method of a pure spirit body. By cultivating a pure spirit body, one would have part of the power of a spirit body. With the foundation of a pure spirit body, it would be much easier to cultivate a true spirit body in the future. It was exactly as the rumors said. Lu Ming was overjoyed. If he could cultivate a pure spirit body, his combat strength would definitely increase greatly. It would be much easier for him to break through to the Emperor realm in the future. Furthermore, the cultivation method of the pure spirit body could be regarded as an important inheritance. In the future, his family and friends could all cultivate it. That way, the chances of breaking through to the Emperor realm would be much higher. This trip was not in vain. Lu Ming laughed and read the cultivation method of the pure spirit body in detail again. He memorized the contents and put the jade card away carefully. He then scanned the hall and did not discover anything else. Lu Ming soared into the sky, planning to leave this place. When the middle-aged man's body turned into ashes, the black shadows in the sky also turned into wisps of black smoke and disappeared as if they had never been there. Buzz. Lu Ming soared into the sky and landed on the roof of a temple. He then ran wildly out of the ancient city. Not long after, he had covered half the distance and was getting closer and closer to the exit. Buzz. Buzz. Whoosh. At this moment, the sound of air being torn could be heard. Figures appeared in front of Lu Ming, blocking his way. There were a total of 10 people. One of them was Hai Tian, the other was Hai Yu, and the other 8 were all supreme beings who had been brought here by Hai Tian and Hai Yu. The 9 great supremes blocked Lu Ming's path. Lu Ming, hand over the cultivation method for the pure spirit body. Hai Tian stared at Lu Ming greedily. If the cultivation method of the pure spirit body fell into the hands of a big force like the sea-suppressing Marshal's Mansion, it would definitely play a terrible role. It would bring more experts and even cultivate more emperors. Who said that I have the cultivation method of a pure spirit body? Yes, Lu Ming replied indifferently. He did not admit that he had obtained the cultivation method for the pure spirit body. Is there any use in quibbling? I clearly saw you rush towards that jade token, so you must have taken it. Hand it over now or we'll kill you. Take off your storage ring and check it for our slaviers. It's the same. Hai Tian shouted coldly. As for the fact that they had the chance to escape because Lu Ming had attracted a large number of shadows, he did not take it to heart at all. In his opinion, it was Lu Ming's duty to attract the shadows and let them escape. It was Lu Ming's honor. Now it was Lu Ming's duty to hand over the cultivation method of the pure spirit body. Otherwise he would die. The cultivation method of the pure spirit body belongs to us, the Sea Demon tribe. At this moment, a loud roar was heard. Many tall figures rushed over and appeared behind Lu Ming, surrounding him. It was the Supreme Flood Dragon and the other supreme powerhouses of the Sea Demon race. There were 10 of them. Now the Sea Demon tribe had all taken human form, but the brutal aura on their bodies was frightening. Detestable. Hai Yu and the others growled as they looked at the Flood Dragon Sovereign and the others with fear. This man is a human. The cultivation method of the pure spirit body he obtained should belong to us humans. Hai Yu said. Chapter 1287. 1287 Besieging Lu Ming. Ah, what a joke. This is the ancestral land of the Sea Demon tribe. The cultivation method of the pure spirit body naturally belongs to us. The Flood Dragon Sovereign laughed out loud as he glared at Hai Yu with his cold eyes. His powerful aura had completely locked onto Lu Ming. Hai Yu did the same. He released his aura and stared at the Flood Dragon Sovereign. In their eyes, their greatest enemy was each other. As for Lu Ming, although he was powerful, he was alone. They did not take him seriously at all. Lu Ming, why don't you hand over the cultivation method for the pure spirit body? Hurry up and hand it over, and I'll let bygones be bygones for you hitting my brother. Hai Yu shouted coldly. He was slowly losing his patience. Hee, you guys really think you can take me down? Lu Ming sneered. Don't tell me you still want to resist? Let me tell you, you're seeking your own death. Hai Yu chided. He did not want to let Lu Ming off, but he was afraid that Lu Ming's desperate counterattack would give the Sea Demon tribe an opportunity to attack. Is that so? The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up slightly. Suddenly he pounced on one of the supreme beings from the sea, suppressing Marshall's residence. Roar. As he pounced, the 9 streams of dragon energy in Lu Ming's body burst forth. At the same time his third bloodline emerged and a powerful force surged into Lu Ming's body. Boom. Lu Ming threw a punch at the supreme being, and the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel faintly emerged. You. The supreme being was shocked. He did not expect that Lu Ming would suddenly attack him under such circumstances. In a hurry he retaliated with all his might. However, as soon as the two of them exchanged blows, the supreme being of the sea suppressing Marshall's mansion was shocked and retreated backward, blood spurting out of his mouth. Given Lu Ming's current combat strength, he could easily suppress an ordinary supreme being. Moreover, this person was not prepared at all. Kill. After injuring his opponent with one move, Lu Ming shouted and stepped forward. The 9-dragon bloodline appeared above his head. Lu Ming used the fusion of the bloodlines to transform into 9 dragons. His dragon claws stepped out and shattered the void. The terrifying pressure made the supreme being's heart tremble. He hurriedly cast blood fusion, hoping to stop Lu Ming. However, it was all in vain. Lu Ming's dragon claws swiped down continuously, breaking apart the other party's blood meridian power. His blood meridian body collapsed and he returned to his human form. Buzz. The dragon claw didn't stop and continued to claw down. No. Die. The man roared. The next moment the dragon claw grabbed his dantian. The violent force tore his body apart and even his spiritual spirit was torn into pieces. His body and soul were destroyed. A supreme being had been annihilated in a few moves after Lu Ming's sudden attack. It was so fast that Hai Yu and the others only realized what was going on. You're looking for death. Hai Yu let out an angry roar, and the battle axe in his hand chopped toward the head of 9 dragons. This axe seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth apart. Its power was astonishing. The black and sharp axe energy instantly reached the 9 dragons' head. Prison suppressing heaven art. Thunder God's strike. A few of the 9 dragons' claws unleashed the prison suppressing heavenly art while the other dragon claws used the Thunder God's strike. Lightning filled the sky and formed a lightning phoenix that danced in the air as it pounced toward Hai Yu's battle axe. Boom, boom, boom. The 9 dragon claws landed on the battle axe with a series of loud bangs. Lu Ming's body trembled slightly with each explosion. After 9 explosions, Lu Ming was forced to take 9 steps back. Hai Yu's combat strength was too strong. He had awakened a 9th-level divine-level bloodline. Such a person was a peerless genius. He could easily fight opponents of a higher level and was invincible among those of the same level. Moreover, his cultivation was far higher than Lu Ming's. He had not even performed the blood fusion and he could already force Lu Ming to retreat. It was clear how terrifying his combat strength was. Kill. Hai Yu's killing intent burst out when he saw that Lu Ming could actually block his attack. With a loud roar, he wielded his battle axe and launched a storm of attacks at Lu Ming. Ping, ping, thump. The 9 dragons soared into the sky and every inch of their muscles was a weapon. They could use the prison-suppressing heavenly art to fight with Hai Yu. The terrifying force shattered the ancient city below, and many palaces were turned into ashes. In an instant the two of them exchanged more than 10 moves. Although Lu Ming was at a slight disadvantage, he would not lose for the time being. Let's attack together. Hai Yu shouted and ordered the other supreme martial artists in the sea suppressing Marshal's mansion. At this moment the Flood Dragon Sovereign and the others were standing not far away and watching. They did not make a move, which made Hai Yu feel great pressure. He wanted to kill Lu Ming with thunderous means and seize the cultivation method of the pure spirit body, in case any delay would bring trouble. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The other supreme beings made their moves as well. Powerful attacks streaked across the void and fell on Lu Ming. At the same time, a huge battle axe appeared above Hai Yu's head. This was his bloodline, and 9 golden chakra glowed with incomparable brilliance. Hai Yu turned into a beam of light and seeped into his blood vessels. He performed the blood vessels fusion and turned into a battle axe, slashing at Lu Ming with even more shocking power. Buzz. The lightning cauldron appeared above Lu Ming's head. It enlarged rapidly and crashed toward Hai Yu's battle axe. Clang. The thunder cauldron collided with the battle axe, and the space rolled like water waves, stirring up thousands of thunderbolts. It firmly blocked Hai Yu's battle axe and even sent it flying. After that, the divine dragon wagged its tail, and with a sweep of its tail, it destroyed the attacks of several supreme martial artists. Kill. Then Lu Ming let out a long roar and stepped out with his dragon claws. 3 gates of ceiling suddenly appeared in the sky and enveloped one of the supreme beings. He then controlled the lightning cauldron and smashed it down on the supreme being. The supreme being didn't even have time to scream before he was completely submerged by the lightning cauldron and shattered into pieces. Yet another supreme martial artist had been killed. Ah, damn it. Lu Ming, you must die today. Hai Yu shouted crazily. The supreme beings of the sea suppressing Marshal's mansion had been killed one after another. He had suffered a great loss. He was going crazy. The battle axe trembled and split the sky and earth as it slashed toward Lu Ming. His power was terrifying. Clang. Lu Ming continued to use the lightning cauldron to block and clash with the battle axe, causing it to shake continuously. However, the battle axe was also sent flying. Buzz. The dragon's claws stepped in the air. Lu Ming did not linger in the battle. Instead he charged outward. After all, the other party had too many people. Lu Ming planned to leave this place first. It's almost time. We can't let this brat escape. Not far away, the Flood Dragon Supreme, who had been watching the battle, spoke. At the same time, his body transformed rapidly, turning into a black flood dragon that was 1,000 meters long, pouncing towards Lu Ming. The other sea demons also transformed into their true forms and charged toward Lu Ming. With so many supreme beings taking action together, a pile of embryonic domains appeared and sealed off the entire area, completely blocking Lu Ming's path of retreat. This was especially so for the Flood Dragon Supreme, who was extremely powerful and not weaker than Hai Yu at all. With so many people attacking at the same time, Lu Ming felt a terrifying pressure. Kill. Kill. Yu shouted as well. Together with the Flood Dragon Sovereign and the others, they attacked Lu Ming. Bubble! At this moment Lu Ming exclaimed softly. Chirping. On his shoulder the bubble cried out. Suddenly, a huge transparent bubble appeared near the Flood Dragon Sovereign and the others, enveloping the 10 sea demon sovereigns within it. Chapter 1288. 1288 Using the Emperor Weapon. The 10 sea demon sovereigns, including the Flood Dragon Sovereign, were instantly frozen in mid-air, unable to move. Space-time will. Supreme Flood Dragon and the others roared madly in their hearts, their faces filled with fear. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. He stepped on the air with his dragon claws and appeared in front of a huge octopus in an instant. He stretched out his dragon claws and grabbed the 8 tentacles of the octopus. He tore them apart with all his might. The supreme octopus screamed in pain as its body was torn into pieces and it died on the spot. After killing another supreme being, Lu Ming didn't stop and continued to kill the next one. This time, Lu Ming had his eyes on the Flood Dragon Supreme as he charged towards him. Behind them Yu and the others' attacks had arrived. Lu Ming controlled the lightning cauldron and hurled it at Yu and the rest. The world in the mouth. At the same time, Dandan also made her move. Her body became taller than a mountain, and she spat out a ball of chaotic light that seemed like a real world. Dandan, together with the Thunder Cauldron, successfully blocked Yu and the Supreme Beings from the sea, suppressing Marshall's mansion, while Lu Ming continued to attack the Flood Dragon Supreme. He had to end the battle as soon as possible. The power of the space-time imprisonment was limited, and it wouldn't be able to hold on for long with so many Supremes trapped at once. The claws of the 9 dragons were about to grab the Flood Dragon Sovereign. Dragon Vein Sword. At this moment the Flood Dragon Sovereign let out a loud roar and spat out a black combat sword. This black combat sword had a true dragon coiling around its body, and there were dragon patterns on it. As soon as the combat sword appeared, the sword chi rushed into the sky. With a slight shake, it slashed at the transparent bubble. With a pop, the transparent bubble burst. As soon as the transparent bubble burst, the terrifying sword chi seemed to have broken free from its restraints and slashed violently at Lu Ming. Not good, it's an Emperor's spiritual weapon. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. He did not dare to face the attack head-on. He used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and retreated at top speed, avoiding the terrifying sword chi. Kill! The Flood Dragon Supreme controlled the Dragon Vein Sword and continued to attack Lu Ming. The sword chi swept across and surged in all directions. Lu Ming could only control the lightning cauldron to resist. With a clang, the lightning cauldron shook and the lightning in the sky was cut in half. The lightning cauldron was sent flying. An Emperor's spiritual weapon. The Dragon Vein Sword used by the Flood Dragon Sovereign was an Emperor's spiritual weapon. It was the Emperor of spiritual weapons, the highest level of existence, and its might was terrifying. Most importantly, the king's spiritual weapon contained a domain. If a supreme being used their own prototype domain to activate the domain in the king's spiritual weapon, the power would be even more shocking. Back then, Yan Kuangtu's supreme being position, coupled with the Emperor's Spirit Tower, had displayed combat strength comparable to the weakest emperor. As for Yan Kuangtu, he had only awakened an 8th grade divine bloodline. He wasn't even comparable to the Flood Dragon Sovereign, so his battle prowess was naturally inferior to the Flood Dragon Sovereign. In other words, the power unleashed by the Flood Dragon Sovereign with the Emperor's spiritual weapon had completely reached the level of an emperor, and even exceeded that of an ordinary emperor. Chirping. As the bubbles rang out, a transparent bubble appeared, enveloping the Flood Dragon Sovereign and the others within. They were once again frozen in place. Break. The Flood Dragon Sovereign manically maneuvered his Dragon Vein Sword in an attempt to break the transparent bubble's restraint. However, no matter how powerful he was, he would still need some time to break the bubble. This little bit of time was enough for Lu Ming. Lu Ming charged towards a supreme shark. The shark could not move at all as it was enveloped by the transparent bubble. Lu Ming's dragon claws tore its body apart and it died on the spot. He had killed another supreme martial artist. Bang! At this moment, the Flood Dragon Sovereign finally broke the transparent bubble and charged towards Lu Ming with a roar. Lu Ming retreated and did not want to fight head-on with the Flood Dragon Sovereign. "You guys spread out. If anyone is trapped, help each other." "Stop!" Sovereign Flood Dragon shouted. The other Sea Demon Sovereigns spread out and attacked Lu Ming from a distance. One attack after another streaked across the void and attacked Lu Ming. "Die!" At this moment, a cold voice was heard. A terrifying attack was launched at Lu Ming. The terrifying attack completely enveloped him. At this moment, Lu Ming's hair stood on end as he felt the threat of death. Hai Yu had used the bloodline fusion to turn into a battle axe, but now another battle axe appeared beside it, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. Emperor's spiritual weapon. It's an Emperor's spiritual weapon again. Hai Yu also had an Emperor's spiritual weapon. With his cultivation he could activate it, and its power was no weaker than that of the Flood Dragon Sovereign. Before this, he had been holding back and did not use the Emperor's spiritual weapon. He was waiting for the right moment to launch a fatal attack. He wanted to kill Lu Ming with this attack. This attack was indeed very well grasped. In a hurry, Lu Ming controlled the lightning cauldron to block it. However, Lu Ming's cultivation level was still weak. Although the lightning cauldron was strong, it could not unleash much of its power. He was struck by the battle axe and was sent flying far away. The battle axe did not stop and continued to slash at Lu Ming. "Nest, watch me!" Dandan shouted loudly, her 4 limbs retracted into the turtle shell. The turtle shell glowed and flew out, blocking in front of the battle axe. Clang! The battle axe struck the turtle shell and sent Dandan flying far away. However, Dandan's block gave Lu Ming an opportunity. He used the 9 Dragons' Heaven stomping steps and retreated like a stream of light, avoiding Hai Yu's fatal blow. At the same time, Bubbles opened his mouth and a transparent bubble appeared, enveloping Hai Yu. Hai Yu roared and controlled the Emperor's spiritual weapon to attack the transparent bubble. At the same time, the attacks of the Flood Dragon Sovereign and the other sea demons also arrived. With so many supreme beings and 2 of the most powerful people with Emperor spiritual weapons, Lu Ming was exhausted and at a complete disadvantage. Moreover, the other party had learned their lesson. Everyone was spread out. Bubbles, space-time intent couldn't cover such a large area. Could only cover 1 or 2 people at once. Seeing that one of them had been trapped, Lu Ming wanted to kill him, but the others immediately came to his rescue. More than 10 terrifying attacks pierced through the void and attacked Lu Ming, leaving him no time to kill anyone else. In that case, even if Lu Ming, Dandan and Bubbles joined forces, they were very passive and were not a match at all. The situation was very critical. There were too many people on the other side. In total, there were nearly 20 supreme beings and 2 of them were top-notch supreme beings. Their combat strength was already extremely terrifying. With the addition of the Emperor's spiritual weapon, it was completely 2 emperors. With so many people working together, it was normal that Lu Ming and the rest were no match for them. If other people were here, even an ordinary emperor, they might not be a match for him. He was seriously injured, but Lu Ming was still able to barely resist. It was already extremely shocking. However, it would be more and more disadvantageous to Lu Ming if this continued. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged a dozen moves. The light on the 9 dragon bloodline started to dim. His bloodline power is almost exhausted. Kill. He's dead. Hai Yu and the others were overjoyed. Bang. At this moment, the bloodline of the 9 dragons crumbled. However, before Hai Yu, the Flood Dragon Sovereign, and the others could smile, a stone tablet appeared. It rapidly grew in size and appeared in the sky. The bloodline of the prison suppressing steel. Chapter 1289. 1289 5 Intent Realms at completion. Clang. The lower part of the prison suppressing steel's bloodline was the original body, which was indestructible. It blocked the attack of the dragon vein sword. Although it was sent flying, it was not broken. Yes, my earth essence is about to break through. At this moment, Lu Ming had an idea. Originally, when he entered the depths of the sea, he was closer to the earth and resonated with it. This caused the earth mentality to show signs of loosening. After the continuous battle, Lu Ming had circulated the 5 kinds of mentality to the extreme. In addition, Lu Ming had activated the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel, which made him feel closer to the earth mentality. It seemed that he could make a breakthrough at any time. Buzz. Buzz. The prison-suppressing steel trembled. Together with Bubbles, Dandan, Haiyu, Supreme Flood Dragon and the others, Lu Ming exerted all his skills to the extreme. While they were fighting, Lu Ming was also comprehending the Earth Essence realm. As long as he successfully comprehended the Earth concept and broke through to the complete 4th level, Lu Ming's combat strength would increase slightly. He would have more confidence in breaking out of the encirclement. Mountain and sea slash. Haiyu roared. He had completely lost his patience. He exerted his combat strength to the maximum and was eager to kill Lu Ming. At this moment he had returned to his human form. He held the giant axe, the Emperor's spiritual weapon, and slashed it at Lu Ming. The main intent that Haiyu had comprehended was the earth intent. As the battle axe slashed out, the terrifying pressure of the earth concept acted on Lu Ming's body, as if it was going to break his body. However, Lu Ming was not shocked. Instead, he was overjoyed. "I'll use you to help me break through." Lu Ming's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. He controlled the lightning cauldron and charged at Haiyu. This time Lu Ming did not choose to retreat. Instead, he fought head-on with Haiyu. Haha, die. Haiyu was overjoyed when he saw Lu Ming charging at him. The power of the battle axe in his hand increased a little. Clang. The battle axe collided with the lightning cauldron, causing a violent tremor. A terrifying force gushed over. Lu Ming's body shook violently and he retreated continuously. Dandan, Bubble, help me block those sea demons for now. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Dandan and Bubbles. Chirping. Pow Pow waved her hands and nodded repeatedly, indicating that there was no problem. On the other hand, Dandan was full of resentment. She mumbled and wanted Lu Ming to compensate her after the event. However, Dandan and Bubbles were indeed worthy of being in the top 10. Although they had yet to fully mature, they were able to unleash their full strength and coordinate with each other. Their various techniques were extremely profound. Although they couldn't defeat the Flood Dragon Sovereign, they were still able to delay him for a short while. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was focused on the battle with Haiyu. He wanted to make use of the vast ocean to break through the Earth Essence realm. Clang, clang, clang. Lu Ming used the Thunder Cauldron as a shield to block the opponent's Emperor's spiritual weapon and engaged in a great battle with Haiyu. Although Lu Ming was at a complete disadvantage, Haiyu could not kill Lu Ming in a short time. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves. Soon. With the help of Haiyu's Earth concept and his own, Lu Ming felt that his understanding of the Earth concept was deepening and he could make a breakthrough at any time. Earth, all-encompassing, able to breed life, breed all things, inclusive of everything, profound and vast. Lu Ming's mind was filled with thoughts. At that moment, many figures appeared in the distance where Lu Ming and the rest were fighting. They were all people who had entered this place. They looked from afar and saw that there were high-level spiritual god experts and supreme being experts. At this moment they were all extremely shocked. Is that Lu Ming's combat strength? This is really shocking. Isn't the youth champion a little too strong? Even after Haiyu and Supreme Flood Dragon used their Emperor's spiritual weapons, they still couldn't take him down. Terrifying. It's too terrifying. Moreover, Lu Ming's two pets are also extremely terrifying. The onlookers gasped in surprise and looked at Lu Ming in shock. Of course, there were also supreme martial artists who had other ideas. It seems like the cultivation method of the pure spirit body has fallen into Lu Ming's hands. The stronger Lu Ming is, the better. It would be best if he, Haiyu and the others are both injured. Then I can just sit back and reap the benefits. Some supreme martial artists thought. In fact, this supreme martial artist wasn't the only one who thought this way. The other supreme martial artists also thought the same way. Each of these sovereigns had come in alone. At most, two of them would join forces. They were no match for Haiyu or the Flood Dragon Sovereign. If the cultivation method of the pure spirit body fell into the hands of Haiyu or the Flood Dragon Sovereign, they would have no hope at all. However, if Lu Ming could fight with them and both of them would suffer, they would have a little hope. How is that possible? How could Lu Ming be so powerful? How can there be such a strong person in the younger generation? I can't accept this. Hai Tian muttered to himself not far away. His eyes were filled with jealousy. He was the most shocked. Lu Ming's combat strength had exceeded his imagination again and again. At this moment the 9th island was packed with people. Many warriors who had low cultivation and couldn't go deep into the sea were waiting here. They couldn't enter the bottom of the sea, so they just waited here to see if there was a cultivation method for pure spirit bodies and who could get it. Selah. At this moment the space suddenly split open and a figure stepped out. It was an old man with gray hair wearing a purple and gold robe. The moment he appeared, an earth-shattering aura spread out, making it difficult for people to breathe. It was as if a mountain was pressing on their bodies. The Emperor, it's the Emperor. Judging from the clothes, it's the Emperor of the Sea Suppressing Marshal's mansion. The eldest young master of the Sea Suppressing Marshal's mansion, Hai Yu, is fighting in person. Now even the Emperor is here. Many people cried out in alarm as they looked at the elder in purple and gold with fear. Even the Emperor had been mobilized. After the old man in the purple gold robe appeared, he looked around casually and then stood calmly in the void. He did not go to the bottom of the sea. In the depths of the sea in the ancient city, Lu Ming and Hai Yu exchanged a few more moves. Lu Ming, we have to think of a way to break out of the encirclement. We can't hold on much longer. Dandan shouted and waved her claws. All kinds of inscriptions formed a large array in the air. At the same time, Dandan also displayed all kinds of martial arts techniques, all of which were extremely profound and dazzling. I'll be done immediately. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Suddenly, among the 5 colored essences on his body, the khaki essence suddenly increased in power and surpassed the other 4 essences. He had finally made a breakthrough in his earth will, and it had reached the full circle of level 4. In this way, Lu Ming's 5 intents had all reached the full circle of level 4. Clang! The 5 intents combined with the lightning cauldron clashed with Hai Yu. There was a loud boom and Lu Ming retreated, but this time he retreated even less than before. So what if I've broken through? I'll still die. Hai Yu bellowed and continued to charge at Lu Ming with his battle axe in hand. Dandan, Bubble, alright, get ready to break out. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Dandan and Bubbles. He was prepared to let Bubbles cast the space-time tunnel and break out of the encirclement. However, at this moment a sudden change occurred. Chapter 1290. 1290 The Primal Chaos Palace. A token suddenly flew out of Lu Ming's body and hovered above his head, emitting a brilliant light. It was a mixed essence token. The token that suddenly appeared on Lu Ming's body was actually a primordial chaos token. Why did the mixed energy token suddenly appear at this time? Lu Ming was bewildered. As soon as the primordial chaos token appeared, the 5 intents on Lu Ming's body automatically wrapped around the primordial chaos token, making it glow even brighter. Boom! Hai Yu's axe landed on the light of the token. The light did not move at all. Instead, Hai Yu was pushed back by a powerful force. Then the primordial chaos token released a beam of light that enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming could feel a strong pulling force trying to pull him to another place. What's going on? Lu Ming was shocked. Selah. All of a sudden the space trembled and Lu Ming felt the world spinning. His vision turned black and he was plunged into boundless darkness. Lu Ming had a feeling that he seemed to be passing through a long void and on a journey. After an unknown period of time, Lu Ming felt that he had regained his ability to move. There was light shining into his eyes. Lu Ming opened his eyes instinctively and looked around. As expected, his surroundings had changed. He was no longer in the ancient underwater city, but in a hall. The main hall was tall and majestic. The surrounding walls were built with huge rocks and were filled with an ancient and vicissitude aura. Moreover, there was a kind of chaotic mist floating on the walls. Lu Ming had never seen this kind of mist before, but it gave him a lofty, ancient and vast feeling. Where is this place? Did the primordial chaos token bring me here? Lu Ming had a series of questions in his heart. The primordial chaos token had suddenly appeared on its own and emitted a blinding light. The reason he had appeared here was definitely related to it. However, why did the mixed essence token suddenly act strangely and bring him here at that time? What was the reason? The more he thought about it, the more doubts Lu Ming had. Also, Dandan and Bubbles were still in the underwater ancient city and had not followed them. He did not know if they would be in danger facing Hai Yu and the others. Dandan and Bubble are both in the top 10. Their life-saving means must be superb. They should be fine. Lu Ming comforted himself. Then he looked around carefully. There was nothing in the empty hall and no one was there. There was only a huge door in front of the hall which seemed to be a passage. "Excuse me, is anyone there?" Lu Ming opened his mouth but there was no one. He did not get any reply. Lu Ming frowned and asked another question. However, there was still no answer. Just when Lu Ming thought that there were no living creatures here, a voice was suddenly heard. "After so many years, someone has finally come." The voice was shrill and dry without any emotion. "Senior, I'm Lu Ming. May I know why you've brought me here?" Lu Ming perked up when he heard the sound. He cupped his fists and said to the void. "The primordial chaos token brought you here because you met the requirements." The shriveled voice was heard again. Then the space in front of Lu Ming rippled and a figure stepped out. "What?" Lu Ming was slightly stunned at the sight of this figure. This was because this figure was very strange. Although it had the appearance of a middle-aged man, its entire body was khaki. Even its skin and hair were khaki-colored as if it was sculpted from rock. However, this khaki-colored burly man gave Lu Ming a feeling that he was vast and unfathomable. It was as if he was facing heaven and earth. Strong. He was definitely an unbelievable expert. His strength had exceeded Lu Ming's imagination. "You don't have to be surprised. I'm not a human. I'm just a puppet," the yellow-skinned man said. "A puppet?" Lu Ming was shocked. The khaki-colored man was actually a puppet. However, it seemed to possess the thoughts and emotions of a human. Moreover, its cultivation was unfathomable. It was actually a puppet. What kind of existence? How could he create such a puppet? "Senior, may I ask what this place is? How did I end up here?" Lu Ming humbly asked for guidance. "This is Hunyuan Sect, Primal Chaos Hall. Also, I'm 2E. The khaki-colored man explained. "Hunyuan Sect, it's the Hunyuan Sect again." Lu Ming's eyes flickered. In the Divine Ruins he had once heard Dandan mention that it was the Time and Space Spiritual Hall, which also belonged to the Hunyuan Sect. This place was also the Hunyuan Sect. As expected, the Battle of Providence was related to Hunyuan Sect. "Senior Earth One, could it be that this place is no longer in the primordial realm?" Lu Ming asked. "That's right, this place is the Heaven Realm," Earth One said. "Heaven Realm?" Lu Ming was shocked. The primordial chaos token had brought him to the Heaven Realm. "You should have a lot of questions I can explain to you. You must have obtained a primordial chaos token through the Battle of Providence. There aren't many people who can obtain a primordial chaos token. Only people who are considered to have great potential can obtain a primordial chaos token. As for you, you must have cultivated 5 different elemental heaven and earth intents. Moreover, all 5 intents have reached the peak of level 4. That's why the primal chaos token activated and brought you to the primal chaos palace. Here you will be tested. If you can pass the test, you will be able to obtain the chaos scripture. You will be able to combine the 5 intents you have comprehended into one and transform it into the supreme chaos intent. Earth One explained in detail. Chaos intent? Is there really chaos will in the world? Lu Ming was shocked and his eyes widened. He had heard of the chaos will before. It was a supreme will. It was said that the world and the universe came from the chaos. The chaos intent realm was an intent realm that transcended time and space. If the time and space concepts were the kings of the concepts, then the chaos concept was the emperor of the concepts. Lu Ming had always thought that the chaos concept was just a legend. He did not expect that such a concept really existed in the world. Furthermore, according to 2E, as long as Lu Ming passed the test, he would be able to obtain the chaos scripture and cultivate the chaos concept. Lu Ming's heart could not help but beat wildly. The chaos scripture was created by a supreme expert of the Hunyuan sect back then. One can cultivate the chaos will. After becoming an emperor, one can transform into the chaos domain and even the chaos laws. It's one of the strongest secret scriptures in the world. However, the conditions to cultivate it are extremely harsh. First, one must cultivate the will of 5 different attributes to the Great Circle of Level 4. Alright, show me the intent realm you've comprehended. Earth One said. Alright. Lu Ming quickly nodded and unleashed his 5 intents. A 5-colored glow surrounded Lu Ming's body in a dazzling manner. The 5 intents were able to merge and separate at will. It was extremely profound. Chapter 1291. 1291 The Trial of Chaos, Intent and Slaughter. The earth, wind, fire, thunder and water essences are indeed 5 different essences, and they are all combined. You barely qualify for the test. However, whether you can get the chaos scripture and successfully cultivate it will still require a series of tests. Earth One looked at the 5 intents surrounding Lu Ming and nodded slightly. There was a glimmer of hope in the depths of his eyes. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. He was amazed by the insane conditions for cultivating the chaos scripture. First of all, he had to comprehend the concepts of 5 completely different attributes. For example, Lu Ming's earth, wind, fire, thunder and water concepts were 5 completely different concepts. If Lu Ming cultivated the earth concept and the other one was the mountain concept or the earth concept, it would not work. This was because the mountain concept, earth concept and earth concept had the same attributes. Or, it would be impossible even if one cultivated the water concept, ice concept, swamp concept and so on, because the fundamental attributes were the same. Only the intent of 5 completely different elements had been cultivated to the full circle of level 4. This condition was hard to find even 1 in a billion geniuses. Furthermore, he had to successfully merge all 5 intents. This was even more difficult and harsh. If not for Lu Ming's 9-dragon bloodline, he would not have been able to achieve it. Lu Ming could not imagine who else in the world could meet such a requirement other than him. And this was only the preliminary requirements of the test. If he wanted to cultivate, he still needed to go through the test. Well, that's all I have to say. Now take the test. Go through that passage and keep going. If you can walk to the end, you will get the chaos scripture and cultivate the chaos will. If you fail halfway, you will be teleported out and I will send you back. Also, in this place time is accelerated many times. Even if you stay here for a few years, only a moment will pass in the outside world. So you can rest assured and accept the test. Earth One said. A few years here is only a short while in the outside world. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. What he was worried about was that if he stayed here for too long, there would be changes in the outside world like Dandan and Bubbles, or the situation in the divine wilderness. But now Lu Ming did not need to worry. A few years here was only a short while in the outside world. What was there to worry about? At the same time, he marveled at Hunyuan sect's strength. Hunyuan sect. What kind of power was that? It was truly unfathomable and unimaginably powerful. I must get the chaos scripture. With his worries gone, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He clenched his fists. If he could successfully cultivate the legendary chaos will, his combat power would increase by a terrifying amount. It would become his most powerful trump card. More importantly, the help it would bring in the future would be unimaginable. Lu Ming's gaze slowly became determined. Senior Earth One, this junior will be going. Lu Ming cupped his fists at Tu Yi and stepped forward, walking towards the passage. His figure slowly disappeared into the passage. How many years has it been? I've finally waited for someone. This time I must succeed. Looking at Lu Ming's disappearing back, Tu Yi's eyes were filled with hope and anticipation. He had already waited for countless years. Over the long years, there were also outstanding heaven's favorites who met the requirements and were brought here. Unfortunately, no one had been able to make it to the end, pass all the tests and cultivate the chaos will. Therefore he could only wait. Every time someone came, it was a ray of hope. He was filled with anticipation and hoped that someone would succeed in cultivating it. Earth One stood quietly in the hall and waited. Lu Ming stepped into the passage. At first everything was calm. However, after walking for a while, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. Kill, kill, kill. All of a sudden, roars filled with killing intent were heard. Endless killing intent suddenly enveloped Lu Ming's entire body. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes turned red. It was as if countless wild beasts had been triggered in his heart. Lu Ming's heart was filled with endless murderous intent. This kind of killing intent was too cold and too strong. An ordinary person would turn into an idiot if they were struck by this kind of killing intent. However, Lu Ming's eyes only flickered for a moment at the beginning. He immediately calmed down. It's another test of killing intent. However, it's far inferior to the endless killing intent of the third bloodline. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. His gaze became calmer and calmer, not affected by his killing intent. In fact, Lu Ming also understood why there was a test of killing intent. This was because in a warrior's life, if he wanted to reach the peak, he had to kill his way out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. This path was destined to be a bloody one, a path filled with killing intent. Those who were not determined would be influenced by the killing intent. Therefore, some of the more powerful inheritances would set up a test to test the killing intent. Unfortunately, Lu Ming's third bloodline had endless killing intent. These tests were child's play compared to the third bloodline. Lu Ming remained unmoved despite the killing intent enveloping him. His eyes were calm as he walked forward step by step, determined. Suddenly, the surrounding environment changed again. The endless killing intent disappeared without a trace. Squeak. A melodious chirping of birds rang in Lu Ming's ears. It was crisp and pleasant. A gentle breeze blew, bringing with it waves of fragrant flowers that refreshed one's mind. It was completely different from the endless killing intent just now. Lu Ming could not help but calm down. Lu Ming looked up and realized that he was outside a small mountain village. In front of them was a small mountain village. The small village was surrounded by green grass and colorful flowers. Birds were flying and chirping, making the village look like a paradise. Ding-ling-ling. A melodious voice rang out. It was a 6 or 7-year-old girl. She was very pink and had a red face. She was very cute. There was a string of bells on her wrists and ankles. When she walked, they made melodious sounds. The little girl jogged to Lu Ming's side and looked at him curiously. She whispered, "Big brother, are you an outsider? Are you lost? Come to my house, Lingling will treat you to milk tea." With that, the little girl pulled Lu Ming's big hand and walked towards the village. She was so innocent and cute that Lu Ming could not bear to reject her. "Hello, young man." An honest-looking man was carrying a bunch of firewood. When he saw Lu Ming, he smiled and greeted him. Even though Lu Ming knew that this was an illusion, he could not help but be influenced by this simplicity. A smile appeared on his face and he nodded at the burly man. "Mother, this big brother is lost. I brought him here as a guest to treat him to milk tea." The little girl pulled Lu Ming and walked into the village. They came to a wooden house. In front of the wooden house there was a young woman in her 30s. When she saw Lu Ming, she flashed a clean smile and patted the little girl's head lovingly. "Since you're Ling Ling's friend, you're also Mother's friend. Wait here, I'll go get the milk tea." The young woman walked into the house and quickly took out a tea brick to make tea for Lu Ming. Very soon, the strong fragrance of milk tea wafted in front of the wooden house. Chapter 1292. 1292 Lu Ming's Killing Path. "Lingling, you have a friend now. Can you buy me a drink too?" A white-haired old man walked over and smiled. "Fifth grandpa, of course you can," the little girl said with a smile. The small mountain village was very simple. No one was scheming and their smiles were clean. Lu Ming could not help but be infected. He picked up the milk tea and took a sip. It was very sweet. "Big brother, is it good?" The little girl blinked her big eyes and asked. "It's good." Lu Ming smiled. "Thank you, big brother." The little girl revealed a happy smile and jumped around. The bells on her wrists and ankles rang with a pleasant sound. The people in the small mountain village were all very simple. Lu Ming's arrival attracted many people to watch. However, most of them were very simple and honest. They smiled at Lu Ming and their smiles revealed their sincerity. "I wonder what this illusionary realm will test." Lu Ming sipped his milk tea and a thought flashed across his mind. Suddenly there was a slight sound of the air being cut. It was very light, like a child holding a sharp blade and stabbing it at Lu Ming. The sound was very light. However, with Lu Ming's cultivation level he could still hear it clearly. It was Lingling, the little girl. A dagger appeared in her hand and she stabbed it at Lu Ming's stomach. At this moment the little girl was not naive at all. Her face was filled with ferocity. "Kill!" The little girl shouted and stabbed the dagger straight at Lu Ming. Lu Ming retreated slightly and dodged the little girl's attack. Kill! A cold shout came from behind. The little girl's mother, the kind young woman, was also holding a sword and stabbing at Lu Ming with a ferocious expression. Following that, the old man on the right, the little girl's fifth grandpa who was simple and honest earlier, also took out a knife and slashed at Lu Ming. Their strength was very small and weak, just like an ordinary villager. However, each of them seemed to have a deep hatred for Lu Ming and wanted to kill him. Lu Ming retreated casually and dodged all the attacks. However, they did not give up and charged at Lu Ming. Kill! Other than the little girl and the rest, the other villagers also took out their weapons and charged at Lu Ming. What are you guys doing? Lu Ming shouted. However, no one said a word. They charged at Lu Ming with bloodshot eyes. When Lu Ming retreated, they continued to charge at him. All around the small mountain village, the originally simple and honest villagers rushed towards Lu Ming as if they had gone mad. They wanted to kill Lu Ming and all kinds of weapons were thrust and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming dodged the attack. He wanted to soar into the sky and leave this place, but he realized that he could not. He was blocked by a force. Kill! More and more villagers charged at Lu Ming with bloodshot eyes. Ding Ling Ling. The little girl Ling Ling was at the forefront. She aimed a dagger at Lu Ming's stomach. Lu Ming dodged continuously, but the number of villagers increased and they surrounded him in all directions. Lu Ming's gaze turned colder and colder. I don't kill innocent people, but if you want to kill me, then I'm not innocent. Since we're enemies, then I'll kill you. Kill! As soon as Lu Ming uttered the word kill, a cold killing intent burst out from his body. A long spear appeared in his hands. With a flash of the long spear, the sky was filled with spear shadows. The spear was thrust out, and the first to bear the brunt was the little girl. The spear ray pierced through the space between her eyebrows, nailing her to the ground. After that, it was the young woman and the simple-minded fifth grandfather. An originally kind and simple person had been assassinated by Lu Ming. At first, Lu Ming's heart trembled. However, his gaze was soon replaced by a cold look. On the path of martial arts, since he had to kill, he would kill them thoroughly. Kill! Kill! The spear ray howled. How could these villagers resist it? They were killed one by one. Corpses covered the mountain village and blood dyed the paradise red. Lu Ming strode forward and walked out of the mountain village. There were still villagers charging at Lu Ming from all directions. In the end, they all turned into corpses. Very soon, Lu Ming stepped out of the village and saw a town that was even bigger than the previous village. Many people saw Lu Ming and shouted with red eyes, "Murderer! He's killing the innocent! Kill him!" In the town, more and more people were charging toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not have a choice. He could only kill his way out. Blood qi filled the air and millions of corpses lay on the ground. Wherever Lu Ming went, everyone who saw him would want to kill him. Lu Ming had no choice but to kill them. Slowly, Lu Ming's eyes turned red. He exuded a cold killing intent and his gaze became colder and colder. Outside in the great hall, Earth One was staring at a round ball in front of him. The image on the ball was the one where Lu Ming was. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in the space and a golden figure appeared beside Earth One. Gold One. Earth One nodded. How is it? You can't even pass the first stage, right? Gold One said. I don't know. The first stage is very difficult. A martial arts expert can't be soft-hearted. If he meets an enemy, he must kill them no matter what. This is necessary. If he's soft-hearted, he'll only die in the hands of the enemy. However, in the endless slaughter, in the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, you have to stay clear-headed and keep your heart unchanged. Some people's hearts will slowly change in the endless slaughter and eventually turn into killing machines. But that's useless. Dao Tui's brows furrowed slightly. That's right. Humans are easily lost. Gold One said. Suddenly the space moved again and a few more figures appeared. They were puppets like 2E, but their colors were different. They were Lightning One, Wood One, Water One, and so on. The moment these figures appeared, they all stared at the round ball without blinking. It's been so many years. I hope this kid can pass. Gold One sighed. Everyone looked on silently. Lu Ming's massacre continued. His eyes were getting redder and redder. and the killing intent on his body was getting stronger and stronger. Kill, kill, kill. Kill everything. There was a voice in his mind that kept roaring, as if it wanted to drown Lu Ming in endless slaughter. This kind of killing intent was born in Lu Ming's heart, not from the outside world. Even the third bloodline could not help Lu Ming. Suppress. Suddenly, a loud voice rang in Lu Ming's mind. It was the voice from the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel. Lu Ming shivered and his mind regained a trace of clarity. That's not right. I, Lu Ming, have only killed my enemies and not the innocent. No matter how many enemies I kill, they are still my enemies and have nothing to do with others. Even if I have to kill, I'll kill those who deserve to be killed. Lu Ming's mind whirred and his eyes slowly regained clarity. In the end, he simply sat down cross-legged and his mind entered a state of emptiness. In the outside world, the attacks landed on Lu Ming's body and dissipated one after another, unable to hurt him at all. Chapter 1293. 1293 Martial Technique of Creation, Earth Origin Technique. After a few hours, Lu Ming opened his eyes. At this time, his eyes had regained their clarity. The killing intent in his eyes had completely disappeared. There was only calmness and peace. The people around him were still attacking Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a step forward and his essential core burst forth, condensing into an endless spear light. He pierced through the people and killed them all. However, this time Lu Ming's heart did not waver at all. On this path filled with killing, he would no longer be controlled by killing and become a killing machine. In the hall, Earth One, Gold One, and the others smiled when they saw this. He passed the first test. Earth One said with a smile. Although I passed the first stage, the later stages are even more difficult. Gold One sighed. Don't rush, take it one step at a time. Earth One said. The others nodded and continued to watch. This time Lu Ming did not stop. Endless spear radiance burst forth from his body. He traveled dozens of miles with each step. With every step he took, everything that stood in his way was turned into ashes. After an unknown period of time, the surrounding environment changed again. Lu Ming was back in the passageway. Congratulations on passing the first stage. A voice rang in Lu Ming's mind. After that, there was no more sound. This is only the first stage? It's really difficult. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. After entering this passage, there would be endless killing intent that would suddenly descend on them. Then they would enter the illusion and lose themselves in the killing. Initially, Lu Ming thought that this was already the second stage. He did not expect that it was only the first stage. The first stage was already so difficult. Who knew what they would face in the future? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with confidence and fighting spirit. He strode forward. The passage was very long and seemed to have no end. Lu Ming walked for half an hour and the passage in front suddenly became wide, like a stone room. The stone room was filled with dense and mysterious carvings. One could faintly feel the aura of the earth. In front of the stone room there was a yellow light curtain blocking the way. On the walls, there is the Earth Essence Martial Technique, the Earth Aeon Technique. Only those who have successfully cultivated the Earth Aeon Technique can break through the light curtain. You can only pass this stage if you have successfully comprehended the Earth Aeon Technique on the walls. You only have half a year. The voice from before rang in Lu Ming's mind again. Martial skill of Earth Essence, Earth Origin Technique? To successfully cultivate it in half a year? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The assessment this time was a martial arts technique of the creation of the earth. Furthermore, it would take half a year. Lu Ming was absolutely confident. Immediately, Lu Ming's gaze fell on the carvings on the wall and he began to comprehend them in detail. In Lu Ming's eyes, the carvings seemed to come to life. They were like tiny snakes slithering on the wall, turning into wonderful martial arts techniques. Earth Concept Martial Technique. How wonderful! As soon as he looked at it, Lu Ming felt that this martial arts technique of creation was extremely wonderful and mysterious. It seemed to contain the truth of heaven and earth. Lu Ming had previously cultivated the martial arts technique, Thunder God Strike, with the concept of thunder. The difficulty of cultivating the Thunder God Strike was already astonishingly high. It was 100 times more difficult than ordinary martial arts techniques. However, the difficulty level of the Earth Aeon technique was much higher than that of the Thunder God Strike. Lu Ming stood there and observed it carefully for 3 days, but he still could not find any clues. It was no wonder that he would be able to pass the test as long as he succeeded in cultivating it within half a year. The difficulty of cultivation was simply too great. In the hall, Earth 1, Gold 1 and the others watched quietly. I wonder if this kid can successfully comprehend it within half a year. Someone said. If you really need half a year to successfully comprehend it, then there's no hope for the later stages. Gold 1 said. That's right. Based on past experience, the shorter the time used, the greater the chances of success. Some people only manage to comprehend it in half a year or even 5 months. This shows that their potential is limited, and they will definitely fail in the later stages. Earth 1 sighed. The shorter the time he took to pass this checkpoint, the greater the hope he would have in the future. In the past, the person who used the shortest time was 3 months and 15 days, but he still didn't reach the end. In my opinion, only if he successfully comprehended it within 3 months will he have the hope of passing the test. Gold 1 said. Everyone fell silent and the atmosphere seemed a little heavy. It was already quite good to be able to comprehend it in half a year. To comprehend it in 3 months was simply too difficult. In the stone room, Lu Ming was still motionless, carefully sensing the carvings around him. In Lu Ming's eyes, those marks seemed to have turned into tiny people who were practicing the martial arts technique of the creation of the earth and the earth aeon technique. The core of the martial technique of conception is the conception. The potential and power of the conception can be fully exerted. The power can be exerted by 10 times or even 100 times. Therefore, to practice the martial technique of conception, one must start from the conception. Slowly Lu Ming closed his eyes. The tiny figures formed by the marks disappeared, leaving only the will of the earth in Lu Ming's heart. Slowly the earth essence realm and the marks began to overlap. In this place, one could not use the path understanding ancient tree to comprehend. One could only rely on oneself. Time passed by quickly. 5 days, 10 days, a month. After a month and a half, Lu Ming suddenly moved. He took a step forward and the ground let out a dull roar. At the same time he threw a punch. This punch was as heavy as a mountain and as powerful as a thunderbolt. It seemed to suppress everything and had a feeling of the prison suppressing heavenly art. Yes, this is the feeling. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He kept swinging his fists and the void rumbled and exploded. In the main hall, Earth 1, Gold 1 and the others' eyes lit up. That's fast. It's only been half a month and he's already grasped the technique. Amazing. It's too amazing. Although he has only touched the door, it has only been 1.5 months. He really has a chance to succeed in the training in 3 months. Ha, there's hope. Earth 1, Gold 1, and the others exclaimed excitedly, their eyes revealing a strong sense of hope. They had waited for too long and did not want to wait any longer. In the stone room, Lu Ming was practicing non-stop, seemingly without stopping. Time continued to pass. The power of Lu Ming's punches grew stronger and stronger, and the world trembled with his punches. 2.5 months had passed. Boom. Lu Ming threw a punch and the earth concept burst forth with the fist force. It was extremely powerful. The earth element technique. This was the earth element technique. Lu Ming had successfully cultivated it. Although they were both artistic conception martial skills, the earth aeon skill was obviously at a higher level than the thunder god strike and it was more powerful as well. Although it was only at the first level, its power was equivalent to the second level of the thunder god strike. 2.5 months. I don't know what level he's at. Let's get through this first. Lu Ming mumbled to himself. He then stepped forward and came before the khaki-colored light screen. He threw a punch. Gotcha. The khaki-colored light screen shattered like glass, turning into light spots and dissipating. Lu Ming walked over and continued forward. Behind the light screen there was still a passage, but not long after, Lu Ming came to another stone room. Chapter 1294. 1294 Battle between martial techniques and concepts. It was almost exactly the same as the previous stone room. The walls of the stone chamber were filled with carvings. The difference was that these carvings were filled with the aura of the concept of fire. In front of him there was also a fiery red light screen blocking his way. The martial arts technique of the creation of fire, the fire elemental technique, is on the walls. Only by successfully cultivating the fire elemental technique within half a year can you break through the light curtain and enter the next level. That voice rang in Lu Ming's mind again. This time it's the martial arts technique of the creation of fire, the fire elemental technique. Could it be that it is based on the intent realm I have comprehended? I have comprehended 5 types of intent realm, so do I have to practice 5 types of intent realm martial arts techniques? Lu Ming could not help but guess in his heart. He looked at the light screen, then walked over, activated the Earth Aeon technique and punched it. After the violent fist force hit the light curtain, it did not move at all, not even a ripple could be seen. Then Lu Ming switched to the Thunder God Strike, the prison-suppressing heavenly technique, the 9 dragons heaven-stomping steps, and so on. However, they were all useless. There was not a single ripple on the light screen. As expected, it was useless to try to be opportunistic. He still needed to master the fire elemental technique successfully before he could pass the test. Lu Ming did not think too much about it. He started to look at the engravings and started to understand the fire elemental technique. With his previous experience, Lu Ming got into the zone very quickly. The fire elemental technique was also more powerful than the Thunder God Strike, but the difficulty of cultivating it was also terrifying. Lu Ming carefully comprehended. Time passed. 2 months and 12 days later, Lu Ming's entire body was bathed in flames, like a god of fire. With a casual strike, the power of the concept of fire exploded to the extreme, unleashing a terrifying power. He had successfully cultivated the fire elemental technique. I've succeeded. I've successfully cultivated it again. Haha. It's still within 3 months. This time it only took 2 months and 12 days. I've saved 3 days compared to the Earth Aeon technique. There's hope. There's hope this time. This Lu Ming's comprehension is too strong. There's really hope this time. In the hall, Earth 1, Gold 1, and the others cheered in excitement. In the past, the fastest person to successfully cultivate a martial technique of creation took 3.5 months. However, Lu Ming only took 2.5 months for the first technique and 3 days for the second technique. He had surpassed everyone else in the past. The shorter the time, the greater the potential. Only then would he have a chance to pass the final trial. Boom. Lu Ming pointed his finger and cast the fire elemental technique. The concept of fire gathered at the tip of his finger and touched the fiery red light screen. The light screen shattered and disappeared. Lu Ming smiled and continued to walk forward. As Lu Ming had expected, they arrived at another stone room after a short walk. There were also carvings on the walls of the stone room, and at the end of the stone room there was also a light screen. This time he needed to comprehend the martial technique of wind concept, the wind origin technique. Lu Ming did not want to waste any time. He immediately entered the state and began to comprehend. This time Lu Ming had used 2 days less. He only used 2 months and 10 days to successfully comprehend the wind element technique and pass this stage. Not long after, they arrived at the next stage. This time it was the water elemental technique, a martial technique of the creation of water. This time the time was shortened by 2 days. He only used 2 months and 8 days to successfully cultivate and pass this stage. Then it was time for the 5th stage. He needed to cultivate the martial technique Thunder Origin technique, of the creation of thunder. Compared to Lu Ming, the Thunder Origin spell was much easier. This was because Lu Ming had cultivated the Thunder God Strike before and had more experience in cultivating martial arts techniques with the concept of thunder. Hence, it was easier for him to cultivate it. In the end, Lu Ming only used a total of 2 months to successfully cultivate the lightning elemental technique and pass this stage. Congratulations, you've passed the 2nd stage. When Lu Ming passed through the 5th light screen, a voice rang in his mind. From start to finish, Lu Ming used less than a year to pass the 2nd stage and cultivate 5 powerful martial arts techniques of creation. I've really made a profit. Even if I don't get the chaos scripture this time, I've still made a profit. Lu Ming's eyes were glowing. These 5 martial techniques of intent were priceless in the outside world. They were not comparable to techniques of intent like Thunder God Strike. Each of them was the best among the martial techniques of intent. If Lu Ming could cultivate the 5 types of martial arts techniques to the highest level, his combat strength would increase dramatically. Let's continue. I must get the chaos scripture. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. It was just a test, but he could obtain 5 such wonderful martial arts techniques of creation. The chaos scripture must be extremely amazing. Lu Ming's heart was burning with passion. He continued to walk forward. Not long after, the light in front of him brightened up and Lu Ming came to a fighting ring. The fighting stage was huge, with a length and width of more than 100 miles. The battle platform, could it be a test of combat prowess? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. Buzz. Buzz. Whoosh. When Lu Ming stepped onto the fighting ring, 5 figures suddenly condensed in front of him. The 5 figures were all tall and burly men, but their skin colors were different. Some were yellow, some were green, some were blue, and some were red. It was similar to Earth One, whom Lu Ming had seen before. It seemed to be a puppet. In the last round, use the Earth Origin Technique, Thunder Origin Technique, Fire Origin Technique, Water Origin Technique, and Wind Origin Technique to defeat the 5 puppets. Any other martial techniques will be ineffective. The time limit is 2 years. A voice rang in Lu Ming's mind. For the last trial, he only had to defeat these 5 puppets within 2 years. Lu Ming just had a thought. Buzz. One of the 5 figures pounced toward Lu Ming. This figure was khaki-colored and was using the Earth Origin Technique. It threw a punch at Lu Ming and the essence of the earth filled the air. A powerful pressure was exerted on Lu Ming. The puppet's cultivation level was not weaker than Lu Ming's. With the addition of the Earth Aeon Technique, it was terrifyingly powerful. Boom. The vital essence in Lu Ming's body exploded and the Earth concept spread. He cast the Earth Aeon Technique and punched his opponent. When the 2 fists met, Lu Ming felt an earth-shattering force surging toward him. Lu Ming's body trembled and he could not help but retreat. Its mastery of the Earth Aeon Technique is far above mine. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Bang! The khaki-colored puppet stepped onto the fighting stage and charged toward Lu Ming. Its fist force was as heavy as a mountain and as heavy as the earth. Undefeatable. Lu Ming had a thought. In a situation where they had the same strength, Lu Ming's mastery of the Earth Aeon Technique was not as good as his opponent's. He was not his opponent's match at all. As for other martial skills, they would be ineffective. Roar. 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 A dragon's roar came from within Lu Ming's body as the 9 streams of dragon energy exploded. The dragon power burst forth and Lu Ming's strength increased dramatically. He cast the Earth Aeon Technique and threw a punch. However, the next moment Lu Ming's expression changed. This was because the khaki-colored puppet's strength had also increased rapidly. It was not any weaker than Lu Ming's dragon power. In addition to the more powerful Earth Aeon Technique, the other party's strength still overwhelmed Lu Ming. Chapter 1295. 1295 Fusion of Martial Techniques and Concepts. Bang! The 2 fists collided and Lu Ming was still forced to retreat. Bloodline. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. His 3rd bloodline emerged and a surge of energy surged into his body, increasing his strength once again. However, as Lu Ming's strength increased, the khaki-colored puppet's strength would increase as well. Following that, Lu Ming cast the prison-suppressing heavenly art to increase its power. Correspondingly, the other party's strength also increased rapidly. It was useless. No matter how Lu Ming increased his strength, the other party would also increase his strength. It's indeed useless. In the end, we must use martial techniques of creation. Lu Ming sighed and put away his bloodline and dragon power. As expected, the other party's strength had weakened as well. His basic strength was still at the same level as Lu Ming's. Then I'll fight with martial arts techniques of creation. Lu Ming only used his essential core and cast the Earth Aeon Technique to fight the other party. Unfortunately, his opponent's martial arts technique of creation was more powerful than Lu Ming's. Lu Ming tried his best to resist, but he was still no match for his opponent. In less than 10 moves he was blasted off the fighting ring. The moment Lu Ming got off the fighting ring, the other party stopped attacking. This trial seems to be very difficult. Only 1 khaki-colored puppet has made a move. There are still 4 other puppets who haven't made a move. I wonder if the other 5 puppets will join forces. If they join forces, the difficulty will be even more terrifying. No wonder it took 2 years. Lu Ming was thinking quickly. It seems that I can only pass this stage by quickly improving the level of my martial arts techniques. Then let's continue the battle. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He took a step forward and returned to the fighting ring. The martial arts technique of creation that the other party used was exactly the same as his. The continuous battle would be of great help to Lu Ming's understanding of the martial arts technique of creation. Buzz. This time it wasn't the khaki-colored puppet that attacked. Instead it was a fiery red puppet that attacked. It used the fire elemental technique and was filled with an explosive attack. Lu Ming also cast the fire elemental technique to fight it. The other party's fire elemental technique was obviously more powerful than Lu Ming's. Even if Lu Ming tried his best, it would be difficult for him to resist. How exquisite! So the fire elemental technique can be used in this way. As he fought, Lu Ming sensed the fire elemental technique cast by the other party. At the same time, it matched with his own cultivation and increased his understanding of the fire elemental technique. After more than 10 moves, Lu Ming was struck down from the fighting ring. However, Lu Ming was not discouraged. He went up to the fighting ring. This time it was a green puppet that attacked. The opponent used the wind elemental technique. Just like that, once Lu Ming was knocked off the fighting ring, he would immediately go up and fight with his opponent. As he fought, he comprehended martial arts techniques of creation, making rapid progress. Every time he would only stop devouring the rough stones to replenish his essential core when Lu Ming's essential core was exhausted. Cultivation knew no time and time flew by quickly. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. In the past half a year, apart from recovering his essential core, Lu Ming had been fighting the 5 puppets. His understanding of the 5 martial arts techniques of creation had improved by leaps and bounds. Lu Ming had made major breakthroughs in all 5 types of martial arts techniques. He had entered the 3rd stage and his power had increased greatly. Boom! Lu Ming used the Earth Aeon technique to fight the khaki-colored puppet. Lu Ming's fist force was powerful and heavy, and the earth concept was integrated into it. Every punch seemed to be suppressing the opponent with the earth. The power was extremely shocking. The 2 fists collided and the khaki-colored puppet's body was sent flying far away, falling at the edge of the fighting ring. Get down! Lu Ming charged toward the khaki-colored puppet. Buzz! However, at that moment a green figure flashed. The green puppet pounced at Lu Ming like a bolt of lightning. With a wave of its hand, the wind element technique cut open the space and slashed at Lu Ming. At the same time, a blazing aura filled the air and a fiery red figure pounced at Lu Ming. Then it was the blue puppet and the purple puppet. The khaki-colored puppets rose as well. The 5 puppets pounced at Lu Ming. Indeed, as Lu Ming had guessed, the 5 puppets had joined forces. The combined might of the 5 puppets was shocking. Lu Ming was forced to retreat continuously. Most importantly, when Lu Ming cast one of the martial arts techniques of creation, he would be restrained by the corresponding puppet and would not be able to unleash his full power. Lu Ming could only constantly change the martial arts techniques of creation, casting 5 types of martial arts techniques in turns to block the opponent's attacks. However, it took time for the 5 intents to rotate. Even if it was only for a moment, it was still a flaw. Lu Ming was forced to retreat continuously and was thrown off the fighting ring after a few moves. The 5 puppets are too powerful and flawless when they join forces. I'm no match for them when I use only one martial technique of intent. If I can perfectly transform all 5 martial techniques of intent, there might be hope. Lu Ming pondered and then went up to the fighting ring. As soon as he stepped onto the fighting ring, the 5 puppets charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming could only do his best to continuously switch between the 5 martial arts techniques of creation and fight the 5 puppets. In the beginning, Lu Ming was no match for him at all. This was because there would always be gaps in the transition between the 5 martial arts techniques of creation. It was not perfect and the opponent would seize the opportunity to defeat him. However, as time passed, Lu Ming became more and more skilled at switching between the 5 martial arts techniques of creation. A few months later, Lu Ming could easily switch between the 5 martial arts techniques of creation perfectly. He could cast any martial arts technique of creation with ease. He could even separate his left and right hands to cast different martial arts techniques of creation. At this point, Lu Ming had finally blocked the attacks of the 5 puppets. Fuse. However, at this moment the khaki-colored puppets spoke indifferently. Then the 5 puppets' figures changed and 5 martial arts techniques of intent were blasted out. They fused together and formed a chaotic color that blasted toward Lu Ming. The 5 martial arts techniques of creation were actually fused together, and their power increased crazily. With just one move, Lu Ming was sent flying out of the arena. "Go away. You can play like this," Lu Ming screamed in his heart. The difficulty of this trial was simply too high. The techniques of the 5 puppets were becoming more and more powerful, and now they were actually able to fuse 5 martial techniques of intent together. Fusion. Right, fusion. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. Could this be the prerequisite for cultivating chaos will? Only by fusing 5 martial techniques of intent together would one be qualified to cultivate chaos intent. Lu Ming could not help but guess. These checkpoints were not only tests but also tempering. Only those who could break through under such training could walk to the end and successfully cultivate the chaos will. The chaos will was the king of the will between heaven and earth. It was absolutely terrifying. However, it was not hard to imagine that the difficulty of cultivating it was absolutely terrifying. The conditions for cultivating it were also extremely harsh. Not everyone could successfully cultivate it. Only when certain conditions were met would one be able to successfully cultivate it. The tests along the way were probably to prepare for the cultivation of the chaos will. If he could not pass all the tests along the way, he would not be qualified to cultivate the chaos scripture, nor would he be able to successfully cultivate the chaos will. At the thought of this, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit again. "Come on. I don't believe that I can't fuse 5 martial techniques of creation." Lu Ming hollered and rushed up to the fighting ring to fight the 5 puppets. Chapter 1296. 1296 Success, Primal Chaos Emperor. In the main hall, Earth 1, Gold 1 and the others stared at the ball and observed it carefully. "He's at the last stage. I wonder if he can succeed." Gold 1 sighed, his eyes full of hope but also a little worry. The last stage is the key. In history there have been people who have reached this stage but they all failed at the last step. If they can't merge the 5 martial techniques of intent into one, it's impossible to successfully cultivate the chaos intent. Earth 1 said, "This kid's results are the best in history. I hope he can succeed." A fiery red figure spoke. "I hope so." The others sighed. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming had just gone up when he was blasted down. Again. Lu Ming was not discouraged at all. He rushed up to the fighting ring again. The 5 puppets attacked at the same time. They fused 5 wills and attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming's spiritual senses were constantly scanning how the 5 puppets had integrated the 5 martial arts techniques of the 5 concepts. He was also constantly analyzing in his mind. The power of the fusion of 5 martial arts techniques of intent was too strong. In less than 2 moves, Lu Ming was blasted out of the fighting ring and spat out a mouthful of blood. Again. Again. Lu Ming was not discouraged. He went up to the fighting ring and continued to fight regardless of his injuries. Time passed day by day. In the beginning, Lu Ming could only block 1 or 2 moves. As time went on, the number of moves he could block increased and the time he could last grew longer. After another half a year, Lu Ming could already withstand more than 10 moves. At this point there were still 9 months to go before the 2 years were up. However, Lu Ming had yet to comprehend the fusion of 5 martial arts techniques of creation. Each of the 5 martial techniques had its own system. Each of them was a profound exploration of their own martial techniques. They were all unique. It was too difficult to merge them into one. It seems that when I fused the 5 kinds of will before, I only had a superficial fusion. It was not a true and complete fusion. If it was a complete fusion, the 5 kinds of will would not be separated but would become a new kind of will. After this period of time, Lu Ming also understood that his so-called fusion of the 5 concepts in the past was only a superficial fusion. He was still a long way from a complete fusion. The fusion of 5 martial techniques of intent realm still needs to start from the fusion of intent realm. Lu Ming was analyzing all kinds of possibilities in his mind. He then went up to the fighting ring to verify his thoughts. Boom, boom, boom. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming's 5-colored conception surrounded him and he instantly used 5 kinds of conception martial arts techniques: flame, thunder and wind. It whistled through the fighting ring and blasted towards the 5 puppets. However, under the fusion of the 5 martial arts techniques of the 5 puppets, the powerful attack instantly fell apart. It was completely outmatched. It was like steel striking tofu. Continue. Lu Ming continuously struck out 5 types of martial arts techniques of creation, trying to merge them. Yes, this is the feeling. As long as we continue down this path, we will eventually succeed. Although he still failed, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He finally felt that he had found the right direction. As long as he found the right direction, he would eventually succeed. The great battle continued. Half a month later, Lu Ming threw out a series of punches. This time, only 4 martial arts techniques of intent were unleashed. It was not that he was short of one, but that Lu Ming had successfully fused 2 of them. Haha, I finally succeeded in the first step. Lu Ming was overjoyed. After such a long time, he had finally taken the first step. If he fused 2, then fusing 3, 4 or even 5 would be a matter of time. Continue. Lu Ming was excited and continued to fight. In the hall, Earth One, Gold One and the others were so excited that they almost jumped up. He succeeded. He successfully fused 2. He's not far from success. Number 1 in history. In the past, no one has ever been able to reach this stage. There's hope. Haha, the inheritance of venerable sovereigns. Is there finally a successor? Gold One and the others laughed. They were extremely happy and excited. In the beginning, it would be relatively easy to merge the 2. However, it would become more and more difficult to merge the 3, 4 and 5 types. However, Lu Ming had found the right direction. He had a clear goal. He was improving at every moment and was approaching his goal. Time passed day by day, 1 month. He was getting closer and closer to the 2 years. Lu Ming had also made a major breakthrough. He had successfully fused 3 types and then 4 types. When there was still a month left until the 2 years were up, Lu Ming had finally successfully fused 5 types of martial arts techniques of creation into 1 martial arts technique of creation. Boom! Primal chaos energy filled the air, and the terrifying power scattered the attacks of the 5 puppets, and the powerful energy continued to blast out. Bang! 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 The 5 puppets were sent flying by Lu Ming and fell outside the fighting ring. Although the 5 puppets had also fused 5 martial arts techniques of creation, they were, after all, separated by 5 people. Lu Ming was alone, so the fusion was purer and the power was greater. Naturally, the combat power he unleashed was stronger. Haha, he succeeded. Let's go and take a look. Earth One, Gold One and the rest roared excitedly. Then their figures moved and they all disappeared from the hall. The next moment, the space on the battle stage where Lu Ming was at cracked open and Earth One and the rest stepped out. Senior Earth One. Lu Ming was slightly stunned when he saw Earth One. He then cupped his fists and saluted, looking at Gold One and the rest. Ah, Lu Ming, there's no need to be so polite. Congratulations on passing all the levels and gaining the right to cultivate the chaos scripture. Let me introduce you. This is Gold One, Thunder One. Earth One laughed heartily and was extremely excited. He introduced Gold One and the rest to Lu Ming. Lu Ming greets all the seniors. Although he knew that Gold One and the rest were puppets, Lu Ming still bowed respectfully. Ah, you're welcome. Once you've successfully cultivated the chaos scripture, you'll be the successor of the venerable sovereigns and our master. Gold One laughed so hard that he could not close his mouth. Venerable sovereign. Lu Ming was surprised. Lu Ming, let me make it clear to you. This is the Chaos Hall of the Primordial Chaos Sect. The Hall Master is the Chaos Tharch. The Chaos Tharch is one of the most powerful experts in the Primordial Chaos Sect. His combat strength is unparalleled and he dominates the world. He is the strongest expert in the world. As long as you successfully cultivate the Chaos Scripture, you'll be the successor of the Chaos Tharch. Naturally, you'll also be our master. Tui explained. The Primal Chaos Hall is part of the Primordial Chaos Sect. Senior, may I know if there's a space-time spiritual hall in the Primordial Chaos Sect? Lu Ming asked curiously. You know about the Time and Space Spiritual Hall? The Time and Space Spiritual Hall is one of the 9 halls of Hunyuan Sect. The Hall Master of the Time and Space Spiritual Hall is the Time and Space Spiritual Rat, one of the top 10 war beasts. It is also a top expert in the world, but it is still slightly inferior to the Chaos Supreme Emperor. Earth One explained. When he spoke of the Chaos Tharch, his face was filled with pride. The Chaos Tharch is so powerful. He's even stronger than the top 10 war beasts. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. He was looking forward to the Chaos Scripture even more. Chapter 1297. 1297 Chaos Concept complete. Lu Ming, the Chaos Scripture is in there. You can go in. As long as you successfully cultivate the Chaos Scripture, you can leave this place. However, you've already successfully fused 5 martial arts techniques of intent. I believe that cultivating the Chaos Scripture shouldn't be too difficult. Tui Dao pointed to a stone door behind the fighting ring. Many thanks to all the seniors. Lu Ming cupped his fists and walked towards the stone door. The stone door was closed. However, after Lu Ming walked in, the stone door opened automatically. Behind the stone door, it was misty and blurry. Lu Ming stepped in without hesitation. As soon as Lu Ming walked through the stone door, it closed on its own. Behind the stone door was a huge stone room. Above the stone room, there was a figure sitting cross-legged in the air. This figure was not very burly or tall, but it gave people the feeling that it was as tall as the sky. It was the most burly figure in the world, able to support the sky and earth. The aura was so mysterious that it was more unfathomable than any other expert that Lu Ming had encountered in the past. Lu Ming felt as if he was facing the entire universe when he faced this figure. Back then, when Lu Ming was faced with the saint heart left behind by the mysterious sky saint, he was already shocked by the vast aura of the other party. However, he now felt that the mysterious sky saint was like an ant or a speck of dust in front of this figure. At this moment, Lu Ming felt that he had stopped breathing. This figure was completely shrouded in the light of chaos. Its appearance could not be seen clearly, only a blurry figure. Could this be the primal Chaos Emperor? Lu Ming thought to himself. He was too powerful. The realm of the Chaos Tharch had reached a level that Lu Ming could not imagine. However, such an expert had already fallen. Lu Ming had heard from Tui that the Chaos Tharch had fallen. That was why he was looking for an inheritor. How could such a powerful existence fall? What kind of enemy was he facing? Lu Ming could not imagine it. Could it be that this figure before him was just a wisp of the primal Chaos Emperor's imprint? Lu Ming secretly guessed. I am the Chaos Scripture. Suddenly the figure spoke. His voice was calm and soothing to the ears. The Chaos Scripture? This figure is the Chaos Scripture? Lu Ming was stunned. He had never expected that the Chaos Scripture would actually take the form of a human and emit a vast and unpredictable aura. I was left behind by the primal Chaos Emperor to wait for his successor. After so many years, someone has finally made it here. My mission is complete. The Chaos Scripture opened its mouth. After it finished speaking, it turned into a ray of light and flew toward the area between Lu Ming's eyebrows. It entered the area between his eyebrows. The next moment, Lu Ming felt that there was a lot of information in his mind. The Chaos Scripture, the cultivation method of the Chaos Will, the Chaos Domain, and even the cultivation method of the Chaos Law, and the corresponding martial techniques of will and domain. Lu Ming closed his eyes and observed carefully. It's too mysterious, it's really too mysterious. The more he read, the more excited Lu Ming was. No, I can't see the rest now. I won't understand it even if I see it. Now I need to turn my 5 kinds of intent into chaos intent. Lu Ming gathered his thoughts and began to read the beginning of the Chaos Scripture, which was also the most basic part, to cultivate the chaos concept. The Chaos Will was to transform 5 or more wills of completely different attributes into the Chaos Will. The Chaos Will was extremely mysterious. It was the beginning of all wills in the world. After successfully cultivating the Chaos Will, it could even transform into other wills. For example, after successfully cultivating the Chaos Intent, one could turn it into slaughter intent, destruction intent, blood intent, thunder intent, and so on. Only the Chaos Intent could not convert the strongest intent such as time intent and space intent. After Lu Ming read through the Chaos Scripture in detail, he sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. Previously, Lu Ming had already fused 5 types of martial arts techniques into one. Therefore it was not difficult for him to cultivate the chaos scripture now. It could be said that the previous trials and tests had already paved the way for him to cultivate the chaos will. 3 days later, the 5-colored will surrounded Lu Ming and it was getting a little heated. 7 days later, the colors of the 5-colored essence realm had become a little blurry. Half a month later, the 5 intents were already completely intertwined together, and the original color could no longer be seen. 2 months later, Lu Ming's surroundings were misty and chaotic. The original 5 concepts disappeared and were replaced by an even more mysterious and supreme concept that bloomed on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming had finally succeeded in cultivating the chaos concept, the emperor of the concept. Moreover, it was also a class 4 grand completion. Buzz. Lu Ming stretched out a finger that was wrapped in the chaos concept. He pointed at the space and the space rippled like water. It should be known that this was the heaven realm and the space was very stable, far more stable than the divine ruins continents. Previously, Lu Ming could not tear the space even when he used his full strength. But now with just a light touch, the space rippled. The power is too shocking. With my current cultivation and chaos I should be able to fight against an emperor, right? He can even suppress emperors. Lu Ming made a guess. There was a shocking fluctuation in his eyes. It was confidence, and extremely strong confidence. Lu Ming's current cultivation was only at the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual god realm, but he was confident that he could fight an emperor or even suppress one. If others were to know about this, they would probably laugh at Lu Ming for being a lunatic. However, Lu Ming had this feeling now. In the past he had to rely on the Thunder Cauldron or even the help of Dandan, Bubbles and the rest to fight against the emperor. However, now Lu Ming was confident that he could suppress the emperor without the help of the Thunder Cauldron, Dandan, Bubbles and the rest. I wonder how little Qing is doing. I've been here for more than 3 years, but only a while has passed in the outside world. Little official, you're in my mountain and river diagram. I wonder if your time is in sync with mine? Lu Ming thought to himself. Then the space between his eyebrows glowed and the mountain and river diagram appeared. Lu Ming moved and appeared inside the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming. As soon as Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram, Xianxia appeared in front of him, glaring at him with resentment. Lu Ming, what happened? Why haven't you come to see me in 3 years? Xianxia glared at Lu Ming with hatred, but deep in his eyes, there was a strong sense of longing. More than 3 years. Is the time inside the mountain and river diagram the same as mine? Lu Ming's heart stirred. Little Qing, it's like this. Lu Ming explained the situation in detail. It's actually like this. After hearing this, Xianxia was amazed. Little Qing, your cultivation has improved a lot. Lu Ming scanned with his spiritual senses and discovered that Xianxia's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual god realm. Like Lu Ming, he was only 1 step away from the great circle of the spiritual god realm. Of course. I'm bored by myself, so I've been training hard. In 3 years I've naturally made rapid progress. Xianxia said. I'm sorry, little Qing. The next moment Lu Ming hugged Xianxia tightly in his arms. Chapter 1298. 1298 Chapter 1298 Reward. Speaking of which, the two of them really hadn't seen each other for more than 3 years. Naturally, they missed each other and snuggled up to each other, chatting. Half a day later, a voice was heard in Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming, you will be teleported back to your original place in half a month. This was Earth One's voice. In half a month. Lu Ming was stunned. Initially, he wanted to cultivate here for a longer period of time. It was because a few years of cultivation here would only be a short time in the outside world. It would be a pity to miss such a good place. But now Earth One had transmitted a message that there was only half a month left. Lu Ming told Xianxia about this and exited the mountain and river diagram. Earth One's figure was nowhere to be seen in the huge stone chamber. Earth One must have sensed something and sent him a voice transmission. Senior Earth One, why is it only half a month? Lu Ming's voice was heard. He knew that Earth One should be able to hear him. The time here is accelerated extremely fast, but to maintain the time acceleration, it requires a huge amount of energy. Every time, only when the qualified participants come here will the time acceleration be activated. Now, you have successfully cultivated the chaos will, so the time acceleration here naturally has to stop. Otherwise, there won't be so much energy consumption. Earth One's voice was heard. Lu Ming nodded. Although he felt that it was a pity, it was normal. Time acceleration was too heaven-defying, so it naturally couldn't be maintained indefinitely. It required a terrifying amount of energy. If it could be easily maintained, then it would be too terrifying. Cultivating in there for thousands of years was only equivalent to how much time had passed in the outside world. If they let a group of people in to cultivate, wouldn't that be heaven-defying? That was impossible. Even with the Primal Chaos Palace's foundation, they wouldn't be able to maintain it for long. Senior, I'll leave in half a month. Lu Ming said. All right. Earth One's voice was heard. Next, I'll increase my cultivation. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Now his intent had already transformed into chaos intent and was at the full circle of level 4. Lu Ming's cultivation level could also be raised to the perfected spiritual god realm. Half a month's time was enough for Lu Ming to devour and refine the rough stone to improve his cultivation. With a wave of his hand, a large pile of raw gemstones appeared. The bloodline of the 9 dragons appeared. With one gulp, 10 million raw gemstones were devoured and refined. A huge number of raw gemstones were being refined and converted into essential core, helping Lu Ming to break through to the next realm. After refining 10 million, he swallowed another 10 million. 10 million and 10 million. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Lu Ming had devoured and refined a total of 100 million raw gemstones. Such an astonishing amount of raw gemstones transformed into an astonishing amount of true essence and began to break through. Boom. The aura in Lu Ming's body surged. The spiritual god in his dantian bloomed with multicolored light and became solid and heavy, just like a real person. Lu Ming's cultivation had also broken through from the peak of the 9th level spiritual god realm to the perfected spiritual god realm. Great Circle of the Spiritual God Realm. Lu Ming had finally cultivated to the Great Circle of the Spiritual God Realm. The next step would be to start breaking through to the Emperor realm. Everything was in preparation for the Emperor. In the process of breaking through to the Emperor realm, one could comprehend the embryonic form of a domain and become a supreme. The Great Circle of the Spiritual God Realm was already at the peak of the 3 spiritual God realms. Lu Ming could feel the extremely rich vital essence in his body. He had a confident smile on his face. Now, how strong was his combat strength? Lu Ming could not figure it out and was very curious. Time to go out. Lu Ming smiled and walked towards the door of the stone room. The stone door opened automatically and Lu Ming walked out. Outside he saw the same fighting ring. Earth 1, Gold 1, and the others were still on the fighting ring. Seeing Lu Ming come out, Earth 1, Gold 1, and the rest smiled and suddenly bowed to Lu Ming, calling out in unison, "This subordinate greets the young master." Lu Ming was stunned. He hurriedly helped Earth 1 and the rest up and said, "Seniors, what are you all doing? Please get up. Young master, you've obtained the inheritance of the Chaos Emperor and successfully cultivated the Chaos Will. You're our young master." Tu-Yi spoke and insisted on kowtowing to Lu Ming. What was the cultivation base of Earth 1 and the rest? Lu Ming could not stop them at all. He could only let them bow down to him. After paying their respects, Earth 1 and the rest stood up. "Seniors, are you all the only ones left in the Primal Chaos Hall?" Lu Ming asked curiously. "Sai, all the experts of the Primal Chaos Palace were killed in the battle that year. We are the only puppets left, but there aren't many of us left." Earth 1 sighed. "Then can you all come out with me?" Lu Ming asked with anticipation in his eyes. The cultivation of Earth 1 and the others was unfathomable. If they could go out with him, it would be easy to kill DE and even wipe out the continent group of the Divine Ruins. Unfortunately, Lu Ming was disappointed. "We can't." Earth 1, Gold 1 and the rest shook their heads. "Young master," the venerable sovereign left behind his last words. "We can only leave if the inheritor of the venerable sovereign has reached the Saint Realm. Before that, we can't leave and can't help you much." Tu-Yi explained. Lu Ming was greatly disappointed. It seemed that the Chaos Tharch was afraid that his inheritor would rely too much on the power of Tu-Yi and the others and lose the will to improve. As he set such a rule. Seeing Lu Ming's look of disappointment, Earth 1 muttered to himself for a moment and said, Young master, it's not that there's no reward at all. Because you performed exceptionally well during the test, you'll be rewarded. With that said, Earth One waved his hand and a figure appeared beside him. It was a figure that was similar to Tu Yi's, also in a khaki color. One look and one could tell that it was a puppet. Young master, this puppet's name is Zhou Xian. It has the strength of a peak level 2 martial royal realm expert. It can follow you out temporarily and help you. Earth One said. Peak level 2 martial royal realm. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. That's fine. A peak level 2 martial royal realm expert would be the strongest in the divine wilderness continent, comparable to D. Greetings, young master. Tu Qian bowed to Lu Ming. All right, Tu Qian, you will temporarily enter the treasure. Lu Ming summoned the mountain and river diagram and kept Tu Qian in it. Buzz. At this moment, a token flew over and suspended above Lu Ming's head. It was the primordial chaos token. Young master, you have to keep this primordial chaos token well. In the future, you might be able to compete for the throne of the primordial chaos sect's successor. Earth One said. Hunyuan sect's successor? Lu Ming was surprised. That's right. Anyone who obtains a primordial chaos token will have a great opportunity in the future to compete for the position of the successor of the primordial chaos sect and have the chance to inherit the sect. At that time, not only the primal chaos hall, but the other 8 halls will have to listen to the orders of the successor of the primordial chaos sect. Tui explained. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. He did not expect the primordial chaos token to have such a use. Lu Ming hurriedly put away the primordial chaos token. Young master will send you back. Earth One Dao. Then he joined hands with Gold One and the rest to open a void channel. Lu Ming felt his body tighten and his vision turned black. He was plunged into darkness. After an unknown period of time, there was a bright light. At the same time, Lu Ming heard a loud voice. It was Danden's voice. Chapter 1299. 1299 Chapter 1299 One Punch One Kill. Lu Ming, that guy is really disloyal. He can't win and left us behind to run away. As soon as Lu Ming appeared, he heard Danden shouting as well as a rumbling sound. But the next moment all the sounds disappeared. Lu Ming stood in the void. Danden, Bubbles, Haiyu, Supreme Flood Dragon and the others all looked at him. They were still in the ancient city where they had fought with Haiyu and the others. Lu Ming, you didn't leave. I thought you had left us behind and took the opportunity to escape. Danden shouted and ran toward Lu Ming. Chirping. The bubble cried out and its body glowed. It flashed in the air and appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder in the next moment. Buzz. Buzz. Whoosh. Figures flickered. Haiyu, Supreme Flood Dragon and the others surrounded Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I told you that you can't run away. Hand over the cultivation method for the pure spirit body. Haiyu shouted coldly. He was holding an Emperor's spiritual weapon battle axe, and his aura was terrifying. The cultivation method of a pure spirit body belongs to the sea demon race. Let's go, said the Flood Dragon Sovereign. The dragon vein sword floated above his head, and sword chi seeped out of it, cutting open the space. Danden, how long have I been away? Lu Ming could not be bothered with Haiyu, the Flood Dragon Sovereign and the others. He turned to ask Danden. Not long, just a dozen breaths, but do you know how dangerous that was? Fortunately, I have many tricks up my sleeve and managed to escape with my life. Otherwise, I would have died long ago. Danden shouted. Only a dozen breaths. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Even though he knew that time was accelerated in the Primal Chaos Palace and that a few years in the Primal Chaos Palace was only a few moments in the outside world, he still felt that it was unbelievable to experience it for himself. In just a dozen breaths, his strength had undergone a tremendous change. If you dare to ignore us? You're looking for death. Seeing that Lu Ming was ignoring them, Haiyu's eyes turned cold. He held the battle axe and swung it at Lu Ming. The power of this axe had completely reached the level of an emperor. It was terrifyingly strong. Danden, Bubble, follow me. Lu Ming instructed. Then his figure emitted the aura of the concept of wind. Chaos intent could transform into other intents at will. Wind elemental technique. Lu Ming's figure swayed slightly. His body was like a phantom. He dodged Hai Yu's axe in a flash and headed toward the other supreme beings behind Hai Yu. The wind elemental technique was a martial technique of creation that focused on movement techniques. When performed, one's body would become ethereal and traceless. After avoiding Hai Yu's attack, Lu Ming appeared in front of the other supreme martial artists from the sea-suppressing marshal's residence. Kill! Lu Ming hollered as the essential core in his body burst out. He activated the prison-suppressing heaven technique and threw a punch. Attack together! One of the supreme beings roared. He was shocked by the power of Lu Ming's punch and immediately used the fusion of blood meridians to attack Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming threw a punch and the supreme being's bloodline was scattered. His true form appeared with a horrified expression on his face. Then his body split into pieces and exploded in the air. Heavens, heavens! He killed a supreme martial artist with one punch. In the distance, the other spectators were almost scared to death as they started to shout incoherently. It was too shocking and too terrifying. Killing a supreme martial artist with a single punch, what kind of battle prowess did this require? Could it be that Lu Ming was an emperor? Not good, quickly retreat. When the other supreme martial artists saw this, they were simply scared out of their wits. They frantically shouted and retreated. You can't leave. Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning, emitting a cold, killing intent. Lu Ming activated the wind elemental technique and moved as fast as lightning. He appeared in front of another supreme being in an instant and threw a punch. Ah! A shrill scream was heard. Although the supreme being tried his best to block the attack, it was still useless. Under Lu Ming's punch, all his defenses were as fragile as tofu. Lu Ming destroyed them as easily as breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. He was killed in the air. The second one. Lu Ming muttered and then charged towards the third person. Lu Ming did not use the chaos will. However, his current cultivation had already broken through to the perfected spiritual god realm. His combat strength had improved greatly. Killing these ordinary supremes was as easy as killing chickens and dogs. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming's figure flickered continuously as he swung his fists. Every punch killed a supreme being. This scene was too terrifying, causing the surrounding people to feel a chill. This was a supreme martial artist. Even in the Divine Ruins continent he was an expert and high and mighty. But now he was like a fragile chick that was killed by Lu Ming without any power to fight back. Beast, don't go. Fight me. Hai Yu roared. His eyes were red. These were the supreme martial artists of the sea-suppressing marshal's mansion. His heart was bleeding after seeing so many of them being killed. He controlled the Emperor's spiritual weapon to slash at Lu Ming continuously, but Lu Ming's figure flashed. He did not fight Hai Yu head-on at all. Instead he avoided Hai Yu and focused on killing the ordinary supreme beings. Boom! Another punch and another supreme martial artist was killed. Lu Ming had already killed 5 of the supreme beings that Hai Yu had brought with him. In addition to the ones that had been killed earlier, there were more than 5 of them. How did this happen? Hai Tian, who was watching the battle from a distance, was in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes hard, hoping that all this was fake. Ah, Lu Ming, I didn't expect that your cultivation would suddenly improve so much after not seeing you for a while. You've reached the perfected spiritual god realm. Dandan stood on Lu Ming's shoulder and laughed heartily. She felt extremely carefree and proud. It's your turn. Lu Ming muttered as he looked at the supreme flood dragon and the other sea demons. Retreat, retreat, follow behind me. The flood dragon sovereign's expression changed. The sword chi from the dragon vein sword soared into the sky as he stared at Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming cast the wind element technique and his figure was like a phantom, untraceable. With a few flashes he dodged the flood dragon sovereign and attacked the other sea demon sovereigns. Join forces. Let's gather together and join forces. One of the sea demons roared. The other sea demon supreme beings gathered together, hoping to join forces to fight against Lu Ming. It was a pity that Lu Ming's current combat strength had far surpassed them. Boom! The fist force crushed down, breaking through everything. A phantom of the prison-suppressing steel pressed down on the body of a supreme sea demon. The supreme sea demon screamed as his body was pierced through and he died on the spot. Lu Ming was like an invincible god of war, invincible in every battle. Roar. The 9 dragons appeared above Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons. At the same time his third bloodline appeared and its power was even more shocking. The dragon claws continued to slash out, tearing through everything and killing several of the Supreme Sea Demons. In just the space of a few breaths, 4 of the Supreme Sea Demons had been killed. Join forces. Join forces to kill him. Hai Yu arrived with his battle axe. Kill. The Flood Dragon Sovereign also roared in anger and charged towards Lu Ming with killing intent. The two of them joined forces to surround Lu Ming and attack him. It's time to settle the score with you guys. At this moment Lu Ming did not dodge. Instead he looked coldly at Hai Yu and the Flood Dragon Sovereign. Chapter 1300. 1300 Killing the Flood Dragon Sovereign. Buzz. Buzz. Whoosh. Then the dragon claw struck out continuously. The attack used by each dragon claw was different. There was a dragon claw that shone with an earthy yellow light. It was the earth element technique. A dragon claw suffused with lightning transformed into a long spear. That was the lightning origin technique. In addition, there were also fire elemental techniques, wind elemental techniques and water elemental techniques. In the test of the Chaos Palace, Lu Ming was able to merge 5 martial arts techniques of creation into one. It was easy for him to cast 5 martial arts techniques of creation at the same time. The 9 dragon claws clawed at Hai Yu and the Flood Dragon Sovereign. Die. Die. Hai Yu shouted coldly as he tried his best to activate his battle axe. His eyes were ferocious. At the same time the Flood Dragon Sovereign was also in a similar state, his killing intent cold. Lu Ming actually did not escape and wanted to fight with them head-on. This was exactly what they wanted. They were overjoyed. They wanted to get rid of Lu Ming in one go. What is Lu Ming doing? He's looking for death. That's not wise. The people who were watching the battle from afar also exclaimed when they saw this scene. Lu Ming's combat strength was strong, but that was only for ordinary Supremes. Hai Yu and the Flood Dragon Supreme were the top Supremes, and their combat strength was already terrifying enough. It would not be too difficult for them to kill an ordinary Supreme. Moreover, they had Emperor spiritual weapons. With them, their combat strength could definitely fight against an ordinary Emperor. If Lu Ming was not courting death by fighting head-on with them, what was he? Boom. 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 Lu Ming's attack finally collided with Hai Yu's and the Supreme Flood Dragon's attacks. At this moment, a violent force swept across tens of thousands of miles. In the ancient city below, countless buildings collapsed and turned into ashes. Not good. Quickly retreat. The people who were watching the battle from afar all retreated frantically, afraid of being swept in. Oh my god, look! Lu Ming has the upper hand. Someone cried out in alarm as they retreated. Everyone looked over and saw 2 figures rapidly retreating. The retreating figures were actually the Flood Dragon Sovereign and Hai Yu. How was this possible? Hai Yu and the Flood Dragon Sovereign were not Lu Ming's match and were forced to retreat even though they had both wielded Emperor spiritual weapons. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Impossible. How did this happen? Hai Yu and the Flood Dragon Sovereign also roared in disbelief. The two of them found it hard to believe. How could Lu Ming be so powerful? A while ago Lu Ming was not their match at all. He was completely suppressed by them. Even with the 2 pets he was far from being their match. However, Lu Ming had only disappeared for a short while. When he reappeared, his combat strength had increased sharply and he could easily kill ordinary supreme beings. Now he could actually defeat them without relying on his pets or weapons. What was going on? Could it be that Lu Ming had been hiding his ability all along? Hai Yu, Supreme Flood Dragon, and the others felt that their brains were unable to process this. He must have used some kind of secret technique to increase his combat strength. If we join forces, he won't be able to hold on for long. Hai Yu roared at the Flood Dragon Supreme. Kill. Kill. Then Hai Yu and the Flood Dragon Sovereign joined forces and attacked Lu Ming. Is that so? A cold smile appeared in Lu Ming's eyes. The lightning cauldron appeared above his head and he threw it at Hai Yu, while he himself attacked the Flood Dragon Sovereign. Buzz. This time Lu Ming only used 1 claw. However, this claw was a fusion of 5 martial arts techniques of creation. When the 5 martial techniques of creation were combined, the power increased dramatically. The dragon claw collided with the dragon vein sword of the flood dragon sovereign. Clang! The dragon vein sword trembled violently and the sword chi dispersed. It then flew far away. Not good. The flood dragon sovereign's expression changed drastically as he retreated. However, it was already too late. Lu Ming's attack had arrived. It was another claw attack, and it was still the fusion of 5 martial techniques of creation. The flood dragon sovereign also extended his dragon claw to block with all his might. However, the instant his dragon claw came into contact with Lu Ming's, it exploded. Piu Qi, Lu Ming's dragon claw didn't stop and pierced through his body. Roar! The flood dragon sovereign let out a violent roar, his eyes filled with endless fear. He wanted to struggle and escape, but the other claws of the 9 dragons had already arrived. The dragon claws were imbued with the prison-suppressing heavenly art as they smashed into the head of the flood dragon sovereign. Bang! 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 With 7 to 8 consecutive explosions, the head of the flood dragon sovereign was pierced through and exploded. The flood dragon sovereign had fallen. The supreme being, who had 90% of the true dragon's bloodline, was still killed by Lu Ming despite controlling the emperor's spiritual weapon. If I were to use my primal chaos intent, it would be much easier to kill Supreme Flood Dragon. Lu Ming had a thought in his mind. Lu Ming did not cast the chaos concept during the process. At most, he transformed the chaos concept into the concept of thunder and wind. The chaos will was Lu Ming's trump card. He would not use it unless it was a critical moment. Not good. On the other side, after Hai Yu and the Thunder Cauldron exchanged a blow, he saw the scene of the Flood Dragon Sovereign being killed. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. At this moment there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to run. Run as far away as possible from Lu Ming. Hai Yu turned around and ran. He flew toward the exit of the ancient city. Big brother, take me with you." In the distance, Hai Tian shouted in fear. However, Hai Yu was already scared out of his wits. At this moment he only wanted to save his life. He didn't care about the sky and sea. He pretended not to hear anything and ran with his head down. "Big brother!" Hai Tian roared in despair. Buzz! Lu Ming transformed back into his human form. He took a step forward and appeared beside Hai Tian, causing him to scream in fear. Lu Ming, what are you trying to do? My father is the sea-suppressing marshal. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you'll also die." Hai Tian shouted. He was still thinking of threatening Lu Ming at this moment. Whoosh! Lu Ming waved his hand and a ray of spear radiance shot out. It pierced through Hai Tian's dantian and shattered his spiritual god. You! Hai Tian's eyes widened and he glared at Lu Ming. He did not expect Lu Ming to be so straightforward. He did not say a word and killed him in one move. With a strong unwillingness, the life in Hai Tian's eyes disappeared. The sea demons and the remaining supreme martial artists in the sea-suppressing marshal's mansion had already fled for their lives. Lu Ming glanced in the direction that Hai Yu had fled in. He was not in a hurry to give chase. Instead, he released his essential core and formed a powerful suction force, attracting all the corpses of the supreme beings. The mountain and river diagram flew out from Lu Ming's glabella and collected all the corpses of the supreme martial artists. The supreme being's corpse contained blood essence. Lu Ming still needed the blood essence to upgrade the bloodline level of the prison-suppressing steel. He could not waste it. After putting away the supreme being's corpse, Lu Ming had an idea and entered the mountain and river diagram. Within the mountain and river diagram, there was a mountain peak filled with the corpses of supreme martial artists. Xianxia and Supreme Thunder Rhinoceros stood at the side, dumbfounded. Supreme Thunder Rhino's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Chapter 1301. 1301 Chapter 1301 Emperor takes action. Paragons. They're all corpses of paragons. Supreme Thunder Rhinoceros muttered to himself, his eyes filled with disbelief. He was even more shocked when he saw the corpse of the Flood Dragon Sovereign. Naturally, he could sense that the Flood Dragon Sovereign's bloodline contained 90% of the true dragon's blood. Even such a powerful supreme being was dead. Could it be that Lu Ming had killed him? Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros looked at Lu Ming. He could feel the terrifying killing intent radiating from Lu Ming's body, as well as the suffocating pressure that he was exuding. His heart trembled. How long has it been? He's already so powerful? Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros felt his entire body tremble. Lu Ming cast a casual glance at Supreme Thunder Rhino. When he had suppressed Thunder Rhino Supreme, he had carved a great formation on his body. During this time, Thunder Rhino Supreme had obediently stayed within the mountain and river diagram. However, Lu Ming knew that Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros was definitely not convinced and was definitely looking for an opportunity to escape. Lu Ming's purpose in entering this time was to intimidate the Thunder Rhino Supreme. As expected, Supreme Lu Ming was completely dumbfounded when he saw so many Supreme Being corpses. Thunder Rhino, follow me out and kill the enemy. Lu Ming's voice rang out and Supreme Thunder Rhino nodded his head repeatedly. Little Qing, let's go out together. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming brought Xianxia and Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros out of the mountain and river diagram. Lightning Rhino, go over there. Lu Ming said, pointing in the direction of the ancient city's exit. You had already escaped from the exit. Yes. Thunder Rhino Supreme's body expanded rapidly. Lu Ming and Xianxia stood on his body. With a loud roar, Thunder Rhino Supreme dashed towards the exit of the ancient city. Oh my god, Lu Ming's combat strength is too strong. He can stand shoulder to shoulder with an emperor or even suppress one. It's too terrifying. Lu Ming's cultivation level is only at the perfected spiritual god realm, but his combat strength is so shocking. I've never heard of it before. The key is how old Lu Ming is. Abnormal, monstrous. Lu Ming must have gone after Haiyu. Let's go out and take a look. The spectators were in an uproar. They couldn't control their emotions at all. Even some Supreme Being experts were shouting as if they had lost control. The fluctuation caused by Lu Ming was too shocking. Then the group of people rushed toward the exit of the ancient city. After a while, Lu Ming arrived at the ancient city's exit on the Thunder Rhinoceros. The Thunder Rhinoceros rushed in and in the next moment they appeared in the deep sea. A huge pressure was pressing down on them. Walala. Lu Ming waved his hand and the surrounding seawater seemed to be under his control. It moved aside automatically and a passage appeared. Buzz. Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros was shocked by Lu Ming's methods. He then roared and rushed up. With Lu Ming's help, the Lightning Rhinoceros Supreme's speed was extremely fast. Like a bolt of lightning they rushed up. In just a short while, they had rushed out of the deep sea 300,000 meters deep and out of the surface. As soon as he emerged from the sea, Lu Ming discovered that the air was filled with people. When Lu Ming dashed out, everyone's eyes were on him. However, Lu Ming's gaze fell on one of them. Haiyu. Haiyu did not run away after he emerged from the sea. He glared at Lu Ming coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. Lu Ming, how's my brother, Haitian? Haiyu shouted. He wanted to kill me, what do you think? Don't worry, I'll immediately send you down to accompany him. Lu Ming sneered. His words caused an uproar. What? When you saw Haiyu running away in a hurry just now, you were so frightened. Was it because of him? How could this be? Although Lu Ming's combat strength is strong, he can't possibly be Haiyu's match. That's strange. Who on earth obtained the cultivation method of a pure spirit body? The people who were waiting outside were shocked to see Haiyu escape from the sea with a frightened expression. How could he do that with his cultivation? They speculated that some powerful monster had appeared at the bottom of the sea that even Haiyu was no match for. However, it seemed that Haiyu fled in fear because of Lu Ming. How dare you kill the people of the sea, suppressing Marshall's mansion? You should be executed by 1,000 cuts. At this time a cold voice came from the side of Haiyu. Lu Ming looked over and his pupils shrank slightly. An old man in a purple gold robe stood beside Haiyu. Earlier on, the aura of the old man had been concealed. He looked like an ordinary old man. That was why Lu Ming did not notice him. However, as the elder spoke, a domineering aura burst out from his body. The pressure was as heavy as a mountain and pressed down on Lu Ming. The Emperor. Lu Ming could not help but say. At the same time, he also understood why Haiyu didn't run away. It turned out that there was an emperor of the sea suppressing Marshall's mansion here. This was a true emperor. Not good, it's the emperor, let's go. Beneath Lu Ming's feet, Supreme Thunder Rhino sensed the aura of the purple and golden-robed elder. He cried out in horror and turned around to escape. Bang! Lu Ming's palm smacked Thunder Rhino Supreme's head, almost causing it to explode. Thunder Rhino Supreme's head buzzed and he was momentarily dazed. What are you running for? Wasn't he just an emperor? Do you have to be so scared? Lu Ming glanced at Supreme Lightning Rhino and said disdainfully. But he's an emperor. Supreme Thunder Rhinoceros was still scared to death, but when he saw Lu Ming's glare, he shivered in fear. He could only stop in his tracks and look at the purple and golden-robed elder with a guarded expression. He was wailing in his heart, sighing that Lu Ming was courting death and should not have dragged him into it. Lu Ming is not running away. The same thought flashed through the minds of the others. Facing the emperor, he probably knows that he can't escape, so he might as well not escape. Some people guessed. I've already killed Hai Tian. I'm going to kill Haiyu too. If you want to stop me, let's see if you have the ability to do so. Lu Ming smiled faintly. What big words. The elder in the purple gold robe shouted coldly. However, he did not dare to underestimate Lu Ming. Haiyu had already told him about Lu Ming's combat strength. He knew very well how powerful Haiyu was with the Emperor's spiritual weapon. Even if he was weaker than him, he was not that far behind. However, Lu Ming was able to suppress Haiyu. One could only imagine how powerful he was. Nonsense, let's see how you're going to stop me. Kill. Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste his breath on the other party. He shouted coldly and took a step forward, charging toward Haiyu. How arrogant. I'd like to see how much you're worth. Earth Domain. The elder in the purple gold robe extended his palm and pressed it in the air. A yellowish-brown circle spread out and enveloped Lu Ming. Domain. This was a real domain, not the prototype of a supreme realm. The speed at which the comprehension shrouded him was shockingly fast. As soon as it appeared, it enveloped Lu Ming. At once, Lu Ming felt a terrifying pressure on his body. It was as if hundreds of mountains were pressing down on him. At the same time, a wave of destructive power charged toward Lu Ming. Chapter 1302. 1302 Chapter 1302 Fierce Battle with the Emperor. Domains of different attributes had different effects, but their power was shocking. This was the Earth Domain. Not only did it have the effect of trapping the enemy, but it also had a terrifying offensive technique. Existences below the Emperor level, once trapped within the domain, would not have the slightest strength to fight back, and would be at the mercy of others. Open it. A dragon's roar was heard from within Lu Ming's body as 9 streams of dragon energy burst forth. At the same time, he borrowed the power of his third bloodline, giving Lu Ming terrifying strength. Boom. Lu Ming's palm was as sharp as a knife. He used the prison-suppressing heavenly art and struck out. Selah. This palm was like a heavenly blade that appeared in the world. With one slash, the sky and earth split open. An extremely powerful force exploded. The earth territory of the elder in the purple gold robe trembled violently as Lu Ming forcefully tore a hole in it. The expression of the elder in the purple gold robe changed. His figure flashed and he appeared in the territory. He pointed a finger at Lu Ming. I'd like to experience the strength of an emperor. The true vitality in Lu Ming's body boiled. His cultivation of the great circle of the spiritual god realm was exerted to the extreme. Lu Ming struck out with his palm again, and this palm collided with the other party's finger. Boom. There was a deafening boom and the earth domain shook violently. Lu Ming felt a terrifying force surging towards him. He stepped in the air and retreated. However, the elder in the purple gold robe also took a few steps back. That's a spirit body. What a powerful force. Lu Ming let out a breath of turbid air and pondered in his heart. A martial emperor was indeed extraordinary. The elder in the purple gold robe was at the first-level martial emperor realm, but his combat strength was considered strong even among the first-level martial emperors. Lu Ming was at a slight disadvantage in the previous move. However, Lu Ming's combat strength was still far from being fully displayed. Even so, the elder in the purple gold robe was shocked. What terrifying power! Is he still a martial artist in the great circle of the spiritual god stage? The eyes of the elder in the purple gold robe became serious. On the side, the others were already dumbfounded and stood there in a daze. Lu Ming could actually fight an emperor. He was shrouded in the emperor's territory and could still fight head-on with the emperor. It was unbelievable. Again. Lu Ming took a step back and stomped in the air, shattering the void. He continued to pounce on the elder in the purple gold robe. In the process of pouncing forward, the 9-dragon bloodline emerged. Lu Ming performed the blood meridian fusion and transformed into 9 dragons. Buzz. Whoosh. After transforming into the 9 dragons, he struck out with his dragon claws and executed all kinds of martial techniques of creation. He's using so many martial techniques of creation at the same time. The elder in the purple gold robe had a serious expression on his face. His hands glowed and a pair of spirit weapon gloves appeared on his hands. Of course, it wasn't an emperor weapon, but an ordinary 9th-level spiritual weapon. An emperor's spiritual weapon, the emperor of spiritual weapons, wasn't something an ordinary person could possess. Many emperors didn't have one. With the spirit weapon gloves on, the elder's body began to swell and his muscles began to squirm. A layer of earthen yellow light appeared on the surface of his muscles as he pushed the power of his spirit body to the limit and punched out a few times. The power of each punch was stronger than the power of the previous finger. The fist force collided with the 9 dragons' dragon claw. But this time, as soon as the two came into contact, the elder's expression changed drastically. His body trembled and the earthen yellow light around him trembled. Boom, boom, boom. After a few rumbles, the body of the elder in the purple gold robe was sent flying. He retreated a few thousand meters in the air, leaving a space crack that was a few thousand meters long. However, Lu Ming's body did not move an inch. At the scene, everyone was once again stunned. The emperor was actually at a disadvantage and was sent flying thousands of meters. The strength of an emperor is only S's of. Since you want to make a move, I'll send you on your way first. Die. Lu Ming shouted coldly. He twisted his dragon body and charged toward the elder in the purple gold robe. How can he be so strong? The purple and golden robed elder was shocked as he forcefully suppressed the boiling blood in his body. His combat strength was considered strong even among the first-level martial emperors. However, he was not a match for a young man in the great circle of the spiritual god realm. This was simply like a fantasy. How could a martial artist in the great circle of the spirit god realm possess such powerful combat strength? If it were an ordinary great circle spiritual god, he would be able to kill them with a single slap. Seeing that Lu Ming was coming for him again, the elder in the purple gold robe could only use all his strength to fight Lu Ming. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them fought intensely. However, Lu Ming had transformed into the 9 dragons and his strength had increased greatly. On his dragon claws, he used different martial arts techniques of different concepts and turns. The power was shocking. Some of the dragon claws could also use the prison suppressing heaven technique, giving the elder in the purple gold robe a lot of pressure. Although the elder in the purple gold robe had used all his strength, he was no match for the other party. He was at a disadvantage as soon as they exchanged blows. After a few moves, he was scratched by Lu Ming. If it wasn't for the fact that he had cultivated the spiritual body of the earth, which was more defensive and had amazing defensive power, he would have died. Even so, he still felt the burning pain all over his body and spat out a mouthful of blood. At this time, the sea churned and many figures rushed out. They were the experts who had entered the ancient underwater city. They had all rushed out. As soon as they rushed out, they were shocked to see Lu Ming and the elder in the purple gold robe fighting. That's an emperor. Oh my god, Lu Ming has completely suppressed the king. The king is injured. Cries of alarm rang out. They had seen Lu Ming's combat strength in the ancient city. However, when they saw Lu Ming injure an emperor with their own eyes, the impact was still very strong. Boom, boom. The battle continued, and in just a dozen moves, the elder in the purple gold robe was beaten to the point where he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His hair was disheveled and he looked extremely pathetic. He was completely suppressed by Lu Ming. Even though he had his territory and spirit body, it was useless. Lu Ming was too powerful and had completely surpassed him. It's time to end this. Lu Ming shouted and struck out with his claw. This claw was a fusion of 5 martial arts techniques of creation, and there was a flash of chaotic light. This claw made the elder in the purple gold robe feel a fatal threat. Slash. Die. The elder in the purple gold robe roared. A battle axe suddenly appeared in his hand. The battle axe quickly grew larger and turned into a giant axe that held up the sky. It stood between the sky and the earth, and an extremely terrifying imperial pressure spread out. Emperor's spiritual weapon. This battle axe was the same one that Hai Yu had used before. It seemed that Hai Yu had given the Emperor's spiritual weapon to the purple and golden-robed elder. No wonder Hai Yu was so confident and stayed here. An emperor using an emperor's spiritual weapon and a supreme being using an emperor's spiritual weapon were two completely different things. When a supreme martial artist used an emperor's spiritual weapon, he would not be able to unleash its true power. When an emperor used an emperor's spiritual weapon, its power would be extremely terrifying. The old man in the purple gold robe controlled the battle axe as if he could split the sky and the earth. Buzz. The battle axe struck down, and the huge axe radiance collided with the 9 dragons' claws. Chapter 1303. 1303 Vomiting Blood in Anger. Boom. The force swept out for tens of thousands of miles. A bright spot of light appeared where the axe and the dragon claw collided, and a circle of ripples visible to the naked eye spread out. Walala. In the ocean below, huge waves rose up and rolled up to the sky. It was like the end of the world. The space was completely annihilated, revealing a pitch-black space. The clouds in the sky instantly disappeared without a trace. Fortunately, the spectators were far enough away. Otherwise, no one below the Supreme Being realm would be able to survive this wave of energy. Even so, such a horrifying scene still made many people shiver and retreat. The place where the giant axe and the dragon claw met gave out a sizzling sound, and the dragon claw kept shaking. Bang! In the end, Lu Ming's attack was no match for the giant axe and was crushed. The dragon claw exploded and the 9 dragons' bodies were sent flying hundreds of miles away by a powerful force. Fortunately, the 9 dragons were formed from Lu Ming's bloodline power. After the dragon claw exploded, it immediately condensed again. What a powerful force! An emperor's spiritual weapon is indeed not something that a supreme martial artist can compare to. Lu Ming's gaze was somewhat solemn. Hai Yu's emperor's spiritual weapon had made his combat strength reach the level of an ordinary emperor. However, the emperor's spiritual weapon used by the elder in the purple gold robe was much more powerful. Lu Ming is no match for them. The emperor's spiritual weapon is too powerful. Lu Ming is no match for it. He's finished. Is such a person going to die here today? Many people cried out in alarm. Some were gloating while others felt pity. Ah, I knew it. An emperor using an emperor's spiritual weapon will completely suppress Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you want to fight me? Go to hell. Hai Yu laughed, his eyes ferocious. It's over, it's over. In the distance, Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros continued to growl. Previously, when Lu Ming had displayed his might and severely injured an emperor, Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros had thought that he was dreaming. It had only been a short while. When Lu Ming was fighting with him, he had to rely on the lightning cauldron and his pets to defeat and suppress him. However, only a few months had passed and Lu Ming could defeat an emperor with his own strength, let alone him. If Lu Ming wanted to kill him, he could probably do it with a slap. Initially, he had already made up his mind to follow Lu Ming obediently in the future. With such a proud person, he might be able to benefit from this misfortune by becoming Lu Ming's mount. However, when he saw that Lu Ming was at a disadvantage, his heart sank. What end? Lu Ming will not lose. Xianxia slapped Supreme Thunder Rhino on the head and scolded him. She was very confident in Lu Ming. Moreover, she knew that Lu Ming had cultivated the legendary Chaos Will. Up until now, Lu Ming had not used the Chaos Will. He still won't be defeated even after this. Supreme Thunder Rhino was skeptical. Die. The elder in the purple gold robe wielded his battle axe and swung it, splitting the space in half. The powerful force completely enveloped Lu Ming, making it impossible for him to escape. Let's see how far I can go without using chaos intent, Lu Ming's eyes shone with a strong fighting spirit. Above his head, the thunder cauldron appeared and turned into the size of a mountain. He rushed toward the battle axe and, at the same time, used the 9 dragon steps and struck out with another claw. It was also a fusion of 5 martial arts techniques of intent. Clang! The thunder cauldron was the first to be hit. It collided with the battle axe and was sent flying. Lu Ming's attack arrived and struck the battle axe. In the midst of the loud boom, Lu Ming retreated again. However, this time he retreated a lot less than the previous time because the thunder cauldron had offset a part of the power of the battle axe. That's all you got again. Lu Ming controlled the lightning cauldron and attacked again. Lu Ming did not use the chaos will. Instead, he used the thunder cauldron as a support and mainly used 5 types of martial arts techniques to engage in an intense battle with the elder in the purple gold robe. In this way, although Lu Ming was still at a slight disadvantage, it would not be a one-sided battle and he would not be in a state of anxiety. The two of them fought intensely, and the area within tens of thousands of miles became the battlefield of their battle. In the ocean, huge waves were surging. The island was swept by the terrifying force. It exploded and turned into ashes, disappearing from the sea. In the sky far away, countless people stood there, staring at the battlefield with their eyes wide open. They held their breaths, not willing to miss a single thing. Some supreme martial artists' eyes were even shining as they stared at it. It was rare for emperors to go all out in a life-and-death battle, and it gave them some inspiration. Soon the two of them exchanged hundreds of moves. Good, ha. Lu Ming let out a long howl and burst out laughing. In this battle, other than the chaos intent, he did not hold back at all. He used his full power and had a great time. During this period of time, his progress had been too fast and his foundation was somewhat unstable. After this battle, it could be considered to have completely stabilized and was as solid as a rock. At the same time, during the battle, Lu Ming felt that his understanding of the 5 martial arts techniques of creation was getting deeper and deeper, as if he could make a breakthrough at any time. Moreover, Lu Ming was using them together. Once he broke through, all 5 types of martial arts techniques would break through and reach the 4th level. The power of the 5 martial techniques of creation would undoubtedly increase again after they reached the 4th level. Damn it! How can a mere ant in the great circle of the spiritual god stage have such shocking battle prowess? The more they fought, the more shocked the elder in the purple gold robe was. This guy must be killed. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble in the future. I'll just waste my time with him. As an emperor, my true yuan is definitely more powerful than his, and I'll be able to last longer. The elder in the purple gold robe pondered. After making up his mind, he continued to charge at Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, the two of them exchanged over a dozen moves. All of a sudden, Lu Ming's dragon claw swiped out. His power was much stronger than before. I've broken through. I've broken through the martial arts technique of creation. Lu Ming was overjoyed. After an intense battle, Lu Ming's 5 martial arts techniques of creation finally broke through and entered the 4th level. Boom. In this exchange, Lu Ming retreated, but the elder in the purple gold robe was also pushed back. A draw. Lu Ming had been at a disadvantage in the beginning. Now, with the help of the thunder cauldron, he was on par with the elder in the purple gold robe. Ah, detestable. The purple and golden-robed elder naturally sensed Lu Ming's breakthrough in his martial arts technique. He roared in his heart and was so angry that he almost vomited blood. After an intense battle, not only did he not kill Lu Ming, but he also helped Lu Ming to break through his martial arts technique. How could this be? He only felt that there was a breath stuck in his chest, and it was so uncomfortable that he wanted to die. How depressing. Instead of killing Lu Ming, he had helped him. I really have to thank you. However, this battle should end here. Lu Ming laughed heartily. A layer of misty aura spread out from his body, turning into the color of chaos. The lightning cauldron trembled slightly and shrank rapidly, flying back to Lu Ming's glabella and disappearing. At the same time, Lu Ming's body shrank and returned to his human form. Lu Ming kept the lightning cauldron and returned to his human form. He walked toward the elder in the purple gold robe. What is he doing? The surrounding spectators were slightly dumbstruck. Legendary Paths of the Dragon Lord. Chapter 1304. 1304 Killing an Emperor. Lu Ming's actions stunned the onlookers. Lu Ming had been able to contend with the elder in the purple and gold robe with the help of the lightning cauldron, but now, Lu Ming had put away the lightning cauldron and even cancelled the blood meridian fusion. He was heading toward the elder in the purple and gold robe. What was he doing? Was he trying to commit suicide? Countless people were filled with doubts. I don't care what you want to do. Go to hell. The purple gold-robed elder roared in his heart. He held the giant axe with both hands and poured his true yuan into it. At the same time he controlled his domain and activated the domain power within the giant axe, pushing its power to the extreme. Buzz. The huge axe, bigger than a mountain, came down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression was calm in the face of the axe. He had no intention of using the lightning cauldron to resist. Prison suppression. Lu Ming clenched his fists and the muscles in his body squirmed. The air of chaos permeated his body, especially at his fists, where the air of chaos was the densest. The chaos will. Lu Ming had finally used the chaos will. Lu Ming used his vital essence, 9 streams of dragon energy, and the power of his third bloodline as the foundation to cast the prison-suppressing heaven technique. With the support of the chaos concept he threw a punch. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming's fist seemed to be moving slowly, but in reality, it was flying towards the elder in the purple gold robe at an extremely fast speed. What does Lu Ming want to do? He's using his body to fight against an emperor's spiritual weapon? Crazy, he's crazy. He's looking for death? A proud son of heaven has fallen. Lu Ming's action caused a commotion. Lu Ming had abandoned the lightning cauldron and removed the blood fusion. In the end he actually used his body to fight against an emperor's spiritual weapon. If he was not crazy, what was? No one could figure out why Lu Ming would do such a thing. I don't care what madness you're going to have. Go to hell. Hai Yu's eyes were filled with excitement. His face was ferocious, but he was laughing in his heart. In the entire place only one person, no, only one turtle saw through the trick, and that was Dandan. That's the chaos will. When did Lu Ming master the chaos will? Dandan's mouth was agape and tongue-tied, her pair of turtle eyes wide open, full of disbelief. Boom. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lu Ming's fist collided heavily with the emperor's spiritual weapon battle axe. Everyone had imagined that Lu Ming would be crushed like dried weeds and rotten wood, that he would be severely injured by the axe or even killed. However, the scene did not appear. Instead, it was an unbelievable scene. The fist and the battle axe collided. The battle axe actually made a violent roar and kept shaking. At this moment, the elder in the purple gold robe seemed to have suffered a terrible blow. His arms and even his body trembled with the giant axe. Then his face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Buzz. The giant axe trembled. The old man in the purple gold robe could no longer hold the giant axe. The giant axe left his hand and flew into the sky. There was complete silence between heaven and earth. Everyone was stunned. Their eyes were wide open and their mouths were agape. It was as if something was stuck in their throats and they couldn't make a single sound. Chaos will. It really is the chaos will. Only Dandan was mumbling to herself. Chirping. Bubbles was harmless. She blinked her innocent eyes and seemed to be cheering for Lu Ming. This fellow. Xianxia said softly. Even though he knew that Lu Ming had successfully cultivated the chaos concept, he was still shocked by the power. As for Supreme Thunder Rhino, he was completely petrified. The power of chaos intent is indeed shocking. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. It was said that the heaven and earth were evil levered from chaos. There was chaos chi in the heaven and earth, which was the most original and most precious treasure. It was said that a wisp of chaos chi could collapse the sky and destroy mountains. The chaos will also had the characteristics of the chaos chi. It was extremely heavy and powerful. Combined with the prison-suppressing heaven skill, they complemented each other well. With a punch he sent the elder's giant axe flying and injured him. Kill. Die. Lu Ming shouted. He stepped forward, surrounded by chaos intent, and punched again. Boom. The sky began to collapse wherever Lu Ming's fist passed, as if a black hole had appeared in the sky. Chaos intent spread out and completely locked onto the elder in purple and gold. The violet gold-robed elder's expression changed as he roared and punched with all his strength, hoping to block it. Boom! The moment the two fists met, the purple and golden-robed elder's domain shattered under the terrifying pressure. Then it broke through the fist force of the elder in the purple gold robe and landed on his fist. Kacha! The sound of bones breaking could be heard. Even though the elder in the purple gold robe had cultivated a spirit body, it was useless. His palm was deformed and his entire arm was twisted. The old man in the purple gold robe screamed as he was sent flying hundreds of miles away. His face was pale and he spat out blood. However, the old man in the purple gold robe did not dare to stay. He turned around and ran. Wind Elemental Technique. Lu Ming cast the wind element technique and his figure was like a phantom. In a flash, he approached the elder in the purple gold robe at extreme speed. From 100 miles away he threw a punch. As the fist force pressed forward, the space within a few hundred miles in front of Lu Ming was smashed. The terrifying fist force surged towards the elder in the purple gold robe like a raging flood. This was the suppression of power. It was simple and direct, but there was no way to dodge. The old man in the purple gold robe could only counterattack with all his might. However, he had lost his emperor spiritual weapon. Even if Lu Ming did not use the chaos will, he could still suppress him. He was not Lu Ming's match at all. The fist force crushed over, and the old man in the purple and gold robe rolled in the air like a little chick. His body made a crackling sound and blood spurted out of his mouth. It's time to end this. A deep voice came from Lu Ming's mouth. He cast the wind element technique and appeared in front of the elder in the purple gold robe in an instant. He held the void in his hand and the chaos concept condensed into a long spear. The long spear was like lightning as it pierced toward the elder's dantian. No, spare my life. The elder in the purple gold robe roared, but Lu Ming was not moved at all. He thrust his long spear down. The spear condensed by the chaos will was extremely sharp. It easily broke through the opponent's spiritual body and pierced through the dantian, piercing through the opponent's spiritual god. The power on the spear exploded, and the elder in the purple gold robe let out a miserable scream. However, after only a breath, there was no more sound and his life force disappeared. The old man in the purple gold robe, the emperor of a generation, was dead. The heavens! When the surrounding people saw this scene, they already felt numb and were completely unable to say a word. Impossible! Haiyu roared. His eyes were bloodshot and he couldn't believe it. It's your turn. Lu Ming fixed his eyes on Haiyu. He moved and headed toward him. No. Haiyu's body turned cold and he ran away like a madman. However, even the emperor could not escape from Lu Ming's hands. Furthermore, Lu Ming's wind element technique had extreme speed. He caught up with Haiyu in an instant and threw a punch. The chaos will suppressed Haiyu. Haiyu screamed in pain. His body was torn apart and his spiritual god exploded. A supreme being like Haiyu, who had awakened a 9th-level divine-level bloodline, could not even withstand one move from Lu Ming. Chapter 1305. 1305 Blood Essence of an Emperor. Gasps were heard at the scene. The people who were watching the battle only reacted now. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in shock. The emperor had been killed by Lu Ming. This outcome was beyond everyone's expectations and it was too shocking. He was an emperor. In history there were also peerless geniuses who could jump levels to fight. It wasn't rare to see someone in the supreme being realm jump levels to fight against an emperor. However, it was only a great battle. It was only a resistance, not a suppression. There were very few supremes who could suppress emperors. Not to mention killing an emperor. Even if an emperor couldn't defeat it, they would still have a good chance of escaping. Moreover, supreme martial artists cultivated spirit bodies and had extremely strong vitality, making them very difficult to kill. There were only a few cases of supremes killing emperors in the Divine Ruins continent since ancient times. However, Lu Ming's cultivation level was only at the Great Circle of the Spiritual God Realm. A Great Circle of the Spiritual God Realm could kill an emperor. Such an example had never happened in the continent group of the Divine Ruins. There were no records of it and it was unheard of. Lu Ming had already created history. Countless pairs of eyes were looking at Lu Ming, filled with shock and fear. Which one of you still wants to stop me? Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. All the powerhouses, including the supreme beings, lowered their heads immediately after meeting Lu Ming's eyes. They did not dare to look him in the eye. The powerhouses who entered the underwater ancient city knew that Lu Ming had obtained the cultivation method of the pure spirit body, but none of them dared to say anything. What a joke. Lu Ming had even killed an emperor. Whoever spoke up would be courting death. In that case, Lei Shi, let's go. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming stored the corpse of the elder in the purple gold robe into the mountain and river diagram, then returned to the back of the lightning rhinoceros supreme. Buzz. Supreme lightning rhinoceros let out an excited roar, and lightning crackled around his body. He spread his four legs apart and sprinted toward the ocean. He was excited. Now he was full of admiration for Lu Ming. He had no second thoughts. He had already made up his mind to follow Lu Ming for the rest of his life. Even if Lu Ming chased him away, he would follow Lu Ming shamelessly. A great circle of the spiritual god realm was able to kill an emperor. Such a genius had never appeared in history. In the future, becoming an emperor was a sure thing. It would even be easy for him to dominate the continent group of the divine ruins and become the strongest expert. He could even cause a wave in the Yuan continent and become an important person. Supreme Thunder Rhino would be an idiot if he didn't follow a genius with such boundless prospects. As long as he stayed by Lu Ming's side obediently, he would definitely benefit from Lu Ming's rise in the future. Originally, he had no hope of breaking through to the Emperor realm, but now a glimmer of hope appeared in his heart. Thump thump thump. Supreme Thunder Rhinoceros ran with all his might, his body crackling with lightning. He streaked through the air like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the ocean and heading deeper into the ocean. Lu Ming and Xianxia sat cross-legged on the back of the Thunder Rhino Supreme, as steady as a mountain. Lu Ming, you've cultivated the chaos will. Amazing, really amazing. I know. In the ancient city in the deep sea, you disappeared for more than 10 breaths. At that time, a primordial chaos token appeared. Were you brought to the chaos hall by the primordial chaos token? Dandan jumped onto Lu Ming's shoulder and mumbled a bunch of questions. Dandan was worthy of being in existence at the level of an old monster. She was experienced and knowledgeable, so she guessed the general situation right at once. That's right, you didn't guess wrong. Lu Ming nodded. Impressive, Lu Ming. I was right about you. It seems that you have already obtained the legacy of that guy, Chaos. Dandan said. Dandan, you know the Chaos the Arch? Lu Ming asked curiously. Of course I do. That guy is very powerful. He is on the same level as me. Dandan placed her claws behind her back and said proudly. You can continue bragging. Lu Ming pursed his lips. He had learned from Earth One that the Chaos the Arch was one of the peak existences in the world and few could compare to him. Even the Hall Master of the Time and Space Spiritual Hall, Time and Space Spirit Rat, was slightly inferior to the Chaos the Arch. Dandan and the Space-Time Spirit Rat were equally famous. They were one of the top 10 war beasts. How could they be compared to the Chaos the Arch? Who's bragging? I'm the head of the top 10 battle beasts, the peak existence in the world. Being looked down upon by Lu Ming once again, Dandan shouted unhappily. Lu Ming smiled and did not argue with Dandan any further. With a wave of his hand, a pile of corpses appeared on the back of the Lightning Rhinoceros Supreme. They were the bodies of the supreme beings that Lu Ming had killed and the elder in the purple gold robe. Lu Ming, how about you leave these corpses to me? This is a rare tonic that can help this lord recover a portion of his strength. Dandan looked at the corpses, especially the Emperor's corpse, and almost drooled. For you. I have use for the blood essence. I can give you the rest. Lu Ming muttered to himself. The prison-suppressing steel bloodline was only at divine level 8. It needed blood essence to level up. As for the rest, they were not of much use to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's current cultivation level was at the great circle of the spiritual god stage. The next step would be to comprehend the embryonic stage of the domain and step into the supreme stage. This step could not be improved by devouring with the 9-dragon bloodline. It had to be comprehended by oneself. In fact, his future cultivation could not be improved by devouring. Comprehension was the most important. Therefore, Other than the blood essence, the blood of a supreme emperor, vital essence, energy, and so on were useless to Lu Ming. He might as well give them to Dan Dan. Then Lu Ming took out some jade bottles and directed them with his vital essence. The blood essence from the supreme beings' corpses flew out and into the jade bottles. There were a total of 7 supreme martial artists. Each supreme martial artist had 9 drops of blood essence, which were stored in different jade bottles. Finally, it was the blood essence of the old man in the purple gold robe. As an emperor, the elder's blood essence was like a blood-colored pearl, filled with endless energy. As it flew out, a vast and boundless imperial pressure was emitted. This was Lu Ming's fault. If it was an ordinary martial artist below the spiritual god realm, they would have been shaken to death by this kind of imperial pressure. An ordinary spiritual god realm warrior would be seriously injured. Only those at the advanced spiritual god level and above could get close and collect the blood essence of the emperor. Lu Ming used a jade bottle to store the blood essence of the emperor. As for their storage rings, Lu Ming naturally did not let them go. He had already kept them. "Dandan, you can have it," Lu Ming said. "Ha ha ha." Dandan laughed and opened her mouth. The corpses of the supreme martial artists and emperors were all sucked into her mouth and disappeared. "I'll keep it and slowly digest it." Dandan grinned, her eyes narrowing. Then Dandan's eyes started to size up the sea again. The treasures in the ocean are more than 10 times more abundant than those on land. There are countless rare treasures. I can't miss this trip. Dandan muttered. Chirping. Bubbles called out in response to Dandan. "Ah, good. We'll work together to get more treasures." Dandan grinned and pulled Bubbles to the side to discuss. Chapter 1306. 1306 Chapter 1306 The prison-suppressing steel advances. Lu Ming did not bother about Dandan and Bubbles. A jade card appeared in his hand and he handed it to Xianxia. Shouting, "This is the cultivation method for pure spirit body. Take it and study it." The cultivation method of a pure spirit body? Is there really such a secret technique in this world? Xianxia's eyes were filled with curiosity. He took the jade tablet and looked at it carefully. After a while, Xianxia was amazed. "Amazing, this is really amazing. If I can cultivate a pure spirit body, it will be much easier for me to break through to the emperor realm in the future." Xianxia sighed. "Little Qing, we need to rush back to the divine wilderness continent. We will need some time. Use this time to comprehend it," Lu Ming said. Okay." Xianxia nodded, then entered the mountain and river diagram and began to comprehend the pure spirit body. As for Lu Ming, he continued to sit cross-legged on the back of the Thunder Rhino Supreme. He took out a jade bottle and his 9-dragon bloodline appeared. He opened his mouth and sucked, swallowing the 9 drops of supreme blood essence in the jade bottle and began to refine it. Lu Ming had planned to travel by himself. However, he needed time now. Refining the blood essence, cultivating the pure spirit body, and comprehending the 5 martial techniques of intent all required time. According to the chaos scripture, one could cultivate the chaos will martial technique, chaos sky-turning seal, only when the 5 martial techniques of creation, including the earth aeon technique, were cultivated to the highest realm. That was a martial technique of the chaos concept. It was terrifyingly powerful. Naturally, Lu Ming was looking forward to it. Therefore, he might as well ask Supreme Thunder Rhino to hurry along so that Lu Ming could save time and cultivate various martial arts techniques and secret techniques. The 9 dragons swallowed the 9 drops of supreme blood essence and began to refine it at an extremely fast speed. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, refining 9 drops of supreme blood essence at the same time was not a problem at all. Moreover, the refining speed was much faster than before. In just a few hours, the 9 drops of supreme blood essence had been completely refined. The 8 golden chakras of the prison-suppressing steel bloodline glittered, but it had not advanced. Lu Ming took out another 9 drops of supreme being blood essence and began refining. Just like that, Lu Ming focused on refining the blood essence. After refining 1 supreme being blood essence, he took out another. After more than a day, Lu Ming had refined the blood essence of 6 supremes. The prison-suppressing steel bloodline still had not advanced, but Lu Ming felt that it would be soon. He took out the blood essence of the 7th supreme martial artist. The 9 dragons opened their mouths and 9 drops of blood essence flew into their mouths. The majestic power of blood essence was constantly transformed into bloodline power and integrated into the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel. Buzz. After a while, the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel vibrated. A new chakra appeared on top of the original 8 golden chakra. His 9th meridian cycle, the prison-suppressing steel bloodline, had finally advanced to divine level 9. The bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel gave off a bright light. Lu Ming felt that the aura emitted by the prison-suppressing steel bloodline had completely surpassed the 9 dragons' bloodline. It seems that the origin of the prison-suppressing steel is very shocking. It's even more powerful than the 9 dragons. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Lu Ming had a feeling that if he performed the blood fusion and transformed into the prison-suppressing steel, its power would be stronger than the 9 dragons. The original form of the prison-suppressing steel must be a treasure beyond imagination. It's a pity that I only have one piece. If I could get all of them, how powerful would it be? Lu Ming's eyes shone with a fiery light and were filled with anticipation. Since he had found a fragment of the prison-guarding steel, it meant that the other fragments were still in this world and there was a chance to find them. Not long after, the energy of the blood essence was completely refined. Lu Ming kept the blood meridian. Alright, my bloodline has reached the 9th rank of the divine level, which is the highest level. Now it's time to comprehend the pure spirit body. Plop. Plop. At this moment, 2 figures flew out from the ocean below and landed on Supreme Thunder Rhino's body. They were Dandan and Bubbles. At this moment, the 2 of them were each holding a spiritual herb and gnawing on it. Level 9 Spirit Medicine, Water Spirit Ginseng. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. The spiritual medicine that Dandan and Pow Pow were eating was an upper level 9 spiritual medicine, Water Spirit Ginseng. Since a day ago, these 2 fellows had been diving into the ocean from time to time in search of natural treasures. They were having a great time eating. In any case, Bubbles had grasped the space-time intent, so she wasn't afraid of losing him. No matter how fast he ran, Bubbles would still be able to keep up. In a short while, the level 9 spirit herb Water Spirit Ginseng was finished by the 2 of them. Their bodies emitted a strong spirit herb aura. Obviously, there were many other spirit herbs in their stomachs besides the Water Spirit Ginseng. The natural treasures in the ocean were indeed incomparable to those on land. There were more than 10 times as many. On the land, human warriors mined, but in the ocean there were fewer human warriors. At most, some demonic beasts in the ocean would devour them, but there were also many remains. The 2 guys ate happily. Little guy will continue later. Dandan squinted her eyes at Bubbles. Chirping. Bubbles nodded repeatedly. Even the bubbles that she exhaled had a rich spirit herb aura. These 2 fellows. Lu Ming smiled, then entered the mountain and river diagram. Only the mountain and river diagram remained on the back of the Thunder Rhino Supreme. After entering the mountain and river diagram, Lu Ming went to Xianxia's side. Xianxia ended his cultivation after sensing Lu Ming's aura. Little Qing, how's your comprehension going? Lu Ming asked. It's all right. However, it's easy to comprehend but not so easy to cultivate. It's even more difficult to completely master it. Xianxia said. Indeed. Lu Ming nodded. He had already memorized the cultivation method of a pure spirit body. It was just as Xianxia had said, it was not easy to cultivate it successfully. Cultivating a pure spirit body required a huge amount of raw gemstones as a foundation because it required a huge amount of energy. With a huge amount of energy as the foundation, it can allow the body to evolve and transcend the mortal body, having part of the power of the spirit body. This process couldn't be achieved overnight. It required one to move forward step by step and fight steadily. The 2 of them continued to study. 3 days later, Lu Ming waved his hand and a large pile of raw gemstones appeared beside him. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and circulated the cultivation technique of the pure spirit body. One could see strange lines appearing on his body. There were a total of 108 lines which looked like meridians. This was the special route of pure spirit bodies. Bang bang bang. With a shake of his essential core, a large pile of raw gemstones was shattered and turned into rolling original qi. Lu Ming opened his mouth and inhaled the rolling original qi. He began to temper his body according to the cultivation method of the pure spirit body. Hoo. The original qi of at least 100,000 raw gemstones was swallowed by Lu Ming. It seeped into the depths of Lu Ming's physical body following the cultivation method of the pure spirit body. Lu Ming's physical body had already reached the peak of the 9th grade and had reached the limits of his physical body. However, at this moment, it began to break through its limits and achieve evolution. This was because the limit of a complete grade 9's physical body was the limit of a mortal body. Now, the mortal body had evo-levered into a spirit body. As the original qi seeped in and was absorbed, Lu Ming's body began to transform. A few hours later, the original qi of 100,000 raw gemstones was completely refined. Lu Ming swallowed another 100,000 raw gemstones. Just like that, Lu Ming devoured a total of 1 million raw gemstones. At this time, Lu Ming finally stopped. Chapter 1307. 1307 The Power of a Pure Spirit Body. Lu Ming let out a long breath and opened his eyes. Pili Pala. His body moved slightly and there was a sound like beans being fried. His skin was covered with a thick layer of dirt, which were all impurities. What powerful strength! Lu Ming sensed his body and realized that it was filled with explosive power. It was pure physical strength and not the power of vital essence. Moreover, Lu Ming could feel that his body was full of qi and blood. With a single thought, his qi and blood would rush out of his body and burn like a furnace, full of strong vitality. Lu Ming, how is it? Xianxia asked, blinking his big eyes. About 10%. Lu Ming said. A pure spirit body could not be achieved overnight. One had to take it one step at a time and slowly cultivate to perfection. Now Lu Ming could be considered to have cultivated the initial stage of a pure spirit body. He was about 10% done. Little Qing, you're next. I'll help you guard. Lu Ming said. All right. Xianxia nodded. She began to cultivate the pure spirit body. 108 paths appeared in her body. The cultivation process was similar to Lu Ming's. He absorbed the origin energy from the origin stone and tempered his body. A few days later, Xianxia finished his cultivation. Like Lu Ming, he had also reached 10%. Come, let's go out and clean our slaviers up. Lu Ming said. His body was covered in a layer of dirt and it was really uncomfortable. The two of them left the mountain and river diagram and jumped into the sea to wash up. Boom. In the sea, Lu Ming threw a punch. This punch didn't use true yuan, nor did he use the power of his bloodline. It was purely physical strength. In the sea, it was as if an ancient giant beast was going berserk. In front of Lu Ming's fist, the sea water suddenly exploded. The powerful force of the fist created a 100-mile-long passage in the sea. What a powerful force! Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Lu Ming felt that the pure physical strength of this punch could kill an 8th or even 9th level spiritual god expert. This was only a pure spirit body at 10% maturity. If it was cultivated to 100% perfection, the power would be terrifying. At that time, it would be easy to kill a supreme martial artist with one punch. Of course, the higher the level of attainment, the harder it would be to cultivate. Boom. Not far away from Lu Ming, Xianxia also waved his palm, stirring the seawater and forming a wave that was 1,000 meters high. As expected of a pure spirit body, Lu Ming had a smile on his face. With a stronger physical body, Lu Ming's combat ability would naturally be stronger as well. A pure spirit body. It's not a true spirit body yet. It's not as amazing as a true spirit body, but its power is already very shocking. No wonder the emperor is so powerful. Lu Ming sighed. After washing up, the two of them returned to the back of Supreme Thunder Rhino. Thunder Rhino Supreme continued on his way, while Lu Ming and Xianxia continued their cultivation. Xianxia entered the mountain and river diagram and focused on cultivating his pure spirit body. As for Lu Ming, he would cultivate his pure spirit body for a period of time every day. He would also take some time to cultivate 5 types of martial arts techniques of creation. As time passed, Lu Ming's various aspects were slowly improving. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. With the lightning rhinoceros supreme speed, it would take at least 4 months to fly from the Divine Ruins continent to the Divine Wilderness continent. Only 20 days had passed, so there was still a long distance to go. Dandan and Bubbles would rush into the depths of the ocean from time to time in search of natural treasures. During this period of time, their mouths had not been idle at all. They had swallowed countless spirit herbs and their entire bodies were filled with a strong medicinal fragrance. In half a month, Lu Ming's pure spirit body had already reached 30%. With just his physical body, even a Great Circle spiritual god stage expert would be injured with a single punch. At this moment, Lu Ming temporarily stopped cultivating. My current cultivation is at the Great Circle of the spiritual god stage and my foundation is solid. I can try to break through to the supreme level. However, to break through to the supreme level, I need to comprehend an embryonic domain. To comprehend an embryonic domain, I need to spread the runes of intent and integrate them into the spiritual god. I still have no clue. Let's see if the domain solidifying pill can help me. Lu Ming had an idea and a jade bottle appeared in his hand. It was the domain solidifying pill that he had obtained when he had participated in the selection of the disciples of the major sects in the Yuanlu continent. A martial artist in the Great Circle of the Spirit God stage would be able to greatly increase their chances of forming a prototype domain if they consumed the domain solidifying pill, allowing them to step into the Supreme Being stage. Without hesitation, Lu Ming swallowed the solidifying domain pill and began to refine it. 2 days later, Lu Ming opened his eyes, a look of disappointment on his face. It's useless. It's completely useless. Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows tightly. He had refined a domain solidifying pill, but it was completely useless. Originally, the domain solidifying pill could help Lu Ming to open up the concept runes and integrate them into the spiritual god to form the embryonic form of the domain. However, when Lu Ming refined the entire domain consolidation pill earlier, the intent runes did not move at all. It said that the stronger the intent, the harder it is to form a domain. It seems like it's true. Lu Ming sighed. He knew that it was because the chaos concept was too powerful. One domain solidifying pill did not have much effect. It was tens or even hundreds of times more difficult for Lu Ming to refine the embryonic form of the chaos domain than other concepts. Let's take it slow. Lu Ming shook his head. He gave up on the idea of breaking through to the Supreme Being level for the time being and focused on cultivating the pure spirit body and martial arts technique of creation. Time passed day by day. 2 months had passed since Lu Ming went out to sea. After 2 months of hard work, he had reached the peak of the 4th level. Of course, it would be more difficult for him to break through the 4th level. He was a pure spirit body and he had cultivated to 40%, almost reaching 50%. Lu Ming's ability was also constantly improving. Xianxia's pure spirit body was about the same as Lu Ming's. It was close to 50%. It was worth mentioning that Xianxia's cultivation was also improving due to the continuous breakthroughs of his pure spirit body. He entered the Great Circle of the Spirit God realm in one go. Her cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual god realm after being in the Primal Chaos Palace for more than 3 years. Now that she had cultivated a pure spirit body, it was completely natural for her to enter the Great Circle of the spiritual god realm. On this day, Lu Ming was cultivating when he suddenly sensed movement outside. His body flickered and he exited the mountain and river diagram. Whoa, didn't you just steal a few spiritual herbs? If you dare to chase after this lord, I'll remember this. Dandan shouted, and together with the bubble they rushed out of the ocean and flew toward Lu Ming. Walala. The sea water churned and the sea water within 1,000 miles was stirred up. Then a big furry hand stretched out from the sea and grabbed at Dandan and Bubbles. The furry hand was 1,000 miles long and was covered in long, sparkling blue hair. It exuded a terrifying aura. An emperor, this was the aura of an emperor. How dare you steal medicine in my territory? Die. A furious roar came from the bottom of the sea. The giant hand sped up and grabbed at Dandan and Bubble. Chirping. Papa spat out a transparent bubble and opened up a spatial passageway. It and Dandan rushed into the spatial passageway and instantly appeared on Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros' back. The giant hand turned and grabbed at Supreme Thunder Rhino. Chapter 1308. 1308 Chapter 1308 C. Suppressing Divine Ape. The Emperor of the Demon Race. Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros was so frightened that his entire body was trembling. One Dan Emperor Realm. I can test out the strength of a pure spirit body. Lu Ming's fighting spirit was revealed. His figure soared into the sky and rushed towards the 1,000-mile giant hand. An ant dares to resist? You're courting death. At the bottom of the sea, a furious roar was heard again. The 1,000-mile giant hand grabbed at Lu Ming. Who is the ant? Go. Lu Ming shouted coldly. The 9 streams of dragon energy burst out in his body. The pure spirit body circulated and filled Lu Ming with infinite power. Boom. Lu Ming threw a punch and cast the prison-suppressing heavenly art. The punch collided with the 1,000-mile giant hand. With an earth-shaking boom, the 1,000-mile hand gave off a blue light and then suddenly exploded in the air. An unbelievable roar came from the depths of the ocean. The sea water churned and a blue figure rushed out of the ocean. It was an ape that was more than 3 meters tall. Its entire body was covered in blue fur, and it exuded a terrifying aura. It stared at Lu Ming with a ferocious gaze, still in disbelief. He could not believe that Lu Ming could destroy the huge hand that he had condensed with one punch. How is it possible for a mere great circle spirit god? The ape was even more incredulous when it saw Lu Ming's cultivation level. A sea-suppressing divine ape. Interesting. It's a good choice to take him in as a helper. Lu Ming sized up the ape and revealed an interested expression. The sea-calming ape was a type of divine beast. However, it seemed that this sea-suppressing divine ape wasn't a pureblood before it broke through to the Emperor realm. Instead, it transformed into a sea-suppressing divine ape after it broke through to the Emperor realm. There was still a huge difference between it and a pureblood divine beast. What did you just say? You want to take me in as your hatchet man? You're just a mere ant, you're courting death. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the sea-suppressing divine ape flew into a rage. It took a step forward, and the endless sea water in the ocean seemed to obey the ape's command. The endless sea water turned into a giant stick that was thousands of miles long. The sea-suppressing divine ape held it in its hand and smashed it toward Lu Ming. If you're not convinced, then I'll beat you until you're convinced. Lu Ming smiled faintly and his third bloodline appeared. Lu Ming borrowed a wisp of the third bloodline's power to make it even stronger. As for blood fusion and chaos will, Lu Ming did not plan to use them yet. Boom. Lu Ming cast the prison-suppressing heavenly art and threw a punch. Thump. Heaven and earth shook and the sea water churned, creating thousands of waves. The giant rod that was condensed from seawater exploded with a single punch from Lu Ming. Buzz. Lu Ming cast the wind elemental technique and his figure was like a phantom as he pounced toward the sea-suppressing divine ape at extreme speed. The sea-suppressing divine ape's expression changed drastically. It let out a furious roar and charged toward Lu Ming while emitting blue light. Boom. Boom. After a few moves, the sea-suppressing divine ape let out a blood-curdling screech and was sent flying for thousands of miles. It spat out a mouthful of blood. This sea-suppressing divine ape wasn't even as strong as the purple and golden-robed elder, let alone the fact that the elder had an emperor's spiritual weapon. As for Lu Ming, he had cultivated a pure spirit body and his combat strength was even stronger. He could easily suppress the sea-suppressing divine ape without even using the bloodline fusion or the chaos will. How is that possible? How can he be this strong? The sea-suppressing divine ape's heart was filled with question marks and disbelief. It could not figure out how a mere martial artist in the great circle of the spiritual god realm could possess such terrifying combat strength. Run. Without any hesitation, the sea-suppressing divine ape turned around and ran. It was about to rush into the sea. You can't run away. Lu Ming cast the wind element art. His figure swayed as he approached the sea-suppressing divine ape and threw a punch. This punch was the fusion of 5 martial techniques of intent. The terrifying power made the sea-suppressing divine ape shiver all over. It felt that there was no way to escape. He roared and tried his best to fight back. Unfortunately, he was completely defenseless against Lu Ming's punch and was sent flying 1,000 miles. His body almost exploded and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. His aura was weak. One move and he was seriously injured. Surrender to me or else I'll kill you. Lu Ming took a step forward and crossed thousands of miles to arrive in front of the sea-suppressing divine ape. He looked at it with a cold gaze. In particular, Lu Ming had borrowed the power of the third bloodline. The cold and merciless killing intent made the sea-suppressing divine ape's heart and body turn cold. I surrender, I surrender. In the end, the sea-suppressing divine ape had no choice but to lower its head. I'm going to inscribe a restriction on you. Otherwise I won't be at ease. Dandan, it's your turn. Lu Ming said. All right. It flew toward the sea-suppressing divine ape. The sea-suppressing divine ape was helpless. At this moment, its life was in Lu Ming's hands, so it could only set up the restriction. Lu Ming, the sea-suppressing divine ape's mansion is at the bottom of the ocean. There are many treasures there. Dandan's eyes lit up. Chirping. Bubbles also waved her little claws, her face full of excitement. There were 2 bubbles at the tip of her nose, one big and one small. Dandan, this fellow has led Bubble astray. Lu Ming was speechless. Plop. Plop. Dandan and Bubbles rushed into the sea impatiently. The sea-suppressing divine ape was helpless. Now that he had joined Lu Ming's side, he would definitely lose his mansion and treasures. Lead the way, I'll also go take a look. Lu Ming instructed the sea-suppressing divine ape. Yes. The sea-suppressing divine ape bowed and replied. Then Lu Ming and the sea-suppressing divine ape entered the ocean together. In the depths of the ocean, there was a divine mountain with countless spiritual herbs growing on it. This place was the sea-suppressing divine ape's residence. On the divine mountain there were also some powerful sea demonic beasts. However, they had already been flipped over by Dandan and Pow Pow. The 2 fellows were desperately picking spiritual herbs and stuffing them into their mouths. Haha, this is 100,000-year-old bejeweled nectar. Suddenly, loud laughter was heard. Lu Ming and the sea-suppressing divine ape stepped into the sacred mountain. At the top of the mountain, they saw a small pool filled with a blue crystal-like liquid. The liquid emitted an extremely dense life aura. At this moment, Dandan and Bubbles were rolling around in the small pool and drinking in big gulps. Hiss hiss hiss. When the sea-suppressing divine ape saw this scene from the side, his liver, lungs, and entire body ached in pain. Even it could not bear to use this pool of nectar, but now Dandan and Bubbles were drinking it in big mouthfuls. Every mouthful felt like they were biting its flesh. If not for Lu Ming, it would have gone crazy. What bad luck. The sea-suppressing divine ape wailed in its heart, lamenting its bad luck to have met Lu Ming. It would lose its freedom in the future, and all the wealth it had accumulated for a lifetime would be ruined by Dandan and Pow Pow. You 2 guys, leave some for me. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He took out a big jade bottle and poured the nectar into it by activating his essential core. He only stopped after the bottle was filled to the brim. It was not that Lu Ming was satisfied, but that the bejeweled nectar in the pool was all gone. It had all gone into Dandan and Bubbles' stomachs. What a waste. Lu Ming's heart ached. The serum was even more precious than the life potion. A single drop was hard to come by and its value was immeasurable. Chapter 1309. 1309 Returning to the Divine Wilderness Continent. But now most of them had been swallowed by Dandan and Bubble. Giggle. The 2 guys had round bellies and even burped a few times. Bubbles' eyes were blurred and her body was glowing as though she was drunk. Indeed, next the bubble climbed onto Lu Ming's shoulder. It lay on Lu Ming's shoulder and fell into a deep sleep. The milky white glow on its body became more and more intense. Lu Ming, I'm going to take a nap too to digest the energy in my body. Dandan's eyes were blurred and she climbed onto Lu Ming's other shoulder. Lu Ming, wait for me. When I wake up again, I'll be able to enter the Emperor realm. Dandan continued to mumble, her voice getting softer and softer. These 2 fellows had consumed too many spirit herbs during this period of time, and in addition to nearly a pool of nectar, it was finally time for them to evil a veer. After muttering to herself, Dandan also fell asleep on Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming kept Dandan and Pow Pow into the mountain and river diagram. Then he let the sea-suppressing divine ape lead the way and collected the remaining spiritual herbs in the vicinity. Anyway, the sea-suppressing divine ape was going to leave with him. It would be a waste to leave these spirit herbs here. He flew out of the sea. Little ape, bring me along. I'll give you this sea map. Bring me to the divine wilderness continent. Lu Ming said to the sea-suppressing divine ape. The sea-suppressing divine ape almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Little ape? Was this the name she had given him? However, the sea-suppressing divine ape could only helplessly accept this name under the pressure of power. Lu Ming asked Supreme Thunder Rhinoceros to return to the mountain and river diagram to rest, while the sea-suppressing divine ape carried Lu Ming and hurried on with their journey. The sea-suppressing divine ape was an emperor, and its speed was several times faster than Supreme Thunder Rhinos. Originally, the journey would take more than 2 months, but the sea-guarding divine ape only used half a month to cross it. In front of them, a huge continent could be seen in the distance. They had arrived at the divine wilderness continent. After half a month of cultivation, Lu Ming's pure spirit body had finally reached 50%. At this point, Lu Ming let the sea-suppressing divine ape enter the mountain and river diagram and switch to the Thunder Rhino Supreme. The sea-suppressing divine ape was, after all, an emperor. Riding it into the divine wilderness continent would be too ostentatious and would cause a commotion. Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros was a bit better. Boom, boom, boom. Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros stepped into the void and carried Lu Ming as he flew towards the divine wilderness continent. I'm finally back. Xianxia stood beside Lu Ming and mumbled to himself. There was a complicated look in his eyes. Now that she was back, it was time to settle the score between her and the Xia family of the ancient Saint dynasty. Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros stepped into the void and flew into the divine wilderness continent. Countless mountains and rivers flashed beneath his feet. This place was the northern plains of the divine wilderness continent. Lu Ming guided Supreme Thunder Rhino towards the 100 Beasts tribe. Xiaowan and the others should be guarding the 100 Beasts tribe. Not long after, they were close to the 100 Beasts tribe. Something's wrong. Lu Ming frowned. Along the way, he noticed that something was wrong. There was something wrong with the atmosphere. Many large places and cities were heavily guarded, as if a storm was brewing. Who's there? Stop. Not good, it's a supreme being expert. Suddenly, a few loud roars were heard. A group of armored soldiers rushed out from a large mountain in front of them and blocked Lu Ming and the others. When they sensed the aura of Supreme Thunder Rhino, their expressions changed. Send word that an unknown paragon is attacking. An armored soldier shouted. No, that's not right. That's Handsome Lu. Lu Ming, Handsome Lu. At this moment, someone exclaimed. What? The other soldiers all turned to look at the figure on Supreme Lightning Rhino's back. Just a moment ago, they had been so shocked by the aura of Supreme Thunder Rhino that they hadn't noticed his back. Now that they'd seen it, they were all stunned. It's really General Lu. How is that possible? Didn't the experts of the continent of Divine Ruins spread the news that General Lu died in battle there? That's right, how is he still alive? But I've seen General Lu before, so I'm not wrong. I've seen him before too. This is General Lu. The hundreds of armored soldiers clamored as they looked at Lu Ming in shock and doubt. I died in battle on the continent of the Divine Ruins? What's going on? Lu Ming frowned. He felt that something was not right. Buzz. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared in front of the armored soldiers. The hundreds of armored soldiers were shocked and could not help but retreat. I'm Lu Ming. What are you afraid of? What's going on? Lu Ming said. Are you really General Lu? Some of the armored soldiers were still bewildered. Nonsense. Quickly spread the news and have the chaotic heavens divine warrior come. Lu Ming said. These were only ordinary soldiers and didn't know much. They wouldn't be able to explain it clearly, so it was better to ask Xiaowan directly. All right, we'll immediately spread the news. A leader-like armored soldier quickly took out a voice transmission jade talisman and sent out a message. Not even 10 breaths had passed. Selah. Hiss. The space rippled and cracks appeared. One figure after another walked out of the cracks. Every one of them exuded a powerful aura. Xiaowan. Lu Ming saw at a glance that the person in the lead was Xiaowan. Apart from that, Lu Ming also saw Mo Yi, the sovereign of the myriad demons Abyss, Tu Luo, the sovereign of the demon god Valley, the barbarian emperor, the sovereign of the 100 Beast tribe, and the sovereign of the floating mountain sect, the Moon Heart Martial Emperor. Why is Martial Emperor Yuexin here? A trace of doubt flashed across Lu Ming's heart. Big brother Yen. Lu Ming also saw Yen Kuangtu and a few other Supreme Being experts. Everyone's eyes fell on Lu Ming the moment they appeared. Lu Ming. It's really Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not die. One voice after another came out from the mouths of the crowd. They were filled with shock and surprise. Lu Ming, I knew you would be fine. Yen Kuangtu was overjoyed to see Lu Ming and he charged toward him. Buzz. Supreme Thunder Rhinoceros roared, his entire body suffused with lightning as he cautiously stared at Yen Kuangtu. Yen Kuangtu couldn't help but stop in his tracks. Lei Shi, it's one of us, you step down. Lu Ming instructed Supreme Thunder Rhino. Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros immediately became obedient. He retracted his aura and transformed into a burly man standing behind Lu Ming. Paragon. He's a paragon. Qiluo, the barbarian emperor, and the others glanced at Supreme Thunder Rhino in surprise. A supreme being seemed to be very obedient in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming actually had such great abilities to subdue a supreme being and make him so obedient. This was very rare. Ha, Lu Ming, I knew that you would be fine. Yen Kuangtu laughed heartily. He came to Lu Ming's side and patted his shoulder. He picked up the wine gourd and took a big gulp. Big brother Yen, how have you been? Lu Ming smiled. Yen Kuangtu's concern could not be concealed. It was true and Lu Ming's heart warmed. Lu Ming. At this moment Xie Wan, Chu Luo and the others also stepped forward and greeted Lu Ming. Lu Ming greets all the seniors. Lu Ming cupped his fists and looked at Martial Emperor Yuexin. What a coincidence, Senior Yuexin is also in the 100 Beasts tribe? Chapter 1310. 1310. The situation changed. Lu Ming, the entire floating mountain sect has been moved to the 100 Beasts tribe. Martial Emperor Yuexin was very beautiful, but at this moment she let out a long sigh filled with desolation. What's going on? Also, why do they all say that I died in the Divine Ruins continent? Lu Ming asked, full of questions. Lu Ming, it's a long story. Let's go back to the 100 Beasts tribe first and I'll tell you in detail. Xiao Wan said. All right. Lu Ming nodded and the group headed towards the inner area of the 100 Beasts tribe. After arriving at the 100 Beasts tribe, Lu Ming felt that the atmosphere was even more off. Inside and outside the 100 Beasts tribe, there were all kinds of formations. Every corner was guarded by powerful warriors and many armored soldiers. The atmosphere was very heavy as if a great battle was about to start. When Lu Ming left the Divine Wilderness continent, although the Divine Wilderness continent was also in the midst of a war and the Northern Plains had just experienced a war, the atmosphere then was not as heavy as it was now. Now it seemed like a life-and-death battle was about to happen at any time. Lu Ming was even more curious but he could only suppress his doubts and ask later. The news of Lu Ming's return quickly spread throughout the 100 Beasts tribe, causing a huge commotion. Lu Ming and the group arrived at a meeting hall in the 100 Beasts tribe. In the meeting hall, everyone was seated on both sides. There were 2 seats at the head of the table and Xiao Wan was seated in one. Lu Ming, please. Xiao Wan raised his hand and motioned for Lu Ming to take a seat. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony and sat down beside Xia Lun. He did not notice the displeasure in the eyes of Chu Luo Mo Yi and the other sovereigns. After everyone sat down, more and more people came in. They were all high-ranking officials and even the weakest was a supreme being expert. In a moment there were dozens of people sitting in the hall. Senior Xia, why did those armored soldiers say that I died on the continent of the Divine Ruins the moment I came back? Lu Ming could not help but ask. Lu Ming, not long ago the sea-crossing ship that took you to the continent of the Divine Ruins returned. The experts of the Gate of God of the continent of the Divine Ruins said that you, Lu Ming, offended the paragon of the Yuan continent's big sect, the deity sect. You angered the deity sect and they killed you. Xiao Wan said. Lu Ming frowned. The experts of the Gate of God were obviously the ones who had sent Longqin, Mingzi and the others back from the South God Palace. But why did the people of the South God Palace say so? They said that he had been killed. Could it be that the people from the South God Palace were experts from the Mu family? Lu Ming's heart stirred. When Long Qin, Ming Zi and Monk Wuliang set off to return to the Divine Wilderness continent, it should be the time when Lu Ming and the rest were being pursued by the Mu family's head and the rest. This was why the people from the South Deity Palace believed that Lu Ming was dead for sure. They only said that Lu Ming had been killed when they arrived at the Divine Wilderness continent. Lu Ming made a guess in his heart. Then what about Long Qin, Dark Child and the Western Desert Saint Monk? No one came out to speak? Lu Ming asked. No, and only 3 people came back. They're Dark Child and the 2 holy monks of the Western Desert. Long Qin is nowhere to be found. After Dark Child and the other 2 came back, they released the news that they were in seclusion and didn't say a word to the outside world. Xiao Wan said. Long Qin didn't come back. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. Could it be that Long Qin had also been assassinated like them? Moreover, looking at the situation, Ming Zi and the rest should have been warned by the South God Palace and did not say a word. In this case, the matter of Lu Ming being recruited as a disciple by another big sect in the Yuan continent, Dragon God Valley, was naturally not revealed. Lu Ming, did you really offend a heaven's favorite of the Yuan continent's big sect, the Xianxia sect? At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Lu Ming followed the voice and looked over. It was Tsilua who was staring at Lu Ming. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows slightly. In the past, Tsilua had always addressed him as General Lu. But now he was calling Lu Ming by his full name and his tone was questioning. The others' gazes fell on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Given his intelligence, he naturally knew what was going on. In the past, they had taken a fancy to Lu Ming's talent and thought that he could join a major sect in the Yuanlu continent and lead them in the future. However, the people from the South God Palace came and said that Lu Ming had offended a genius of a major sect in the Yuanlu continent and had been killed by him. Although Lu Ming was still alive, he had offended a genius of a major sect in the Yuanlu continent. Naturally, he could not join a major sect. They could not join the major sects of the Yuanlu continent and had even offended the geniuses of the major sections. Naturally, their attitude towards Lu Ming changed. That's right, I have offended the Heaven's Pride expert of the Tianxin sect. Lu Ming answered honestly. Lu Ming, I don't want to criticize you, but even though you have some talent, you still need to know your place and know your limits. Your talent is not bad in the Divine Wilderness continent, but in the Yuan continent it's nothing. How dare you offend the Yuan continent's elites? It's fine if you offend them, but don't drag us down with you. Tsilua said coldly. Lu Ming, I want to know if the major sects in the Yuanlu continent know that you've returned this time. Moyi also spoke. Tsilua Moyi, that's enough. Lu Ming is my ally. On the side, Xiao Wan frowned and scolded. Ancestor devil, but... Chu Lua wanted to say more. I said enough. Xiao Wan's eyes turned cold. Chu Luo shut his mouth and did not dare to say another word. However, he looked at Lu Ming with a faint disdain. Since Lu Ming could not join a major sect in the Yuanlu continent, he was just a junior. He was only a spiritual god realm martial artist and he looked down on him from the bottom of his heart. Lu Ming smiled slightly and did not bother to explain. He had defeated the Heaven's Pride expert of the Tianxin sect and won first place in the test. He had also joined another major sect of the Yuanlu continent, the Dragon God Valley. Senior Xia, what is the situation in the Divine Wilderness continent? Why do I feel that the 100 Beasts tribe is heavily guarded, and that all the seniors are gathered at the 100 Beasts tribe? Lu Ming asked the other question in his heart. In the past, the experts had been guarding different places in northern plains, but now they seem to be gathered in the 100 Beasts tribe. Lu Ming, the situation in the Divine Wilderness continent has changed greatly. Xiao Wan frowned at the mention of this. The situation has changed? What's the reason? Lu Ming asked. Because of De. Xiao Wan said. De. Lu Ming's heart trembled. De had such a great ability to change the situation of the Divine Wilderness continent. Yes, it's because of De. When you left, the Heavenly King token was also taken away by the experts of the Gate of God. However, the enmity between the ancient Saint dynasty and the heaven-suppressing divine army has run deep. It's difficult to stop the battle. The elder said. The other overlord forces are also at war. The central continent is still in chaos, but the situation is still good. But a few months ago, De suddenly launched an attack. Xiaowan explained in detail the major events that had happened during this period, especially those related to Martial Emperor De. It turned out that for so many years, everyone had been deceived by Martial Emperor De. Not only was he powerful, but he had also secretly developed his forces. No one knew when Nanming had been subdued by Martial Emperor De and joined him. Chapter 1311. 1311 De's scheming. The sovereigns of the southern underworld had been subdued by Martial Emperor De at some point in time. All of them had submitted to Martial Emperor De, and the entire southern underworld was under his control. The Eastern Barren Territory's Heavenly Corpse sect was also established by an emperor of the southern underworld. The reason why they were constantly fighting against the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was to attract attention and make the other transcendent powers not care too much about the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. In this way, De could continue to improve his strength in the dark. When the time was right, he could start a war. A few months ago, Martial Emperor De finally couldn't hold back and led the army of the South Underworld to attack the central continent. Many overlord forces were destroyed by Martial Emperor De, and some directly surrendered. De's strength increased greatly, and he even sent out strong cultivators to help the Xia clan of the ancient Saint dynasty deal with the heaven-suppressing divine army. After a shocking battle, the heaven-suppressing divine army suffered heavy losses and retreated to the border of northern plains to join forces with Xiaowan to fight against the strong enemy. Thus, during this period of time, the atmosphere was extremely tense. All the experts of northern plains were gathered in the 100 Beasts tribe, ready to deal with the enemy's attacks. Lu Ming was shocked after hearing the story. At the same time, he also understood something. He now understood why the Heavenly Corpse sect of the Eastern Barren Territory could rise up in such a short time and compete with the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. It was all under the arrangement of Martial Emperor De. Of course, their strength had increased quickly. Back then, when they were fighting for the Heavenly King's token, the Eastern Barren Territory and the Southern Netherworld did not make any moves. Lu Ming and the rest found it strange at that time, but it made sense now. The East Barren and the South Underworld were basically under the control of Martial Emperor De. At that time, the time was not right. Without Martial Emperor De's order, the East Barren and the South Underworld naturally would not take action. Even if De and the Masters of the South Underworld are added, their strength should not be so strong. If the overlords of the central continent join forces, there will be many emperors. How can they be defeated by De? Although De's combat strength is strong, the heaven-suppressing divine army has a deep foundation. There may be some strong people who can compete with him. How can he be defeated so easily? Lu Ming asked the question in his heart. Although De's combat power was strong, even with the addition of Nanming, there would not be too many emperors. There would not be more than 7. Some of the stronger overlord forces in the central continent would have 2 emperors or even more. If several overlord forces joined forces, they would not be so easily destroyed. Because De has helpers. De's cultivation is at the peak of the 2nd level of the martial royal realm, and he has a king's spiritual weapon. The key is that 2 terrifying experts have suddenly appeared beside him. Both of them are at the peak of the 2nd level of the martial royal realm, and they also have king's spiritual weapons. Xiaowan said with a grave expression. What? Lu Ming was shocked. There were 2 more experts at the peak of Level 2 martial royal realm beside De. In the Divine Wilderness continent, a peak 2nd level martial royal realm expert was definitely at the peak. Before Lu Ming went to the Divine Wilderness continent, the only peak 2nd level martial royal realm experts on the surface were Xiaowan and De, which showed how rare they were. But now, how could there suddenly be 2 experts at the peak of the 2nd level of the martial royal realm beside De? What was even more shocking was that the 2 of them had Emperor spiritual weapons. Emperor spiritual weapons were extremely rare, and most emperors would find it hard to own one. At the same time, Lu Ming also understood the current situation of the Divine Wilderness continent. Although there were not many emperors around De, their high-end combat power was too strong. De himself, along with 2 peak Level 2 martial royal realm experts, could definitely sweep away the overlord forces of the Divine Wilderness continent. No one could defeat him. No wonder the atmosphere in northern plains was so heavy and tense. In northern plains, Xiaowan was the only one who was at the peak of the second level of the martial royal realm. Now, Di Yi's army is attacking the few overlord forces in the central continent. I heard that they have besieged the Xianxia Academy in recent days. The Xianxia Academy is in danger. Xiaowan said. Xianxia Academy. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly brightened, exuding a strong fighting spirit. Lu Ming, what are your thoughts? Xiaowan asked. Rescue them. Rescue the Xianxia Academy. Lu Ming said firmly. Rescue? Lu Ming, with what? Now that Di is powerful and has many masters, we can't even protect our slaviers. How can we save him? Chu Luo sneered, his tone full of disdain. The rest of the people also shook their heads, apparently agreeing with Chu Luo. Below, Yan Kuangtu wanted to say something but stopped himself. He seemed to have something to say to Lu Ming, but he held back in the end. If the lips die, the teeth will grow cold. I'm sure you all understand that the Xianxia Academy is not weak. If it is broken by Di and surrenders to him, it will only strengthen Di's strength. If we save it and join forces with us, it will strengthen our strength. Only then can we possibly compete with Di. Lu Ming said. That's true, but logic is logic. In fact, we are not strong enough. We have to defend with all our strength to have a chance of survival. If we go to the rescue and cause Di to attack in advance, Lu Ming, will you be responsible for this? Chu Luo sneered. If I'm the one to lose, then I'll lose. Lu Ming said. Haha, you're going to lose? Ridiculous. Lu Ming, to put it bluntly, what right do you have to take responsibility for this? Although you're in an alliance with the demon ancestor in this world, strength is everything. If you don't have the strength, then be more honest. Chu Luo laughed out loud. This sentence was clearly belittling Lu Ming. Xiaowan frowned, thinking that Chu Luo had gone too far. But he also didn't agree with saving the Xianxia Academy now, so he pondered for a moment and didn't speak. Lu Ming, I can tell you clearly that if you want to save the Xianxia Academy, you have to do it yourself. We will not help you in case Di attacks you in advance. Chu Luo said. I'll go with Lu Ming. Yan Kuangtu stepped forward. I'll go with Lu Ming too. I'll go too. Then two voices were heard. It was the barbarian emperor of the 100 Beasts tribe and martial emperor Zhou Xian of the floating mountain. No, you're not allowed to go either. You're in the same boat as us now. If you go, you'll weaken our strength and attract Di's attack in advance. Chilua said loudly. You. Yan Kuangtu, the barbarian emperor, and the others had unsightly expressions. You don't need to go. I can save Xianxia Academy by myself. Lu Ming's voice suddenly rang out, causing everyone to be stunned. Lu Ming alone? Rescue the Xianxia Academy? How was that possible? Lu Ming, it seems that your vision has changed after your trip to the continent of the divine ruins. You've become more and more self-aware. No wonder you even dare to offend the pride of a major sect in the Yuan continent. Xilua sneered. At the thought of obediently listening to Lu Ming's orders in the past, Chu Luo felt uncomfortable. At that time he had thought that Lu Ming could join a major sect in the Yuan continent. He had taken Xiaowan's words and followed Lu Ming's orders because he saw his future. He was an emperor, but he was actually taking orders from a young man in his 20s. He had always felt uncomfortable in his heart. Now that Lu Ming had overestimated himself and dared to offend a heaven's favorite of a major sect in the Yuanlu continent, he was almost killed. The road ahead was cut off. Naturally, he would no longer hide his thoughts and would no longer listen to Lu Ming. Chapter 1312. 1312 Chapter 1312 Battling Xilua. He. At that moment Lu Ming sneered. Since his return, Chu Luo had been mocking him non-stop, which already made Lu Ming a little unhappy. Lu Ming looked at Chu Luo coldly and said, "Which eye of yours saw that I'm overestimating myself? Also, you think you're great just because you're an emperor? In my eyes, you're not even worth mentioning." What did you just say? Chu Luo was furious. He stood up from his seat and his emperor power burst out. A terrible pressure pressed toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming was as calm as a Buddha's face. He sat there without moving. Xilua, sit down. Xiaowan berated. Ancestor devil, you've seen it for yourself. This man is so arrogant that he doesn't even put an emperor in his eyes. I used to think that he was the number one figure, but now it seems that I've completely misjudged him. Chu Luo said. I'm not looking down on the emperor, I'm looking down on you. Lu Ming sneered. You're looking down on me? Good, I'd like to see how much you've improved after your trip to the Divine Ruins continent. Today I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of the fiend ancestor. Chu Luo was furious. He said good 3 times in a row and stepped out of his seat. His aura grew stronger and stronger. Some of the supreme beings at the side had a change in expression and found it difficult to breathe. If you want to fight, then go out and fight. Lu Ming stood up and took a step forward. In a flash he was out of the hall and in the sky above the hall. Many people were stunned. What did Lu Ming say? He was going to fight with Ciluo? Did he really dare to fight with Ciluo? Many people thought they had heard wrong. Although Lu Ming had concealed his aura, they could still sense that he was only at the spiritual god realm. A young man at the spiritual god realm was actually going to fight with an emperor. Lu Ming was not crazy. He was really arrogant. You've all seen it. This kid is arrogant and ignorant. I'll teach him a lesson. Chu Luo laughed in anger, his eyes full of anger. Lu Ming actually dared to challenge him. A spiritual god challenging an emperor was a great insult to him. He had to teach Lu Ming a lesson. He did not think that all this was the result of him provoking Lu Ming. Chu Luo also came out of the hall and flew to the sky. Let's go out and take a look. Buzz. Buzz. Whoosh. The experts in the hall all rushed out of the hall and stood in the void. Lu Ming. Yan Kuangtu also rushed out of the hall with a worried look on his face. Lu Ming. A strange look flashed across Xie Wan's eyes. Based on his understanding of Lu Ming, he knew that Lu Ming was not an arrogant person. On the contrary, Lu Ming would never fight a battle that he was not confident in. Could Lu Ming really create a miracle and fight against an emperor? A look of anticipation appeared in Xie Wan's eyes, and he also left the hall. Look, who's that? That's Demon Emperor Ciluo. The other one is Commander Lu Ming. What's this for? From the looks of it, Demon Emperor Ciluo is going to fight General Lu. That can't be. Demon Emperor Ciluo is an emperor. How can General Lu be his match? With so many experts gathered in the sky, their auras were vast and the commotion was huge. Within the 100 Beasts tribe, many people sensed the commotion and looked over. Some people were discussing in disbelief. High up in the sky. Lu Ming, I admit that although you're talented, you're too arrogant and condescending. Today I'll teach you a good lesson and make you come to your senses and recognize yourself. Ciluo's voice rang out as he stepped forward. With every step he took, heaven and earth seemed to resonate with him, rumbling and trembling. The powerful aura belonging to a martial emperor burst out and filled the world, making many people shiver and break out in cold sweat. Some of the weaker ones were forced to their knees. It was as if they were facing the heavenly Tao. They were unable to resist. However, Lu Ming stood still in the void. He did not move at all and did not even lift his eyelids. This world is much bigger than you can imagine. The Divine Wilderness continent is just a small piece of land. In the entire primordial realm, a first-level martial emperor is just the lowest level of existence. A mere first-level martial emperor is already so high and mighty. Your achievements will stop here. A calm and indifferent voice came out of Lu Ming's mouth. Shut up. How can you judge my achievements? Lu Ming's words infuriated Chu Luo. He was the first to move. He stepped forward and clenched his claw in the air. A dark claw condensed from demonic qi grabbed at Lu Ming. Even a supreme being would be seriously injured by this claw. However, Lu Ming did not move in the face of this claw. It was as if he did not see it and allowed the huge claw to claw him. Why didn't Lu Ming retaliate? Could he be scared? Or is he confined? The power of an emperor is too terrifying. He can confine the world. Lu Ming might want to attack, but he can't move. Seeing this scene, many people made guesses. Lu Ming, quickly run. Yan Kuangtu grew anxious. However, Lu Ming still did not move. A mere spiritual god realm ant dares to preach to me. I'll teach him a good lesson. As long as I don't kill him and break a few bones, I don't think the fiend ancestor will blame me. Chu Luo sneered and his demonic qi intensified. In an instant, the giant claw was about to grab Lu Ming's head. At this moment, Lu Ming finally moved. Lu Ming's action was very simple. He simply threw a punch. Boom. The space exploded like tofu. The claw that Xiluo had condensed also exploded and disappeared under Lu Ming's punch. This. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Lu Ming's seemingly casual punch had destroyed the claw condensed from Xiluo demonic qi. Although Chu Luo did not use his true abilities, he could still injure a supreme being, but Lu Ming had defeated him so easily. How was this possible? Had Lu Ming's combat strength already reached this level? It was too shocking. What a powerful punch. It's full of power, especially the power of the physical body. It's amazing. Why do I feel like my spirit body is going to explode? The barbarian emperor said, his eyes filled with shock. I have the same feeling. The other sovereigns also spoke out. Lu Ming. Xiao Wan's eyes also lit up. Yan Kuangtu's eyes were even brighter. You have some skills. Take another move from me. Chu Luo roared. He felt humiliated after being blocked by Lu Ming, and the anger in his heart grew. Buzz. The demonic domain spread out from his body and enveloped Lu Ming. At the same time his muscles swelled up and he suddenly threw a punch. This punch contained the power of the territory and the power of the spirit body. It was 10 times stronger than the previous move. Xiluo had used his real power and displayed the power of an emperor. Roar. A dragon's roar resounded within Lu Ming's body. At the same time his third bloodline appeared and a wisp of energy surged into Lu Ming's body. Chapter 1313. 1313 Chapter 1313 Intimidating the Experts. Buzz. Lu Ming cast the wind element technique. His body trembled as he rushed toward Chu Luo at top speed and threw a punch. The two of them each threw out a punch which collided in the air. Boom. A deafening sound was heard. Then, under everyone's shocked and incredulous gazes, Chu Luo's domain was crushed by Lu Ming's punch. Gotcha. The sound of bones breaking reverberated through the entire area. Chu Luo screamed as his entire arm was deformed. His body shook violently and he was sent flying like a cannonball. As for Lu Ming, he did not move an inch. The heavens. Everyone looked at this scene with their mouths agape. They were completely stunned and tongue-tied, their eyes filled with disbelief. Chu Luo, a demon emperor, was sent flying by Lu Ming's punch and his hand bones were broken. How was this possible? This was simply like a fairy tale, something that was simply impossible to happen. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were beaten to death. In fact, even if they had seen it with their own eyes, many of them didn't dare to believe it and thought that they were dreaming. Boom. Many powerhouses couldn't control their excitement, and a powerful aura burst out of their bodies. Xiao Wan was no exception. Monster, what a monster. It seems like the people of the Gate of God didn't tell the truth. They must be hiding something. Xiao Wan muttered to himself, his face brimming with excitement. Lu Ming. Yan Kuangtu mumbled to himself as he trembled with excitement. He had injured an emperor with one punch. What did this mean? It meant that Lu Ming's combat strength had at least reached the emperor level. You're acting all high and mighty with this little combat strength. Who gave you the confidence? Lu Ming strode in the void and charged at Chu Luo at top speed, throwing another punch. Lu Ming circulated his essential core to the maximum for this punch. There was also the power of 9 dragon energies, the power of the third bloodline, and of course the power of a 50% pure spirit body. The terrifying power, coupled with the prison-suppressing heavenly art, was extremely powerful. Chu Luo roared as a saber appeared in his hand. He slashed out with all his might. Boom. The dazzling saber radiance collapsed under Lu Ming's iron fist. The terrifying fist force hit Chu Luo's saber, causing him to tremble and retreat, blood spurting from his mouth. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming's figure appeared above Xiluo's head with the wind elemental technique. His hands quickly formed seals and 4 gates of sealing appeared around Xiluo. The powerful sealing force imprisoned Xiluo in the void. During this period of time, Lu Ming did not give up on cultivating the 9 seals of the divine gate. Every day he would take some time to comprehend it. After several months of hard work, the 9 seals of the divine gate had improved further. He could condense 4 sealing gates at once and was even more powerful. Then Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and took 8 steps in a row. Boom, boom, boom. Chu Luo's body trembled violently, and with every step he took he spat out blood. In the end he crashed to the ground like a meteorite. Chi. Lu Ming waved his hand and activated the Thunder Origins spell. A lightning whip condensed from lightning flashed out and wrapped around Chu Luo's body, pulling him to Lu Ming. At this moment Chu Luo's face was pale. Half of his body had been blown up and blood was flowing out of his mouth. This was also an emperor. If it had been an ordinary ancient martial art practitioner, they would have been in grave danger. An emperor had a spirit body so they could recover after some time. At this moment, Xiluo looked at Lu Ming with a gaze full of fear and disbelief. The scene was silent, dead silent. He had lost. Chu Luo had lost. He had been completely defeated. In the face of Lu Ming, Chu Luo was like a baby, unable to withstand a single blow. Xiluo was an emperor, and his cultivation had reached the late stage of the first-level martial emperor realm. He was not considered weak among the martial emperors. However, he was powerless against Lu Ming. Was he still human? Was Lu Ming still human? Lu Ming's cultivation level was only at the spiritual god realm. Since when did a spiritual god realm cultivator have such combat strength that he could easily crush an emperor? This was unheard of since ancient times. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they looked at this scene in a daze, completely speechless. You are very strong. Lu Ming stared at Xiluo and said indifferently. These 3 words made Chu Luo's body tremble. These 3 short words made him feel ashamed. Just now he thought he was the emperor and looked down on Lu Ming. When Lu Ming said that he wanted to save the Xianxia Academy alone, he called Lu Ming arrogant and ignorant. But now it was proven that he was the arrogant one and the ignorant one. Xiluo's body trembled slightly. After a long while he took a deep breath, lowered his head and bowed deeply to Lu Ming. General Lu's talent has shocked the world and surpassed the ancient almighty. Xiluo is ignorant and blind. Please forgive him, General Lu. Xiluo's voice was sincere and sincere. He was finally convinced, completely convinced. He had never heard of such a prodigy since ancient times, at least not in the divine wilderness continent. It had exceeded his imagination and he was finally convinced. General Lu's talent has shocked the world. The other powerhouses in the surroundings were deeply touched. They also bowed to Lu Ming. General Lu's talent has shocked the world. General Lu's talent has shocked the world. Following that, more and more people knelt down to pay their respects to Lu Ming. Their voices were louder and louder, and in the end they echoed throughout the entire 100 Beasts tribe. After this battle, many people were truly convinced of Lu Ming's abilities and acknowledged that he had formed an alliance with Xiao Wan to become the supreme commander. Previously, many people had addressed Lu Ming as Handsome Lu because of Xiao Wan. In fact, they looked down on Lu Ming in their hearts. However, after this battle, everyone truly regarded Lu Ming as someone on the same level as Xiao Wan or even higher. He already had such combat strength before he broke through to the martial emperor realm. If Lu Ming broke through to the martial emperor realm, how powerful would his combat strength be? It was unimaginable. Lu Ming stood in the void and accepted the worship of the powerhouses. His face was calm like an invincible god of war. Go back and heal your injuries. Lu Ming waved his hand and put away the lightning whip. Chu Luo flew far away. Thank you for your mercy, General Lu. Chu Luo bowed. Ah, Lu Ming, I haven't seen you in a while. You've really changed my opinion of you. Xiao Wan stepped forward, laughed and asked, Lu Ming, did the experts of the Gate of God hide anything when they came to the divine wilderness continent? Not bad. Lu Ming nodded. Now that he had established his prestige, there was no need to hide it. This time, the deity sect is not the only one that came to the continent of the divine ruins to recruit disciples. There are 3 other major sects. Lu Ming said. There are 3 other major sects? Many people's hearts trembled. In their hearts, the major sects of the Yuanlu continent were high and mighty existences that they could not climb. This time there were 4 of them. Xiao Wan seemed to have thought of something and his eyes lit up. The people from the Gate of God only said that Lu Ming had offended the prodigy of the deity sect. However, if he had offended the deity sect, there were still 3 other sects. that you're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.